Nice help up behaving, can see both.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是于爽。我们邀请到的是 AL 的 Hope， 先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
好的，欢迎 Hope。在最近的比赛当中，可以看得出来呢 ，AL 打得更加团队了。昨天在拿下了 BLG 之后，你们回去有做怎样的一个总结和调整呢？
就是回去复盘了一下我们打得好的地方和打得不好的地方吧，就加强一点。
而且看得出来呢，你们最近队伍状态是越来越好了。来到登峰组之后，你觉得有没有适应到这个比赛的节奏和强度呢？
我觉得我们适应的挺快的吧，就是我们前面也都是强队嘛，就是能赢下2场也还算不错。
手感非常的火热。那对于今天这一场和 FunPlus 对决有什么期待吗？
就是老朱可能会准备个惊喜吧。
哦，会准备惊喜，那就让我们一同期待这个惊喜究竟会是什么呢？现在我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的 Care 选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是方面的中单 K。
好的，欢迎 Care。其实有看到，在你们上一场比赛结束之后呢，发布的 Vlog 当中，教练一直都有提到，既然来到了登峰组，就要一直保持学习的心态去吸取养分。那你觉得上一场比赛结束以后，你们学习到最多的会是
Yes, I am here in the background.
就是关于野区的设计吧，然后还有他们进攻的那种流畅度。
那今天你们要和 AL 交手，他们也是一支实力非常强劲的队伍，最近状态也很好。你觉得今天跟他们交手需要注意的点会是什么呢？
我觉得注意的点还是在于他们的野辅联动吧，然后就是我们的野辅联动也要做得更好一点。
最后有没有什么想跟队友说的加油的话呢？
就大家都好好打吧。
好，一同加油，就让我们期待今天这一场对决。
Hello, all you lovely people. Turns out I don't actually have my whatchamacallit. The mic sound a little potato on broadcast. Which ones? Our ones? Or their ones? I guess I think they were going a little too loud. I think their gain was pushed a bit too much, maybe. But yeah, it turns out Sam and I don't have German lessons today. There was like an optional conversation class, but I was speaking with Angie anyway, so I feel like I can do that thing where I get more sleep, and then I set up and actually cast the games here for your enjoyment. Of course, sorry for missing the first few days, not the first few days, the first game of the last few days. It's just the way it has to be, really, and that'll be the case for a little while, but hope it's still enjoyable for you all. Yeah. I put the stream live on Onivia as well, so if you're watching Onivia, welcome. And yeah, first game of the day, obviously FPX, not the best trajectory now. We were very complimentary about how they reached Ascend, given their level of players, but this is very different, right? Why the hell are views so low today? Huh. Oh, whatever, it'll happen. But yes. Hey Kiwi, good to see you. And yes, hello if you're in any chat. I do have all of the various chats open on one side now, which is good. Hope just said they've prepared a surprise. Are you kidding me? It's not going to be... It might be for the 1v1. Maybe the 1v1. I'm looking forward to IGTS. Oh, so am I. So am I. No German lessons today. It was like an optional conversation class, and because I'm speaking it with Angie a bit in the evenings now, I feel like I can take a day off, especially when I've got a packed weekend as well, because I'm casting LEC tomorrow, but I'll also be doing some LPL earlier in the day. What day is it tomorrow? This is not this weekend, but the next weekend my dad's coming to visit, and that's cool. Zillion hovered in DNF versus Bro, and the last second changed to Rel. Oh, rip. Huge. Who am I casting with? Hysterics. Casting GT versus Rogue with Hysterics. Hey, Racer, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Right, and we'll get into this game. So, I mean, Anyone's Legend looked really good the other day. MBLG obviously lost to them. Yeah, what do you do as FPX? I don't know. Just get some comfort champions for Care and for Sheer and hope for the best. Is that the play? I don't know, maybe that has to be the play. I think Care on Ari, Sheer on, Nah, maybe you can make that work. You need them on their best in class champions, I think. Otherwise it's gonna go get on by sheer luck. Shut up. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh man. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. I actually slept during the night time. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. I appreciate seeing the regulars when we do, and we'll hold the fort down while you're not here. Hi buddy, remember you from the LJL, are you kidding? Oh man, Let's sing on the LEC these days. Thank you. Yeah, no, I've got very fond memories of the LGL days. And for those of you who were around back then, obviously you know it was that's very loud. Did BLG win yesterday? No, they lost to Anyone's Legend. They lost. They lost.
虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车、越野图腾、绿电峡谷。微信搜索
They did, yeah, they absolutely earned that.
即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场。
Yes, it was 2-1. Yeah.
为 LPL 奶硬口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，抓拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。奥风电竞椅。
What, Pure Streak's winning? I didn't check in on LCK yet.
开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
Yes. Well, we'll get ourselves an intro and we'll see how things go. That is really loud. Maybe I should have turned that down. Okay, it's much quieter for you. But yeah. I have to put it on like minus 15 decibels. Welcome everyone to Shanghai.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
First game of the day, FPX versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend just came off of beating Billy Gaming. I'm not going to call it a huge upset, but it's a huge achievement for Anyone's Legend, I think. Billy Gaming, never a team to take lightly. Important for Anyone's Legend to beat them in their first match against them this year. And the Pandas will come on stage now. All of AL looks sad. Maybe they're tired. They've been playing 2 days back to back, a few days back to back. So, you know, gotta shake off the rust. Anyone's Legend did well. BLG made a lot of mistakes, but it's good that they punished them. Good for improving region before MSI. I completely agree, Blind Running. Ah yes, FPX with their own theme song. Really got a lot of mileage out of that.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第5日第1场比赛 ，AL 对阵 FunPlus 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Well, we'll have our 1v1 soon. I believe Flandre is playing the 1v1s again, so I think LPL have changed their rules about 1v1s and you can nominate the same 1v1 player back to back. Because of course he played yesterday too. If you put Shadow back in the LEC, where would he rank? Worse than Yike, worse than Skewmond, worse than Razor. He'd be 4th, I think. Actually. No, Alduro's pretty good. Maybe around 4th, 5th. Has a habit of overplaying, but he's a good leader. Hey, Asta, good to see you. Short the LEC should import Danny. As in like the EG AD carry? It's weird. Feels like Bin and or Knight should just astrogap their lane opponent and carry. Well, I think Bin's fallen off is a problem for me. He has fallen off. He's not like his previous year self, where he was clearly best top in the region and carrying games. I think he struggled to do that. Well, here's your 1v1, folks. Tarzan. Oh, it is Tarzan. So it's not Flandre anymore. Tarzan versus Shit. I thought that was odd that they nominated Flandre before. Of course, both of these are typically melee players. Sheer top laner, Tarzan a jungler. I want to see how a jungler does in a 1v1 like this. Typically not the kind of player to dunk a load of time into 1v1s and laning strategy. Corki open, Jace open. Oh, they did say, Hope did say that they prepared a surprise for the 1v1. Oh, come on, do it for Sam. Come on, do it for Sam. No, you can't just... Damn, what a shame. Jace versus Yorick, maybe? Perhaps? Perchance? Yorick is a notable Jace counter, it's worth noting. I said it's notable, and then it's worth noting. Yeah, so many notes. Do you think G2 will win this split, by the way? They look clean, slow, and methodical. Depends how well KC build off of their losses. They're a team that learns from their losses well, I think. Elk is doing a good job, but the bot lane is not laning good enough. He literally killed himself by jumping into a Talia E as a Tristana yesterday. I'm not hearing that. Elk is a flipper just like the rest of them. He's doing okay, but he's not doing the best ever. Now, Mary, would you say that winning 1v1 is a big factor, or do the better teams in each region just win on red side anyway? I think that most of the time team diff... Well, in the group stage, I don't think it mattered. I think now in the Ascend stage, it does. 1xN did the same. Yes, he did. He did. And 1xN is sliding down the, you know, the fraud wall quite a lot. But I think in the Ascend stage, yeah, I think that, yeah, I think side select is not the most important thing, but it is a very important thing. Obviously, BLG lost on blue side when they won their 1v1, right? Into game we go. I reckon that's enough game sound. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, it's the cat Yorick skin. Yorick. I can't believe they made all of the cat skins like wear onesies, and the dog skins are actual just dogs. It is such a difference in quality. Riot are obviously dog people. Sure on Jace. The thing about Yorick is that you can often kind of like poke out Jace pretty well, and you have sustain where Jace doesn't. And if he goes into melee range with you, you can trap him in the Dark Procession, the cage. Ooh, is that desync auto slightly? Ah, just a little bit. I'll wait until after 1v1, I don't want to... Tarzan! I swear to God, I'm gonna turn the audio off. What? Really practicing his APM. Tarzan, my dude, you gotta stop. Do they choose the Can you be on the fraud wall? Maybe we can have a separate fraud wall for subscribers, for friends of the channel. Do they choose the person to fight in the 1v1? Yes, they do. You can't choose the same person twice in a row. Tarzan farming well. Oh, that is actually quite decent. Oh, do I restart this just to get the audio a little better? Not restart it, but, you know, like, refresh it. Tarzan farming well. Very hard to deny fire. Oh, uses Ignite to deny the heal under the tower. That is a bit annoying, a tad annoying. I'm just going to refresh this very slightly, just so we get the audio resynced a little bit. It'll probably skip ahead once more here. There we go, better. Misses the W. That Dark Gunk makes a lot of difference. If you hit that, that's a good amount of HP. Oh, I appreciate the stream streaks, everyone. And Shears is pushing in. Tarzan will look to, you know, capture as much farm as possible while losing as little HP as possible. Regen by using Q. His Q heals him when he auto attacks. With the shovel slam. That's better. You know, Shear doesn't use his Q that well. And you can see how much random poke you do get with just a single W landing. Or E, rather. E, not the W. Hasn't leveled the E, actually. W. So he doesn't have the Dark Procession just yet. You do want one level in it, just so Jace is stuck in the play. Jace in a 1v1 is diabolical work. It's really good, is the thing. Okay. Got the girlfriend up now. Maiden in the Mists. Oh, Tarzan's farming with the ult, but then the big thing now is that because the Maiden gives him so much damage, if Jace gets stuck into the play and he gets hit by an E, he will just die. He doesn't have phase rush with this build, right? Look how much easier he can farm from wave with the Maiden as well, which is kind of insane. Little ghoul friends are back? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Oh, if Shear can kill the Maiden, that's a big difference, by the way. Ah, yeah, you need to not get caught in combat with it too much, though. He's trying to kill the Maiden, because if he does, it's like a 2-minute cooldown. Yeah, you really don't want to lose this Tarzan. That's a mistake. Oh, going with the Ignite, though. Wants to kill because he might have gone a little too far. Try to look for it. Has to flash the gunk shot. Tarzan uses the barrier. But it's a one trade for the Yorick. Long cooldown on that ult, though. Very long cooldown. Needs to be careful now to not get exploited while it's over. Can you get a plate here? Just hit it once with the thing. Doesn't even stop for the demolish. Needs a quick reset timing, otherwise Jace will stop his recall. Interesting choice of language there in chat. Oh, you have a doodle? Oh, that's cute. My parents have a Cavachon called Ziggy. She's wonderful. Does Shear get himself another play? I think he does here, actually. Went for the demolish. Don't always see that on the Jace. Phage filler for both of them. Tarzan spamming that goddamn emote. Ooh, hit with the shake cage there. But Tarzan, when he doesn't have the Maiden, does lose a lot of damage. That Maiden is such an important part of Yorick's kit. Ooh, did hit him with that. Look how much random damage you get from that. Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Yorick has a surprising amount of poke. Tarzan will start stacking up his graves again. You need to get, 4 on the ground is the thing. So what you do is you wait until you hit the E, then you recast your Q to resummon stuff. Shear playing well to get like a Phage auto attack to get the movement speed, and then using that to dodge out on the gunk. Shear get the turret? He might do. A minute until the reset comes in now. What does Shear do? Does he threaten the turret? There's no Maiden still for another bit. I don't think you can kill turret. It'll take him too long to get the last crash in to kill it. Hey River, good to see you. River Chen. Huh. Reminds me that we saw a River Shen last year. Last split rather, from Tarzan. Yeah. Tarzan. Ooh, he has his ult coming up now. He has level 11 too, and that's important because and he sticks him into the Dark Procession. I think Shear dies here. No flash. That is a problem going forward. There is an ignite on Tarzan. Remember, only 20 seconds until the gunk shot comes in. Until the Ring of Fire comes in. The Maiden needs to disengage. Oh, that's a problem, buddy. You've messed up your micro there. Keeps him from recalling. It's a lot of damage onto Sheer. He won't be able to recall now, presumably. Well, okay, he's recalling as it stands. The Ring of Fire's in now. Okay, he'll be able to get it just in time. Just in time. It takes a little while before it starts closing. Now I think Tarzan's messed up. I think he needed to disengage the Maiden from the tower. Play through that. And now, oh, now he's recalling too late. Tarzan, buddy, that's not it. How close is this going to get? How close is this going to get? Tarzan on the other side. Okay, for now, gets a full Black Cleaver. 10 CS down. But he won't have the Maiden. The Maiden is so much of your damage. Wasting that just to force Sheer to recall feels like a big overinvestment now. Picking up the heal for the extra attack speed. He doesn't have Flash. Sheer has both summons. He doesn't have Barrier. I think Sheer wins this. Black Cleaver for both, Tabby for both, but no Maiden. That's big. No Maidens. Tarzan letting the wave go and meet the other wave. Wanted to get the ghouls. Now, Sheer can't run away from the Yorick now. That is a problem. Ignite put on, gets him the vision in the brush, gives him a little bit of reduction in the healing. The E misses, and I think that'll be it. Tarzan will get some decent damage, trying to get some extra armor shred through, but the Jace melee range is just too powerful. Ghouls block out a little bit, it gets a little bit spooky. Tarzan, can he get the other heal from the Q? Is getting close now. The Ghouls doing the work, and the Q's gonna hit! Tarzan wins the 1v1. That regen, you see the smiles on the faces. Tommy didn't expect it. I don't think that Tarzan did either. Well, there you have it. Anyone's Legend win the side slate for the 1v1. Sheer missed everything. He did, but the wave was really well handled by Tarzan then. I'm sorry, Tarzan. I was not familiar with your game. Absolutely. Tarzan solo? Someone with a sign for it? That's cute. Tarzan didn't even have ult there. I know, right? You didn't even have ult. I was like, well, you know, he just used the Maiden to stop the recall. I was thinking, you know, just keep the Maiden alive, you know? Did I skip lesson today? No, it was an optional lesson today. There was no proper lesson. There was like a conversation class thing, which I could have done, but I chose not to and get some more sleep, and then also do this. Is Sam joining later? I'm going to assume that means... I don't know, see if he wakes up and see if he feels like it. He'll have to do the 3 series day mostly alone tomorrow, so I'm not going to, you know... I'm happy to do today if he isn't around. Okay, well, close towards the first draft of the day. Yep, so I'm on LEC tomorrow, and it's the 3 series day for LPL, so I'll be able to do a bit to the first game, but largely it'll have to be Sam doing most of the work tomorrow. Why'd you call Sam Sussy? Because that's between Sam and Chat. First draft of the day. Gwen and Jace still up right now. It's one of the biggest concerns I have at this draft. You miss living in Shanghai? Any of the best bits of living in Shanghai? I hear there's good food there. Well, there's good food in most places in China. Gwen banned away. Is Jace going to be banned away? No. So potential of first pick Jace. It's not necessarily a Flandre champion right now, I gotta say though. Varus gone would have been another good one, of course. Skarner. Skarner's still very strong despite picking up some losses recently. Really? Wow, I mean, Tarzan was great on this versus BLG, don't get me wrong, but... But that is questionable. In Sky, look, Tarzan is very good on this. Very, very good on the Xin Zhao. But first pick worthy? I don't know. Well, I mean, look, Hope was saying that Anyone's Legend prepared a surprise. Xin Zhao top lane? Is that a surprise? Talia locked in. And that's very, you know, it's a very good comfort pick for many mid laners across the world right now. Oh, yeah, no, Tarzan's been fantastic at Xin Zhao. Don't get me wrong, fantastic Xin Zhao. But he's now into a hyper tank that Xin Zhao struggles to get past in team fights. And a mid laner that can put down an E, which stops him from dashing in. None of that's fantastic. Well, I think this is actually quite a good pick now. Another Yorick. Flandre locking it in. Lost with it against BLG. However, against a tank, Sion can't play versus Yorick. He has way too much sustain, a ton of damage. And if you time your Dark Procession right, he will just ult into the wall. He can't just ult out for free. Pantheon locked in. That does mean that when Yorick is split pushing now, Talia and Pantheon can go answer the Yorick and make it a 2v, you know, a 2v1 or a 3v1 very, very quickly. Shanks on Azir, one of his best champions actually. He's put a lot of time into that and became very comfortable with that over the years. So what's the surprise from Anyone's Legend? Hope was saying in the interview that they have a surprise planned. Of course, bot lane not picked up just yet. Callista still available. Misfortune banned away just now. Sheer and Flandre look like brothers. They do have a youthful look to them, don't they? Even though Flandre's been around for a long time. Kyle's learned Bel'Veth support. If they did, I would be more shocked than I've ever been. Well, some of the most shocked I've ever been. Callista banned away. So what's left? Kai'Sa looks okay now with a lot of the lane dominant picks gone. And it gets locked in. A lot of point and click CC. Well, there's the Pantheon point and click CC. Sion obvious point and click as well. Not point and click, but you know, or easy engage. So Kai'Sa can definitely go into that. No Nautilus to go up with it, but you can still go for something like a Rel. And his Legend could potentially go for Corki Rel for themselves. Oh, that'll be fun. Oh, we get a Hope Jinx? Haven't seen this one in a while. What do you pair with it? What do you pair with it? Now, there's still some melee supports available for Dway. What's the plan? I mean, I think you have to go for a melee support. I think Braum answers a lot of what Dway wants, right? Because you don't want to play Kai'Sa with a ranged support. As soon as you see the Kai'Sa, go for the Jinx. The Braum afterwards means that the Braum will probably win your lane on the whole. What's the plan from Dway now? What doesn't lose you? What actually wins you lane, but also combos well with Kai'Sa? I mean, Blitzcrank typically quite good against someone like a Jinx. Not great against the Braum. Nico might have to be it. Not the typical combo you'd see with the Kai'Sa. But it's ranged in CC, so you'll take it. Dway goes towards that. He's had 1 or 2 fantastic games on the champion. 1 or 2 duff ones too, actually, remembering it though. And there's your drafts. Lots of ability to join a fight with extra members from FPX. Yorick to split push, and double long range hyper carries for Anyone's Legend. Well, first game of the day coming up. I'm going to put on some quick adverts in Twitch, just so you don't get anything in-game as well, because we ran it a little bit late with things through that. So you'll just have 1 minute of that, and we'll get ourselves into the game. Is this the lethality 20-minute Baron Yorick or AFK split push guy? I think typically it's the AFK split push guy. Sorry to disappoint if you wanted something else from that. on the whole, obviously FPX, underdog is against the grand majority of the teams up here in Group Ascend. And Anyone's Legend are definitely one of our top dogs. So some work to be done here by FPX if they want to climb up the table a little more. It's yes, Bob. Alright, let's get ourselves into game. I just remember why it's so loud. I need to put my own volume down a little bit. And that should hopefully be a little bit better. And now suddenly I'm not blowing out my own headphones. That should be a little bit more audible and a little more balanced. Let me know how the audio is in chat, by the way, as you get into game. Flandre, of course, going to help with the topside start. I think this Yorick game is good. I think this is a good Yorick game. Because I think initially, what will happen is FPX will try to 1v2 the Yorick the entirety of this game. That's going to be the job, right? Make sure that the Yorick doesn't get split push value. However, touch live from me? Okay, it's worth noting. However, Yorick's specialty is 1v2s. If you jump at a Yorick, there's a good chance he takes both of you down, especially once he gets to 1-2 items with the Maiden in mid game. Level 2 hit by Hope and Kyle. Nico helping win that lane. Of course, Nico, one of the most lane dominant supports. Yorick does the Alawi. Yorick's been doing that since before Alawi. Audio is unclear. Maybe you need to meow so we can really hear. Well, I think Flandre's got that covered. He's got the meow right. I think he's doing alright. You know, in the great battle of cats versus mechs in the top side. I hear that. That's a tale for the ages. Shank's doing okay in this early laning phase. Worth noting, though, Azir is very low win rate versus Taliyah not internationally, but globally this year. My money's always on the cats over the mechs. Yeah, they're feisty things, aren't they? They ain't afraid of no one. But yeah, I think globally, Azir something like 2-15, 2-16 against Taliyah. Taliyah has a very dominant win rate in that matchup, so we'll see whether Care can be the center of this team comp in, you know, both literal and figurative fashions. Mecha Rengar, oh my god, Mecha Rengar actually is both. Oof. It's like House Capulet and Montague combined. Care getting pushed but losing a lot of HP here, and there's a chance actually that Shanks could cause a couple of issues here, especially with that Q missing. Shadow, out on the map early, level 4. Jinx recalling, has cleanse. Can they stop the recall? Yeah, they can. Now that's a bit of an issue. They have heal, they have cleanse. No ignite on the other side. Guardian popped. But I think the timing's gone now. I think that was the time to do anything if they were going to. This is not the point where the Yorick is strong, of course. Yorick has some laning power. But typically, it has been about the, not unlike Fiora, where you go for the grasp, right? And you look for kind of burnout plays, where you get poke with stuff like Scorch or Grasp. I mean, there are the build for Fiora for the longest time was Grasp and Scorch, so you kind of go forward and poke with them on cooldown. You wouldn't go for the massive explosive trades, but that would be your way to slowly burn out a lane, and Yorick can very much do the same thing. Hope coming back out onto the map. Didn't go for something like a Cull. A lot of the time we do see Jinxes go Cull in pro play. Questionable comments in chat about the purpose of Yorick's Maiden. Behave. Kyle, of course, a player which I have a lot of love for right now. I think Kyle is currently the best support in the LPL. And I think both him and Tarzan are the best jungle support in the LPL, which is not something that the LPL has been particularly good at for the last few years. You know, there's been some good individual team fight performances, good laning performances, but actually having them as a pair hasn't necessarily been something that the LPL has leveraged that well, especially when you compare it to likes of the LCK, which has been, of course, more dominant on that level. Players like Carrier, Delight, Beryl, Lehens, all notable, of course, alongside their junglers. Quiet early game. CS lead for Assume and Jue. You kind of think that's going to come through when you see the Nico. Dragon, not even really started yet by FPX. Shanks does have level 6. Oh, and forces a flash very quickly out of care. Wins the hands check and doesn't get hit by the E stun. Flash for free. Maybe that's something they can return to. Dragon's still going to be started. AL not contesting that. Will presumably head over towards the Grubs. Hope not a level 6 yet either. Obviously level 5 both AD carries are. Kanavi's the best jungle in LPL now. Him or Tarzan, I think. And they're both playing very, very well right now. One grub taken. FPX really throwing their weight around in the early game. Walking up, but I don't know whether they can cash this in. They force AL to respect them around the grubs. They don't stop them from taking them. Maiden is up and available, and the Sheer starts to lose the matchup very hard at this point. The Yorick, of course, getting some buffs. Some changes coming through to the split. Some more durability on his ghouls. Definitely helpful. I didn't actually see all of the list of changes from Yorick. All I know is that he is stronger now, quote unquote. But as far as I'm aware, he just does the same thing that Yorick has always done, which is, you know, be a really obnoxious 1v1, 1v2 champion. Assume has the level 6. Ooh, good dodge out by Hope on the W there. Hope, of course, his Kai'Sa won't get to play that this series because it's been played by Assume, which is a shame. It is a shame. But but Hope, I think, Hope has been on such excellent form. He's the player which, of course, won a title back in 2022 summer, reached his first final since then, last split with Anyone's Legend. First time for them as an organization. Hope is one of my favorite players to watch in the LPL right now. The way that he weaves his way into these important moments of team fights is very, very cool to see. Of course, he's going to be struggling in lane here. I say that, you know, like, wow, all of these great things about Hope as he misses a cannon minion and he gets poked out. It'll be fine later, right, folks? Trust, we scale, Checks his flash and he has ult. I was wondering whether Kaya would dip over to the wrong side of the lane and Tarzan could look for a kill there. Good positioning actually there by Kaya, but Tarzan and Shanks, interesting angle. But since he wasn't on top side when they look for the gank, you need to be careful because he could be on this side of the map. Yeah, they're aware of it though. They're a dog that's gained sentience and a werewolf. Shit, getting good damage here. He's really going hard for this. Remember, there's a lot of healing from Yorick though. Yeah, I think that was a misjudgment from Sheer. Didn't realize he'd get a 1v1 like that. Shadow has to flash out after taking the Raptors. And that'll be it. Jinx ult was headed either towards the Pantheon or towards the Scion. And instead, Anyone's Legend will go towards the mid lane. No flash on Care. Shanks didn't even need to ult there. How the heck did Care die? Flash from Kyle. I guess it was a flash Q from the Braum. Pantheon ult coming in. No flash on the Pantheon. Tarzan has his ult. Ult for ult trades in the mid lane. Care is still dead. FPX don't stop Care from Shanks from going towards their mid lane. That's the problem for Sheer. He actually might need to flash out here. This could be an issue. Flandre, good damage. The Maiden giving him the increased damage there. No extra Q though. Need to walk far enough away to make sure the Maiden comes back to you. You know, I have a friend who's a very good Yorick main. He, the thing which he talks about the most in terms of new and older players is the Maiden micro, because it has a mind of its own a lot of the time. So you need to walk far enough away from the turret so it doesn't keep aggroing under turret and get itself killed. You can see that happening there from Flandre. Had to step back enough. So what the hell happened here? Care walks up trying to get that last bit of the wave, and then he just gets... Oh, that's awesome by Kel. That is awesome! This guy is by far the best support in the LPL right now. By far. Doubling into the flash Q, lads to a kill, out of the fog before. Slick play. Quick punish. Did I watch the podcast between Flandre and Burpo? No, I didn't. I hear it was a thing, but, you know, congrats to Georgia and to, Iris for setting that up. Seems like it's a very cool initiative. Hope they manage to keep that up long term. So in the interview before the game, Hope said that Shanks prepared a surprise. Hopefully we get to see that next game then. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, 1,000 Kites in chat. Doing a little bit of translating for us. Yeah, I agree, Mecha. That was very lazy from Care. You shouldn't be dying like that in that position. The wave's getting pushed in. You've gotten your farm. There's no point getting the extra poke at that point. Not being that under that much risk to do so, right? Rather. You didn't care enough? You know, the best thing about Care was when it was the Annie meta, and we get to talk about the Care Bear. And the worst thing was, he was very bad at Annie and would whiff his ult a lot, so the Care Bear was just too loving to deal damage. Tell you what, that was not the best meta for our poor man in the mid lane. Second grabs the spawn, AL have 3. I think what AL need to do is just wait until 1-2 items. Like, the Nash 2, the Zir can fight, yes. But you don't have much on the Jinx just yet. You really need Triforce on the Yorick, and he probably wants to go some more towards that Sterak second. So realistically, anyone's Legend need to just buy a little bit of time. You don't have to fight those grubs. Dragon, they might want to. I think grubs they can give up. Dragon, they don't want to give up for free. I mean, second dragon, yeah, could be worse. Still, a bit risky if you're allowing FPX to get a lot of neutrals. And you see here that as soon as Flandre hits the E, he immediately backs off because the Maiden will get aggroed towards the target hit with the gunk. And you have to back off a fair distance to allow the Maiden to walk back with you. Man, the amount of stupid things I've seen this this champion do over time. I feel like I've seen more Yorick than most because I used to play so much with people who played it. Dragon's going to go down. Smite steal at best. Not going to happen. Jue going to get a pick onto Kyle, but there's a triple knockup from the Brawl Bolt. And the Pantheon ult goes wide. The double shove back, only a single actually. Kyle gets out of that one. Shanks probably should have flashed a little early on that one. Tarzan goes in now though. Maybe seeing that they're a bit out of position. But that's maybe a little too far. Where's the damage? You don't have Hope here. That's an overplay from Tarzan. The first pick shins out. Getting some damage down, but not the most. Jinx ult misses, and I think that removes any chance of a kill. I assume had Flash and Barrier. It would have been risky anyway. Don't get why Tarzan re-engaged there. I think AL had done the hard work of getting out. So Dre goes in for this quick engage. Fantastic roam ult. W comes in as well. I mean, so Shanks gets into a bit of a situation there where, of course, he wants to be in position for Braum to W, but then gets hit by the Nico extended root duration, which allows him to get knocked back. Tarzan going for the extra all-in, though. I think that was a big mistake. That was a mistake. I just don't see, even with a good team fight, how that works out. You know, assume with Flash and Barrier, he's going to do some big damage. So you can assume he's going towards the Yuntal build. So he'll be going towards likely Infinity Edge next for the probably the biggest stat stick 2 items that an AD version can get. They better not beat BLG than start Happy Gaming versus FPX. The thing is, they've had to prepare for 2 teams in best of 3s back to back. That was definitely not Tarzan-like. Yeah, that was my thought too. Tarzan was so good at frontlining. He was deathless on the Shinzao in their win versus BLG, by the way. Absolutely insane. Like, his gameplay on the Shinzao was absolutely clutch. Sees that the red buff's down. And the thing is, preparing for multiple teams, especially one day after each other, that's rough. That is genuinely very rough. FPX doing a good job of keeping a vision. Of course, they do have the early game power over anyone's Legend, but they are only, you know, 500 gold up. They've got no grub advantage. The dragons do help. The dragon is their win condition, but I'm really quite worried now about what happens to FPX in the long run. Flandre winning out on the top side, 20 CS lead. We will definitely check in on that matchup later. Kyle taking some poke. Good job there by Dway to land some good skill shots. tower. Low HP. Kyle gets the shield up, and he gets the ult teleport behind them from the Yorick. He has Triforce. He has tier 2 boots. Here comes the Yorick and the Maiden. They get the instant stun. Tries to go forwards. Can't get the Q just in time. Gets it now. So 1 kill on the board for Flandre on the Yorick. Sion coming in, though, and this is his bread and butter. Feels like he can't do that much, though. Arrived too late to make a difference as a front line. And shit, he's just going to slowly be dragged down into the abyss. Both top laners teleporting, both dying. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 make that. As FPX lose top, mid, and jungle. It's a good teleport from Flandre. I don't actually know whether they needed to take that fight, but now the problem is, I think FPX have an issue now. Yes, they ended up losing those kills. I think the biggest problem is, you just gave a kill over to Yorick. That's one thing. The biggest thing for me is, you have just lost your teleport on Sion, who can no longer permanently reset, be around the map, and then just try and teleport away from the Yorick lane to get something done. That's what happens here. Kyle walks forward, gets the W, gets knocked back. That's a fantastic E into the ult. Doesn't take any damage from the minefield because of the E. Care caught out on traps somehow, some way. Dwayne does a decent job here. And they do a good job of turning onto the Yorick, who would, if he gets another couple of Qs, be just unstoppable at that point. You'll really underestimate the 1v2 potential. Went down to 32 HP to Kyle. It's 31 more than he needed. I'm really worried about this Yorick matchup now. I think that Sheer is going to have a window of time where he can't impact the map. He won't have teleport. And that means that you can start to 4v4 around the map if you need to. No Sion's going to be able to come down to this one. Shadow is not tanky enough. Dway misses out, does dodge out in that W. Shanks tried. He uses ult, looks like. Tried to flash ult. Kag got out with his ult. I guess we'll see a picture. I'm sure we'll see a replay of what happened between those mid laners in a bit. Maybe afraid that there was a teleporter not going to come in from Chaos, so wanted to find a winner to all in. Knows that Sheer doesn't have to teleport himself. Yeah, this is it. What happened here? Ooh, flashes over the combo. Ooh. Very, very close. Oh, so his ult was still down from the first play. And now Kaz is going to be able to combo up with Assume. I don't think Sheer... I was about to say I don't think he saw Assume coming. Gets the 1-for-1 anyway. Assume gets to pick up a little bit of that. But Tarzan's now here with the support around the corner. Assume had ult, had barrier. Misjudges the map play. Shanks brawling it out with the Talir. We said that the Talir, very good matchup versus the Azir, but Shanks making Care respect him an awful lot more. And because of those two deaths, Dragon's going to go to the side of AL. FPX maybe could have set up for that Dragon, but because of the death of both their carries, FPX can't even get close to this now. That's a huge strategic mistake. Tarzan just soloing the enemy ADC. Well, you know, Shanks did a bit with the soldiers. Assume even with a Q upgrade, not going to be able to take that fight. Against an early game Shinzo is 1,000 gold up. Yeah. Don't envy him. Don't envy him at all. Flandre. We have, you know, seen his Yorick get blasted a little bit versus BLG. We talked about how important this game could be for him. Or rather, his role within the game could be very important. Herald. Getting chunked. FPX using the Nico to get some play into the Herald, but Hope is left alone. AL go for the objective and leave the ready carry alone. No flash on the Jinx. Can't escape. How do they retreat? 5v4. Can FPX get anything across the map? Pushing in towards the mid lane. Sheer can try and hold a Q in this choke point. Chooses not to. So at the end of it, FPX get a kill, lose the Herald. Use a couple of ultimates, but hey, FPX will take that kill. Care returning towards the top lane. Not the best teleport from Flandre. Wait, did he just DPS the Herald? If he did, that's fine. Because the DPS from the Yorick is also very high in objectives. Yorick jungle has is actually pretty strong. Flandre. Ooh, doesn't get himself the cannon. Damn. Unlucky. I'm glad that Flandre's in the kitchen again, folks. Brought out the tank Jace earlier in the season. Always been an innovator. Likes to play some different stuff. Sheer's in a bit of an uncomfortable position where he's had to build armor versus the Yorick and a lot of it. But then the Azir gets to kind of just punch you for free in a side lane. AL can afford to choose to play things slow if they want. Bring back the Bloodman, the Vladimir top. Yeah, that's true. Did play that on day 2 of his placement games. We'll say, not the most successful pick ever. Very good in laning phase. Entered it later. But hey, love to see him like that. You know the you know Flandre's nickname in Chinese is the Gun, because he was one of the very first Lucian top lane players. I almost, if I get time and also a budget to do this, I might want to make a video on Flandre. Talk to some of the, talk to Raz, talk to Emily Rand and Kelsey, Kira as well, who has fond memories of him. Make a video about how Flandre was the carry top laner in a generation of tank top laners in LPL. People now assume that all LPL top laners across all time were carries because of the Shy, because of a bunch of other top, Bin, Breathe. Back in 2015 to 2017, because MSI was one with top laners playing tanks like and stuff like Urgot, whatever. Right? Well, not at that point, but later on it was Let Me playing stuff like the Urgot top lane, being more bruiser. That's where it's going to go down. Yeah, because of that, top lane kind of went through a bit of a tank phase in LPL, and it was only really Flandre who played carries at that point, up until the Shy made a bit of a renaissance of carry picks within the LPL, and that became our specialty after that point. Very important player for the tapestry of LPL. FPX, I feel like they've really not used their power spike well. I think they had a 1-item power spike on Pantheon, on, I suppose, the Scion as well. Look how badly this trade's going to go now, by the way. Look how much healing he's going to get from this Q. Sheer cannot play this. Has to use the ult, but this is the 1v2. We were talking about Flandre. How much work has he got? That's a lot of damage coming through from the Kai'Sa. Has a Q for the heal. It's a lot of damage, but he can't escape the passive. Not ready to 1v2 just yet. You can see how close it gets. That'll be scarier later on, but misjudges his first 1v2 of the game. FPX breathe a sigh of relief. Who's the best top laner in the LPL right now? Good question. Okay. Ooh, finds himself a Braum, gets himself stunned. Shanks starts the DPS. That's a Braum ultimate and a flash out of the Sleer. Misjudged by Cat. Didn't spot Kyle on the map there. Best top laner in the LPL? I think Flandre's doing pretty well, right? It's definitely not Bin right now. It's definitely not the Shy. I think it's Flandre. I think Flandre is actually our best top laner in the LPL right now. Yes, he does misjudge things. It's either him, I think in a kind of more of a macro sense, right? 369's also been doing well. I think 369 and Flandre are looking pretty good as it stands. Hey, Omni, good to see you. Oh, it's Hoya for you? Yeah. Where my Hoya fans at? I think that Flandre's laning's not the best comparative to some, but I think that his flexibility and his tactical advantage gives to his team, strategic advantage rather, can be very, very important. Dragon spawning, FPX would love to get themselves a soul point on Hextech Soul, no less. Hope pushing in mid lane. Is he strong enough to team fight? Yeah. Well, we'll see. FPX have that strong Kai'Sa. Their Yorick is not a team fighter compared to the Scion. Tarzan, can you get the steal? What? Jinx? Jinx gets the steal? Shadow doesn't get the smite. And Hope walks away with a dragon. What? Excuse me? Nanny? Anyone's legend gonna walk up, use their fulcrums on the tower. FPX, what the hell happened there? The smite didn't even come through from Shadow. The Jinx ult Dragon Steel comes through again. One of the classics of pro play. Wasn't even like the full max range damage though. Hope just slams it home. What the hell? Oh, the game's falling apart now. You've just lost an inner turret, an outer turret, and dragon. I mean, yeah, Shanks, you might end up shutting him down, but he still has ult and he still has flash. Tries to get out, doesn't use either of those things. FPX will get themselves onto the Atacon. They will get themselves Atacon now, but how many ults did they just use? They used the teleport and they used Shadow's ultimate. I think anyone's legend give over the dragon. Do you really want to fight this in a 4v5? Well, maybe they do. Alright, Yorick's teleporting up. Atacon going down. We're just embarrassed by one objective steal. Almost gets another with a Jinx ult. Tarzan pops the ult, will get out. Kyle will W backwards. FPX get a kill, they get the Atacon. It is something. I still think they trade down in the overall play though. Losing a chance at Dragon Soul, losing 2 turrets across the map for a 1 temporary GA buff. Anyone's legend will absolutely take it. What the frick happened here? Very early smite. Very early. Smiting at 1600? That's way too early, Shadow. Misjudging when the ult would hit, I presume. And yes, the Jinx ult does eventually do more damage than a smite at some points. It does. But you have to be stood next to the objective, has to splash onto it, much more hard to get. Shadow, I think, just panicking there. Just panicking a little. Okay, well, maybe FPX can use the GAs to kind of, you know, buy some time on the map. Potentially go towards the Baron. Only a minute and a half left of it. Look, I know that they get a tower here, but realistically, FPX needed to be a lot further ahead in gold. You need to be able to force plays continuously. This Jinx is going to become absolutely disgusting. You've got the Shojin on Yorick now. I forget that was second on. I don't know if it was going to be the Starix, but the Shojin coming through means that he has just ridiculous amounts of Q uptime, and the damage from the Q goes higher too. It's a lot. You're absolutely right, Clutch. You have to use this for something. You've just earned this GA. You do have the Leandries on. The Talia, and Kaiser is one of the better killers of Baron. Flickback not going to land on Tarzan. Sheer trying to group up and do something. Look, Flandre, when he doesn't have TP, can't fix these situations by hyper split pushing. They get a Pantheon ult there into the mid lane, but there's still a turret here. Sheer goes forwards. They might be able to get Shanks. Dway gets an ultimate. And Tarzan gets a great bot back there. Sundered Sky doing a lot of work. Assume trying to outplay with the ult and the barrier. And I suppose it's a 1 for a half if you count the withdrawal as that. Tarzan, magnificent ult to buy some time, but just caught out a little too much. Shadow very quick on the trigger for pulling these ultimates. So, back towards the Baron. This will be down for free, no smite. This is important. Okay. Alright, Baron actually earned from FPX. We think. Well, there's no smite for anyone's life. It won't be a steal, but do they get out alive? They have no GAs anymore. Flandre walking forwards. Remember, this Yorick is not really a tank. They do drop some damage onto him, but they don't kill him. Dway has to run away from Flandre, and Shadow's gone down. Hope starts to get some resets, and that is a problem. It is the end of all days if Jinx starts the resetting and gets a couple out of it. The ult's going to miss, and suddenly 3 go down. Flandre gets himself a double kill out of that too as the Yorick, and they'll head towards the bottom side of the map, set up towards the dragon spawning in a minute, and FPX, who just worked so hard to get themselves that Baron, will now find themselves with a lack of opportunities to use it. Fiora versus Yorick, is that a good matchup? As far as I'm aware, Yorick beats Fiora, because Fiora can never riposte anything. So Yorick just slowly burns them down over time and has very good sustain at all stages in the game. Yorick is actually very good versus Fiora. I think it used to be a problem when Fiora could, like, kill your ghouls very quickly with, like, an auto Q and get rid of a lot of your DPS in some situations. It's a fun matchup, we'll call it that way. So, this is 5v4. Dre comes in, but Dre doesn't have his ult or flash, so Dre doesn't actually get to impact this play. Ends up being a front to back, where Shadow just gets completely gutted. 4-man or 3-man plus the Maiden Q doesn't really mean that much from Sheer. Karen assumed just run out of damage, and the Jinx gets to wail on your front line. Yeah, Yorick counters Fiora hard. That was my understanding of it, but it has changed over time. Dragon goes down. Oh, there, scary. The ult goes wide from Hope. Wouldn't have been the first time we saw that this game. I was like, oh, surely this is over, but then you see the ult flying by, and you get pictures of Wild Turtle in your head. Yorick actually on the side lane again now has the Starix. Flandre is very strong, folks. He is very strong. Care, though, I will say, 2,000 gold up, has a death cap. I mean, Talia's kind of spooky now, too. God, that was a lot of damage. Level 17 Flandre. Hang on, he's teleporting out. Oh, it's going to be close, it's going to be close. Gets the stun onto him. Now the problem is, you're in the 1v3 scenario. Great Dark Procession. Ult comes through from Care. You need to be careful there, Talia. That Q's going to smack you! Care goes down! And it's a 1-for-1 in a 1v3 scenario. What? Yorick's back, baby. If anyone missed seeing Yorick in pro play, this is going to be quite therapeutic for you. 3,000 gold up individually. Things Yorick does, casually wins 1v3s. Oh, God. Alright, so what happens here? I guess Care gets caught by the Dark Procession. Yeah, he has to flash out of the cage. Care has to flash. And look how much random damage he does. Does get his teleport cancelled, but then you're just giving him slight kind of bits to 1v2. Really nasty. Of course, the stacks come through. Some big work here. And then Care just gets bopped. He just gets bopped. Hits him with a shovel. Sharpest shovel I ever did see. There's 3 ults. Yeah, you do cancel out the teleport. Look, honestly, the biggest win for FPX there is actually getting the teleport out. Because that means he has to stay closer to his team when the Baron spawns and when Dragon spawns. That's just ridiculous, man. Yeah, Flandre, you take a bow. Yeah, you observers, you show him off. Close towards his next item now. What's he gonna go with that, actually? He's got the Star, he's got the Shogun. What else does Tunneler go into? Stride Breaker? Would be kind of funny. I guess the move speed's kind of nice if he gets that. FPX being chased out of that jungle invade. Slightly ahead in goal. I just don't trust FPX to close the game. I don't trust them to close the game. I guess actually no. The carries are actually very far ahead from FPX. I've been talking about this as though AL, well, you know, they never fell that far behind. FPX, you know, they had to scale, they had to snowball harder. I think when they have 2.5k on Kai'Sa and 1.5 going on 2k for Talia, I think they do actually have the damage to win a team fight. They do. It's hard to play, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. You have the 3 items on his ear, that is a problem. Sundered Sky, yeah, you're right, Sundered Sky, I forgot that. The thing is that when I see Sundered Sky not built first, my brain just forgets that it exists. Because Sundered Sky is like almost always a first item, and then I very rarely see it afterwards. But on Yorick, absolutely. Yorick for that first Q, ridiculous. You're healing from the Sundered Sky plus your Q base healing as well. Absurd. Sheer 3,000 gold behind. Still useful as a Scion because you can just put your body on the line. It's just a lot weaker than it was before. So what's the plan for Anil's Legend? Feels like they have to play around the Yorick teleport. Sheer's HP bar is quite large. Yeah, it is. I actually still... Because there's so much random percent HP damage from Yorick though, you missed a cannon there, Cat. We all saw that. Yeah, so much percent HP damage. I still don't think that Sheer can do much against the Liandry's in terms of magic damage percent HP. And then also Flandre with all of his random craziness. Hope, 3 items, doesn't have something like Lord Dominate's Regards for Armor Pen. Going more... Oh no, sorry, he does. What am I talking about? He's going towards a Bloodthirster next though, likely. Level 15. 2 levels behind, assume. It's basically had to be attached at the hip to Kyle, as you do as Jinx. Jinx doesn't really get to solo farm much. Sheer is a minion versus Yorick. His job is to push the ghoul away. Yeah, use the roar of the Slayer to push one of the ghouls off you. Dragon up in 30 seconds. Would be Soul for FPX. Yeah, okay. This is how FPX can win the game, folks. This is how they can win the game. They get themselves a Soul, and they end the game off with that. Oh, it's a Hull Breaker for Flandre. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that one before? I forget about all the tunneler items that that component builds into. Very strong now when he's pushing with a cannon minion. And it means that, yeah, FPX can really struggle to clear out a wave as he's pushing it in. Dragon started up by Anil's Legend, and FPX just don't contest. They give up one. They give up one. Instead, electing to go towards topside on the Baron instead. Dragon goes down. Anil's Legend don't have the best vision on topside, but they still have bits and pieces. Talia will very proactively put down there, but it does mean that Talia is not on the Baron, giving the DPS. The ult's going to come through for a bit of a check, and Tarzan comes in but fails to get the steal. Has the GA, doesn't have to die in the front line here, can just revive. And that will be Baron for 1? Baron for 1, 4 members still having it. Sheer still flashing. Really not sure about that, and Care has to teleport. Great damage coming from the Talia. If Care makes it out alive, this is a different scenario. Can he make it out with his ultimate? No, he can't. He already used it before of it. Teleport, not going to be there for long enough either. The flip back misses. Care will just have a very elongated funeral procession under the top lane turret. I mean, Baron on 3 people, giving over a dragon. My worry now is that with Hullbreaker Yorick, making it harder to clear out cannon minions, I wonder I wonder whether even with the Baron buff, you have issues against the Yorick. However, getting the Baron against the Yorick is well, for yourself so you can control other lanes, is still obviously very, very powerful. They bring it through to a 6-dragon game. Soul very, very late for either team, of course. The attack speed and cooldown reduction for everyone on the map is absolutely disgusting, by the way. Even Braum likes it for stacking his passive in some of those more clutch scenarios. 3 Hextech Dragons? Yikes. Yeah, that's rough. 15% attack speed, 15 ability haste on top of everything else too. Yeah, very, very nice. If you get 4 Hextech Dragons, that's insane, man. FPX, credit to them. They haven't let the Yorick completely take over the game despite having a monstrous individual advantage. It's not really been about the Yorick. Not in terms of the game-winning plays. This was spooky, though. Tarzan, if he steals that, the game does end. That is spooky. You can see that the back line of FPX struggling to actually make a dent. Especially, I mean, obviously with Shinzao ult, it's Shinzao ult, right? When you're playing for double long-range carries, Shinzao is the great equalizer without even being Rumble. How's Jinx in the current meta? I feel like she's always strong regardless. It really depends on laning phase a lot of the time. She's actually more of a mid-game champion than a late-game one, really. Where she hits like 2 items, 3 items with an enchanter and she just goes wild. Obviously, when she's not with an enchanter, her game plan changes a little bit. Pushing with the Baron buff. Yorick on the other side of the map has 4 grubs. I don't think FPX win this map trade, by the way. They get it in a turret. Look how quickly Flandre will take down this turret on bot side. They must teleport here. They know how quickly this will die. Talia goes down there. They do get themselves a turret, but they have to use the teleport to bail themselves back out. They won't have that teleport for the dragon fight now in 2 minutes. And this is why, you know, games like this, even though I think they are, even with even gold, look, they're in a precarious position, right? That's how I'll phrase it. FPX are a team which I have enjoyed watching this split. I think Shadow coming in has occasionally had some duff games, but I think that FPX needed a player like Shadow to call the shots a little bit. They have potential carries in Sheer and Care, who I do respect a lot, and assume, you know, he's been a journeyman in the LPL for a while now, despite me not necessarily rating him incredibly. FPX, strategically, have managed to play themselves into good positions even against good teams. And I've enjoyed watching that, especially against a team like AL. You know, they've come off of most of their prep going towards BLG, you have to imagine, so FPX have a bit of an inroad there. But still, not a bad showing from FPX. 4,000 gold up is Yorick. Built up the upgraded steel caps, or Tabby. Everyone still calls them Tabby. The feats of strength obviously going to add some extra scaling to the game. Hope has his boots as well upgraded. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Soul free the team. That's some very dramatic music in the background. What is that music in the background? Okay. Alright. 20 seconds. Bit late on the setup. Scouting out with Nico and Kai'Sa. Using both their respective Ws. Yorick walking down to the plate. Remember, Yorick, again, not really a team fighter. Wants to be in a 1v1. See how Flandre can get someone separated, isolated out. This is not the best terrain, actually, and I mean, they're just going to try and burst the dragon. Use the ult, the max rank of the Talia. The blast cone might be able to help, but it's not going to be soon enough. Hextech Soul claimed by FPX, and maybe that is the moment. Fantastic Pop Blossom gives a lot of damage. The Braum goes down, and Assume goes into the backline. The sweep from Azir doing some work. Is that enough? I think it might be. FPX, they used a great Nico ult, but no, Kai'Sa still alive. Flandre mopping up at the end, gets some healing, but he can't close the distance down. Hextech Soul for FPX claimed. Tarzan gets one back. And Flandre, the last person alive, can't clean up. FPX claim a 5 rather, for 3 and take the Hextech Soul. They might have just won the game. Fantastic ults by Care. Care's ults on this Talia have been absolutely absurd. I think AL fell into that fallacy of fighting for too many objectives when it should have been the Yorick on the side lane. 5,000 gold on your Yorick is not meant to be used in the team fights. Does get good work down, does clean up some decent amount. It's really hard to Really hard to track what the hell happened in that fight. Permanent Hextech Soul now. Is that enough to win them the game? Great delay here. That ultimate was awesome. Of course, the max rank of your Talia ult has increased the duration. Sheer delays a little bit. They don't hit the backline here, but a double root does. Then Hope on the Jinx just gets everyone on top of him. Has a GA. The GA is obviously very, very important here. But you just can't... Well, as soon as that Pantheon goes into the backline, you just have to respect too many different angles. Can't do anything about Shadow and Sheer coming out their own respective GA and zombie form as well. Great play by Shadow to open up an angle into the backline. It would be so LPL to win against a top team like BLG and then lose against FPX, a team which we is currently 0-3 in the Ascension stage. Both ADCs were synced in Guardian Angel, yeah. I didn't really understand what the hell was going on in that team fight. Well, I was looking at one side of it, trying to see what happened with the Pop Blossom, and I didn't pay attention to the carries enough. I should have paid attention to more of the carries. FPX, couple of thousand gold ahead. Of course, in late game, Madder's last. That Hextech solo adds some inimitable value. Once again, Talia across the place, but now they can't rush that Baron. Not great from this time from Cat. He is my MVP for FPX if they do walk away from this, despite some of his earlier misplays and mispositions. He's had some good games recently. I think his Ari games have been good. We did say, hey, look, if FPX are going to be AL, it's likely from Sheer or Care on a comfort champion. Talia, looking like that for Care right now. Baron getting started. No Talia ult this time. No vision either. Struggling to face check. Hextech Soul makes him... that is such a tanky side. Baron's going to go down. The Synol's going to disengage. And Sheer will get out for free. And once again, AL not really able to use the split pusher of the Yorick to do anything big. I think they should be playing around this. Oh, Hope has Gathering Storm. That's what they're pointing out here. We just went fast 40 minutes. Which means you get, you know, basically... What is it, 40 AD or something like that? Or is it 56? Look, it's a lot of AP. It's a lot of AP. I can't remember how much it is, but it's basically an extra item at this point. Elder, 2 minutes 40. Okay, so in 10 minutes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 48 AD. 48 AD at this timestamp. Ridiculous. Redunculous, some might say. I might say that. Well, well, well. Anyone's Legend thought they'd be able to outscale at some point. Hextech Soul kind of puts that into question, though, doesn't it? Care is so goddamn strong. So as assumed, 3,000 gold up, full build Kai'Sa. Doesn't have any extra gold to go towards him, though, and he doesn't have the Gathering Storm in the way that Hope does. Jinx will... Oh, Care caught out. We said he's very strong. 1v2. Very nearly takes down Tarzan. Could have flashed to confirm the kill on Tarzan, but I think he would die against Shanks after that point. Jigsaw very nearly killing. What's happening on the other side of the map? Anything? Shadow holding his ult, split pushing as the Pantheon. Can join the play at any time he wants. Teleport back in from Cat. Seraphs is down. Zhonya's is up, still safe. FPX crushing through the map, and Sheer is so hard to kill. Nico clone goes in and takes a tower shot and some skill shots. You can see the macro game is very hard to figure out from anyone's Legend now. Shadows, he caught out. Dash for dash. E comes through. That's an insane E from Shadow. Tarzan, his ult's down. That's the blood of their front line. What? This Silence just going in full in. The Zoom jumps into the back line. What's happening with the carries? Hope jumped onto. What's happening on the other side? Jue's down, but that's not equal to your Jinx. Flandre goes into his GA. Shanks cleans up some bits and pieces. Cat almost goes down. I think the Maiden will take him anyway. So close. No, that Talia's alive. Talia's alive, but it's just Shanks. I think FPX might have done enough damage to see this out. Q dodged away from him, the burn will take him. But I don't know whether Shanks can get back to base in time. He can't. FPX, we thought they'd been outscaled, but they get themselves the Hextech. They get themselves the carries. Hope's Jinx gets no clean team fights in this game. And FPX move to 1-0 over the team that just beat BLG. Well, color me surprised. Color me surprised. Anyone's Legend had an exceptional win over BLG just yesterday. But now walk into this game and are humbled by FPX. Hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. I am an LPL caster that's cast over 1,000 LPL games, and I sit here on this stream on my own co-stream because there's no official broadcast anymore. What that means is whether you're watching me or LPL English, the fan broadcast, or Hysterics, or many other co-streamers, you are supporting a region which needs your help now more than ever. I say that very dramatically, but it's kind of true. We don't have a main broadcast anymore. No one's getting paid to cover this region. And it means that we are losing the stories and the hype around these teams and players. If you're here, thank you so much. It means an awful lot of this. Whether that is now, whether that's in the future, looking back to this. And yeah, you get to see moments like this where anyone's legend, yes, they've had good games and they did beat BLG, but is that the whole story? We see here against FPX, maybe they did lack a little bit of prep because they were prepping so hard for BLG just the other day. Maybe they did fall a little bit prey to FPX, and you can see that when you have these back-to-back best of threes, there can be big upsets. Right. Oh, man. I felt like I got better at casting the team fights later on, because at least I was tracking the carries, but even then I got lost a bit. Are you bronze, or was it just a goofy draft from AL? I think that draft should have been good from Annual's Legend. I think that they struggled to split push with the York. I don't think they supported the York enough in the side lane. I think you can literally, at a certain point, go to just join the York and just completely shred the base. With a 5,000 gold lead on the York with a Hull Breaker, you should be killing the base. You should be killing the base, and just send your jungler with flash under the turret as well. I think the first pick Xin Zhao as well really fell off late game. I think that Xin Zhao was not fit for purpose. Yeah, no, this is why we called in drafts. Like, first pick Xin Zhao, okay, played well on it the other day. It's not really a good first pick though, is it? On the whole. And Hope, for all I've sung its praises, not the best thing ever there, actually. Right, I need to go myself a drink, and there was a hydrate in chat. I'll leave you with the highlights. I'm gonna run some adverts now, so there's no pre-roll for those on Twitch. I'm gonna get myself a coffee, and we'll be right back. Shanks elo held? I mean, I don't think Shanks played the team fights that well either. I mean, it's a hard game. I mean, in that point, it's also playing Azir versus Talia. It's another win for Talia versus Azir, and this is actually in like in a big team diff matchup as well, right? FPX are the underdogs. This means a lot, that kind of win. Hello, hello, I'm back. Who got the, wait, who got the, wait, did Assume get it? Who got it? Assume got it? Nah, I don't think so. I think it has to be Care for me. I think that Taliyah was absolutely instrumental. I think it had to be Care, actually, despite his earlier kind of like misplays. It's a very dramatic Mercedes advert.
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界。
Hey Sam, what's up? How are you?
How's the game been? I saw the Tarzan 1v1.
Yeah, at FPX took game 1 versus AL.
Oh, fabulous.
Even though AL just beat BLG yesterday.
That's very FPX.
Yeah, well, it's also, you know, it's very, no, it's not, this happens quite a lot when you have, like, 2 best of 3s back-to-back, one of them against a very good team, one of them against a weaker team.
Yeah, because people prep for the best team.
Yeah, so, like, I wouldn't actually say it's very FPX, I'd say it's understandable given the schedule.
Yeah. I also think it is a bit FPX because they've been very, very volatile and have done things like nab games off NIP out of nowhere and that kind of thing.
NIP aren't AL, though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
We have seen AL drop some games they perhaps shouldn't have as well, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, there's a lot of conflating factors. And, you know, I think FPX aren't a bad team. You know, I've enjoyed watching them.
I've enjoyed the improvement.
Yeah, for sure. Same.
Are you on LEC tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes.
That's cool. That's fine. I will make sure I am all good for 3 best of 3s. Let's go.
Well, I can do, like, I need to leave at, I think my call time's like 2:30 or something.
Right.
So I can do the first series, I think.
Yeah, I'm down to have you join me. That'd be a great time.
But I'll miss a couple of the other series, obviously. But yeah.
Oh, IGTES. Probably gonna join you for that one. It's too good.
Yeah.
I'll run and get you coffee.
Cool, appreciate it. Nice up. But yeah, obviously I'll get that they won their side selection. The 1v1 was kind of funny. We've now seen. I'm really kind of upset that AL didn't enable their Europe to split push very well because it was a 5,000 gold lead on Europe. That should be world ending, really. But no, they can never hit turrets. Oh, I realized that yesterday the stream was really quiet. I don't know why. Did you change the volume on the actual stream?
No, didn't touch it.
No, sometimes it's the just the feed being different arenas and stuff.
Different arena, yeah. No, I didn't touch it.
Yeah, but I just got to like, why is this so quiet? Yeah.
I suppose it's a while where I didn't change the desktop audio properly, but I'm pretty sure
It's
it
all
is.
good. I'm actually going to turn it slightly on here. Just things I can fix it for you guys at home. I can fix that. Normally I have it between like -35 and 40. That's what I try and have it at for people watching. But the thing is, because I have to put on like -5 decibels, it's still really loud in my headphones, even if it's quieter going through OBS. The things you learn when you're doing production. Alrighty. So, do I expect AL to bounce back? Yes. Do I expect anyone's Legend to do something like first pick a Shinzao and not do very much with it again? Well, they can't do the Shinzao. Or something like it. Let's see. Just get us into draft already. Draft. Die Draft. Adidas.
Adidas.
Makes a lot of sense.
Adidas, but not.
Adidas.
Adidas.
Adidas. You wonder why these... It's a German company, right? Adidas.
I
Adidas.
think it's isn't it Dirty Das as well?
Dirty da... Yeah. Yeah. Adidas. Yeah.
Da, it's just Da now.
Da. Okay.
2025 was a terrible year to be a Pyosik fan. I heard that the
What
Fury
happened?
game wasn't
Was it bad?
fantastic.
Oh god. Look, Pyoshik's been up and down like a freaking
Yes.
ping pong ball. No, he had that year on Team Liquid where actually ended up being okay again, actually. But,
Came
yeah.
back to the LCK. And
FPX won game 1? Yeah, they did. They did. They got a Hextech Soul eventually.
God bless.
And Hope's Jinx didn't do that much. It was a pretty big AD carry diff. I think that Care on Talia was very, very good, actually. He was my MVP. And Shadow started fights very well on Pantheon to stop the Flandre Yorick from being kind of just world-ending. Although I think I also didn't enable it very well. They never sent someone to support the Yorick, which I think was a mistake. Huh, didn't realize that, Harold. Good to know. So yeah, we'll get into a draft soon. And we'll perhaps conclude this series. Perhaps go to another one. I'm going to imagine it'll go to another one. His brother founded Puma? Wow, successful family, huh? Been a while since people could be excited about FPX to a good degree. Of course, they had that moment with Milky Way that fell off in summer quite hard, but of course they lost that talisman of a jungler. It's been a difficult road since. Draft for game 2 starting now. A lot of top lane bans, a lot of this stuff which was left out last time. We still have Vi and Skarner open for jungle. So imagine Vi hits the ban list. That champion's just too powerful and fearless, I think. So what happens with Vi and Fearless is that, yes, you can end up, countering the Vi, quote-unquote, in different ways, but Vi makes it so easy to build a composition around a strong central piece which tells you what you're doing. You have Vi and Bessa, Vi Kai'Sa, obviously you can't do that in this game, right? So one of the reasons you'll see that first picked or banned a lot, because even though you can individually deal with the Vi, particularly later into series, or even early on, it unlocks some different champions which might not be good to be played in other games in this series, but it means that you get to flex a little bit with your, Fearless champion pools. Lilia banned away, interestingly. Does that signal Skarner or Sejuani for anyone's Legend? Oh, I never realized that, actually. Damn, the clothing wars. The clothes wars. Begun? The clothes wars have. 5 banned away, that champion which we're talking about. Now, Skarner's still up and available. Callista, Varus. Varus is an easy lock-in. Super lane dominant, very versatile, very good for Hope. So what do we do here? Sejuani Yone, maybe? Good lock-in, potentially. Assume does play a lot of the Ziggs. Really, this early, though? This early? Could potentially allow Shanks to go Yone. I guess Care could go Silas or Akali after that point, but I don't love that. Anyone's Legends lost? How? They lost a Hextech Soul. Didn't split push very well with the Arc, and the Jinx didn't really get to do that much. Sheer became a hyper tank at that side on the front line. I'm very surprised that we didn't see the Yone lock-in by FPX early here. really prioritizing that Ziggs, huh? I guess it's okay in lane versus the Varus. Maybe they think, look, this is our lane answer into the Varus. And it doesn't require you kind of like winning some flippy early fights, which can actually throw the game with it. So, I suppose that's okay. Kali for Shanks. Now that's something, isn't it? Nautilus, good combination with the Ziggs. Works very well in bot lane. Not great versus the Poppy all the time, if that Poppy does go down towards the support role. And Kyle is a very good Poppy player. No Yone locked in first, though. Maybe at this point, actually... Well, you don't have... If you're an LCK team... A lot of the time you don't pick melee synergies with the Sejuani, because you realize actually the Sejuani is a good enough piece even without that melee synergy. You can use it just as a tanky jungler, a consistent frontline, and consistent engage. LPL has been more about the melee synergies. FPX banning away Renekton, which they could have picked towards. Predictions up in Twitch chat, by the way, if you'd like to add some points to that. And no FPX believers? Shame on you. Nocturne banned away from anyone's legend. Typically pretty good with the whole diving onto the Ziggs thing. Pretty good versus Sejuani too. Yorick didn't do his job properly last game. I think that anyone's legend didn't exactly help him do his job either with the map. You can't just... I think that he should have split pushed the game to a win. Absolutely. And Bessa locked in for sheer. Blind picking it, but there's no Jace, no Gwen. No Rumble, which are typically your better matchups into that champion. And banning away the Renekton now makes more sense, actually. I should have spotted that one earlier. If you go towards the Alistar now, it means that the Poppy can go top lane for Flandre. Last pick, flex between jungle and top lane for anyone's legend now. I think the Poppy's okay into the Ambassador, unless Flandre has some different ideas. They have enough physical damage. They have enough magic damage as well. They've got a split between those two. Feels like Akali is kind of alone and diving on in some places. Skarner's gone through all the way the draft, of course. Alright, Poppy top, Skarner jungle most likely. I mean, random chance of a flex, but that'll be the easy one. Last pick for FPX. Mid lane, most assumed. Tristana in for FPX. So, I wouldn't call either of these compositions particularly coherent, you know? Both of them have got some strong individual pieces. You have the double demolitionist of Tristana Ziggs, so if AL give up too many grubs or if they give up a Herald, I think FPX slam towers. They slam it like nothing else. Anyone's legend on the other side. Decent tank frontline with the Poppy, the Alistar, and the Skarner. If they can close down a target on the side of a fight, a wall stun into Skarner over the wall as well, Alistar, the Akali should be able to do a lot. I do think this game hinges a lot on how well Shanks is doing, because Shanks needs to finish off a lot of these kills. This is not an easy composition to play from anyone's legend. I don't think that these drafts are particularly coherent, you know? Very strange day of drafts. Hope was saying that Shanks had prepared a surprise as well, but I don't think this is the surprise. What was he planning? This and more to find out. Oh well, into game we go. The headset looks massive on Sheer, it always does. It's a funny look. Anyone's Legend down 0-1 versus FPX, who took that first game pretty well versus Anyone's Legend. Stalled it out into late game, got a Hextech Soul. and made sure that Hope basically couldn't play the game. You know, his Legend just beat Billy Gaming the other day. It would have felt like they'd really achieved something, but they need to stick the landing here, or rather get themselves into the air against FPX. Oh, a couple of FPX gyros in there. The thing is, it's unlikely to have... The thing is, the reason why some of the gyros are going to be less loud today, folks, is because Invictus Gaming are playing next. And they have such a huge fan base, and they have such a huge amount of following. Everyone buys out the tickets to see them. By the way, I did change away some volume and stuff again, so let me know how game sound is in chat. It helps me out a lot if you can let me know so I can figure stuff out. It can help quite a lot. So, triple teleport from FPX. The Ziggs is afforded that ability to run that. I think the Ziggs into the Varus is not a bad idea. In fact, something which Gilius was talking about. He made a TikTok about this of the Sivir versus the Varus. I actually think Sivir is a really good pick into Varus. If you can spell shield away the Q or the E, and then later into the game, like press your R button for the engage to come through. Hang on, needs to be a little bit careful. It's Aftershock trade for Aftershock. Hope gets better early auto attacks, of course, than the Ziggs, but HP traded back and forth, but it's HP onto the AD carry, importantly here. If Assume can get himself another skill shot like that, suddenly Hope is half HP, and then you can start threatening onto that Varus itself rather than onto the Alistar. It's always better to take HP off of the AD carry than off of the support if possible. Dre losing a little bit too much HP there, I gotta say. They are winning the race to level 2, though. Wow, Assume really walking up aggressively. Gets another Q auto onto target. Hope walking up way too far there. Kyle can't go for the combo first. Assume Dre good for early level. If Hope had stepped forward into that, even though it wasn't tower range, I reckon FPX win that one, you know. What is the audience chanting about? At the start of every game, you'll hear one person in the crowd call out the team's name, say AL, and then the rest of the crowd, or the fans of that team, will say Jio, which means basically means fighting or whatever when you hear it in Korea. Comes from, hang on a second, it's Shadow walking in. Did he get himself a mini Krug there? A Raptorlet, not a Kruglet. Right, it comes from the Hong Kong racing scene apparently, Jio, which means to add oil. Made sense in the driving scene, but basically means, you know, it's kind of like you're fighting or let's go AL or whatever. But it's become a thing, so they do that 3 times and then the other team has a crack at it. So AL, Jio, AL, Jio, AL, Jio, and FPX. Or Fun Pluser. Jio, Fun Pluser, Jio, Fun Plus, Jio. Shanks getting jumped on here. Has the W. No extra auto attacks will come on target. FPX, using control of their mid and bot lane well to allow Shadow at least an inroads into the jungle. Not leading to that much though. And that's a problem because Tarzan actually gets to go over and steal a camp over himself. Is anyone coming to respond to him here? Sejuani. This actually the jungle thing right now is probably the most important thing on the map. Observers, we need to see that one. Tarzan now going to get jumped on by Cat. Does he have to flash out? Flashes into the edge of Ixtal. Goes forwards. Remember, would have the passive here. Can he get it? Does get the damage down. I don't think there's going to be that much more than that, though. Double flash for mid-jungle for just the flash of Tarzan. Tarzan takes that. As long as he doesn't die, he's fine. There's only Krugs up. I guess the problem is maybe this buys double scuttle for Shadow. That's why Flandre is immediately walking into top river. Because he really wants to... Well, so he wanted to deny that, or at least get some eyes on Shadow. What's happening on the other side? Oh, Kyle's gotten into the brush here. Remember, no flash on Sejuani or onto Tristana. Flandre's around the back here. He needs to get the kill. He needs to get the reset. Oh, so close. So close, but not enough. First blood goes over to Flandre on the Poppy. Really intricate map movements coming through as, you know, Tarzan escaped with that summoner advantage in the mid lane. Shadow is trying to go towards the double scuttle, but then AL find another angle into the mid lane. Yes, they will lose that double scuttle, so Shadow is ahead in the jungle matchup, but AL come out ahead themselves, I think, really overall. Thanks for clearing that up. No problems. If you have any questions in chat, always let me know. It's good to chat to you. Shanks walking forwards again. Chooses not to go back onto that minion and clear that out. Gets the extra bomb damage onto him. Care misses an auto attack and loses some damage there. Assume taking a lot of damage onto him now. Early lane went well for FPX. Do turn things around though, Kyle. Low HP. Ignite put onto him. That's the passive, and the minions are still autoing. Hope has one last arrow, but that's it. Does he have an E? Does! Goes forward for an auto attack, but he doesn't get the kill. Now suddenly Shadow's just around the corner. Can he Q and W? I think he could potentially get himself towards a kill here. So close. Hope committing the flash. Just missing the kill range. Poppy's Flandre is broken. It's pretty good, huh? I think Flandre has been on really good form this split. It's great to see such an old god of the LPL top lane doing well. Care still has control of mid lane. As you do as Tristana, hyper pushing for forever. If you get grubs, that's a problem for anyone's legend. If you give grubs over to Tristana onto Ziggs, you feel very, very bad. This is going to be 2-for-1 trade most likely. Well, I say that, Tarzan doesn't even get himself into smite range. Doesn't even contest for that. Maybe afraid of Shadow just immediately QWing him. You don't want to give up his life. 3 grubs over? That's a problem. You must fight for the second set of grubs now, and I think FPX, knowing that, can set up appropriately for it. Now, normally I'd say, well, you know, Dragon is typically better if you can stop all 6 grubs going over. You only need to take the one of them. By failing to take any grubs in the first set, FPX, I think they can give up Dragon's setup for whenever the second Dragon, second set of grubs come up. If that's appropriate for it. We'll see if the Dragon's still alive, of course. If they can get themselves towards 5-6 grubs with a Tristana and a Ziggs, go towards a Herald after, that's disastrous for AL. That's disastrous for them. Double Demolitionists in Corki and Tristana is not something to toy with. This is something that ruled the LPL in 2023. It was my first year casting the LPL, so I remember it fondly, and I'm maybe a bit biased towards that meta, because I remember it a lot, and I really try hard to try and understand that one. But if then suddenly you get Tristana or Ziggs left alone in any lane, Tau dives in a single wave. Anyone's legend composition is not that clean. Dragon goes over, but FPX, again, they're playing around grubs. They're playing around topside right now. That's okay. This is what we were talking about. Dragon goes down, FPX didn't need to force for that. But anyone's legend, I mean, what does their composition do? It CCs someone and then Nikali blows them up. They don't have consistent DPS. None at all. Flandre's going to get ulted. That could still be an issue. He has no flash. Shadow has ult, and he hits it. Oh, the Ambassador ult comes in as well. Aggro was onto Shadow. No chance of a kill. Flandre goes down. No one was coming to help him. I think maybe... Could he have just walked away? Maybe not. The charge wasn't that big from the hammer. Skarner and Poppy, but you call FPX a better draft. The thing is, I love Skarner and Poppy's individual champions, and I think that, you know, Poppy into technically 5 dash champions, the satchel from Ziggs counts as that too, is obviously very powerful. But where's the consistent DPS? You know, Poppy isn't that, Skarner isn't that. Akali hits one target, can sometimes clean up, and needs to be ahead to do that too. And Varus is poke, it's not DPS. Varus can sometimes carry these fights, for sure, he can do. But I'm very worried about anyone's legend when it comes to the team fighting. They're a good team. They're a top team in the LPL. They've given themselves a hard job, though. I think Tabe might have cooked a little too hard. Whereas on the other side, you know, Tristan is consistent damage. Ziggs is probably a little better at consistent damage than the Varus, because you've got lower cooldowns on your Q and stuff. But still, not the best there, right? I get it. Ambessa is more damage than Poppy, of course, too. Harder to do it into the likes of Alistar and into Poppy, but hey. Sheer has been a hell of a character. I think FPX are in a good spot now. 1,000 gold ahead. If they get themselves, you know, a couple of grubs from the next one, if they get 5 or 6 grubs, I think FPX are... I think they're flying. I think they're off the ground. Ooh, good damage from Flandre. Tarzan on top side. Has flash, has impale. Ooh, hook comes in. Here comes Tarzan. Is that enough? And this is a big rotation up. Flandre does have flash, but is he going to have a chance to use it? I don't know. I think he just is. Tarzan gets a great impale onto 3, and that's suddenly going to be Assume. How the hell is Assume under turret? FPX cock up the dive topside. There's no else onto Kyle. That's a bit of a problem, but here comes Shanks. Is that going to be enough to clean up? 2 for 1, rather. 2 for 1 in the top side. FPX somehow get their Ziggs under the turret. That is a mistake. 25 seconds till the Dragon. No, Dragon grubs, that's the spawn. Sheer misses his ult. Some misplays by FPX when they're in a great position to take over in the game. That's important. Now AL do have themselves much better advantage onto the setup of grubs. They need those grubs. Shanks getting kills is a bit of a problem for FPX because the Akali is part of the cleanup. If the Akali gets gold, AL can do some mad stuff this game. That's their out. That's their out. Grub's getting started. Can Shadow go over it? Oh, get on to Assume. Has flash and he has barrier. Ship in top side. He needs to flash away and does do so. Can they get themselves onto the grubs? One is taken away. Is that enough for AL? So 5 grubs over to FPX. They stop the 6. That is important. The 6 is important for FPX, but they still get 5. I'm going to call that still strategic win for FPX, but it's not the full house. So what happened here? Just, well, gets wall stun. Bad angle for him. She shouldn't be taking that easy damage. Hook lands. I mean, the Impale is absurd, right? What happens here? Oh, no. Assume satchels the Skarner into him. And Kyle. Ooh, great flash away from Assume. But Dwayne might have been left out to dry. Gets the Riptide. Shadow's on top side. Shanks doesn't have his ult just yet. Kyle's doing his best. Impale comes through. Shanks is getting a kill onto someone here, I assume. Dwayne doesn't have the flash. Hope gets his ult. That's one down. And that'll be a second from the Akali. Mistake after mistake from Assume. Over pushing in the top side. Drags his team into the abyss with him. And now Akali is starting to get some gold. This is the point where I think actually FPX start to really sweat. I think before the Akali got to this amount of gold, I think you'd say, well, you know, we can play around grubs. We can play around a better DPS. Now I think it's a problem. Now I think it's a big problem. Slight gold lead over to anyone's legend. How is this remotely working for anyone's legend? Punishing mistakes. Tried and tested. Punishing mistakes. Massive overstay and overpush from Assume and topside. Massive overstay. That's the kind of positioning mistake you can't afford to do as Assume. It's like when Elk solo almost, I have to say Elk almost solo lost a game against T1 in World Finals, right? Overpushing as the Ziggs versus the Silas. Faker gets that solo kill. The game snowballs from there. Ziggs is one of those champions you must be absolutely certain your positioning is correct. Dragon, taken by FPX. No contest on this, goes down. FPX need to find, I think the Herald is very important to them too, of course. The Satchel with Ziggs allows you to, of course, finish off the Herald charge. You have the 5 grubs as well. Flandre doing well in the individual matchup against Flandre from what we've seen. You see that FPX not really got the map positioning to use their grubs in the way that they want. Tristana's on the weak side of the map. Shanks has the chance to all in him as well. Very strong Akali. 5 Dark Seal stacks. That's an extra 20 AP on top of their base. It's only 350 gold, you know. So it's basically double value for the 350. So he's 350 gold ahead of the curve-ish. Goes up to about 700 gold ahead, maybe slightly more than that. Kyle behind the Tristana. Could pop the ult, look for a tower dive. Spotted moving out of the brush now. A little bit worried for FPX because you need to find a way to start pushing out lanes. I will say that anyone's legend very good at lane assignment. On the whole, very good at using their resets to get a matchup which they can kind of eke out something on the map for. Herald in a minute. FPX mainly got control around bot side, though. Do they really want Sheer to just take a turret instead? I mean, you do want to use your grubs for something. If they can't win the fight around the Herald, obviously they shouldn't go for it. Do they feel like they can't? I mean, obviously Varus is in a good point with the Ghost Blade. This Akali is absolutely destructive. So. Zor. Skarner with Heartsteel. Sejuani with it too. Both of them kind of online as frontline duty tanks. Dragon coming, Herald coming up now. I'm just saying dragon for every objective. Everything is now a dragon. It's like MTG all over again. Assume pushing him mid-wave. Hope trying to get some poke down. The poke you get now will matter coming into the Herald. FPX don't have the best terrain for the Herald. They're on red side, so they're stuck against the wall. Care will take care of this wave. Make sure that Shanks has to be, you know, paying respect to that. Ooh, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. Ken needs to be very careful here. That's half his HP. Can teleport back into the play, but needs to be careful with that kind of rotation. FPX not really approaching anything with many intent here. Tristana recalling. Ambessa teleporting towards the top side of the map will control that wave. Poppy ult, here's the Sejuani, and FPX, it feels like they've been very lazy in their setup. Herald's going to go over to Anyone's Legend, now the jungle's out of the picture. Would have felt like Jway should have been the one to walk up rather than Shadow. And while all this is happening, FPX don't choose to cross map. They don't choose to use those 5 grubs. Tarzan potentially looking for an Impale here. Assume has Flash. Might be able to trade Flash for Flash. FPX, I mean, that is the time where you show your macro chops. You try and get something out of your 5 grubs. Or get the Herald. You do neither. Anyone's Legend, much better on that front. Poppy ult's good from Kyle. Not from Kyle, from Flandre. Not expected to be Kyle because he's a very good Poppy support player. And FPX feels like they had a real moment in the last couple of minutes to get something done, but they don't quite realize what they have on the map. Most of the Shear's gone for the Black Cleaver second instead of the Shojin. Better against the Poppy. Well, Skarner too, late game too. Good damage from Shear. Maybe the Ambassador. I don't know. The Ambassador into this team comp is not going to do that much work, folks. I do struggle to see how that's going to work out in the way that they want. Shadow walking up. There is Flash on Flandre. Doesn't want to use the Q. Needs to wait that out. Oh, has to flash away. The ult misses from Shadow despite it being a point-and-click target. And Flandre punts them out. Big mistake by Shadow and Shear that they're missing a little bit. Flandre gets out alive. Suddenly that means that the Herald goes into mid lane instead. Yes, the tower does go down. Nautilus ult comes through. It's going to be onto 3 members. That is a huge Nautilus ult. Shear flashes in, immediately punts it out. That's a problem. Teleport coming in from Shanks. Can Shanks get any kind of cleanup? Maybe not. Care can jump forwards. Flandre comes back into the play. FPX lose their mid lane turret, take top lane, and they take a kill with it. How much do they get off of this play, though? Shanks needs to try and clean up. If you can do, that's huge. Remember, they have the satchel for the tower execution, and they'll get it. It's one there. Punts Flandre back too, actually. Dragon available. Okay, so FPX finally do open up some towers on the map. Is that something they can realistically play around, though? Well, we've yet to see that. Shanks was so scary on that flank. Still think that Flandre should have died for free up in that top side. What happened here, then? Dre spots out Tarzan. Assume forced off the tower. That's not bad. That's actually okay, actually. Dre does very well here. And this is an awesome Nautilus ult. Hits, you know, the whole team. Shear does, you know, flash into melee range of Ballister and get punted out the fight. It's not the best played by him. But hey, he's contributing. Dragon up now. Anyone's Legend holding position in the river. In this brush here, trying to keep vision control. Shanks. Ooh, that's important. If they get some good poke onto him, that can change things. Half HP on the Akali. Hits the E, and there goes the Alistair. Kyle sets up for a great kill. Another great play from our best support in the LPL on current form, and 2 kills swiftly come in for Anyone's Legend. FPX. Disrespect the cow. That should allow Anyone's Legend the ability to take the dragon. Stop FPX from cross-mapping again. Once again, FPX, they have the 5 grubs. They have great tower killing potential, and they choose not to cross-map. They don't go and push in waves and threaten AL across the map. This is one of the biggest differences between our mid-table and top-table teams in the LPL. Cross-mapping is so much more effective from our top-table team. Shadow is forced to flash out because of another great play from Kyle. This dude's been so exciting to watch over the last month or so. He's going to get his ult pop, does dodge away from that Ziggs, and goes in again. The Impale is huge. Shit is into the backline, and maybe he can do some work, but Shanks is here, doesn't have his ult. How much can he do without it? Care doesn't get wall stunned. Flandre needs to be a bit careful now. 1 for 2 currently because Assume got blasted. Now Shanks has his ult back up. Anyone's Legend takes him a while to get the dragon, but they get it nonetheless. They get a bunch of kills on their way out. Thank you, Leslie. Very kind words to you. You know, I'm not going to get all analysis perfect, but it's nice to muse about things and hopefully make things more understandable, right? I think particularly in the LPL, there's so much random gameplay stuff to talk about. And I think one of the key things when you're talking about League of Legends is figuring out whether it's right to criticize someone. You can always nitpick, but when you think about, well, you know, FPX, they are giving up control of various areas of the map. Being able to judge, is Kyle the best support in the LPL right now? A lot goes into saying statements like that, and it's not easy to say a blanket statement. But Kyle has been so consistently good. It's easy for him because he's flashy, right? He gets the flashy players, but all of his work moving around the map with Tarzan as well. You know, the way that he was threatening people under turret, the way that he's been getting onto important targets and teamfights is very, very cool to see. I think Shanks on the Akali's had a great game too. We'll see whether he can clean up. Anyone's Legend, they're making it work somehow. Edge of Night on Varus is big, gives him a lot of safety. It means he can't get pinged by a Sejuani ult or an Ambassador ult too. Which is very, very important, of course. Well, what's next up on the table? Anyone's Legend, slight gold lead. Not huge, but slight. Randuin's Omen in from Tarzan. Ah, that's going to shut down Care so much. Care needs 3 items. He needs Infinity Edge and he needs Lord Dominate's Regards. I don't think he gets that in this game. And that's a problem. The Tristana has not been allowed to go towards sideline turrets. Has not been able to use the 5 grubs. This is a problem, though. Hope has gone too far, and the Edge of Night doesn't help you if it is blown by everything in melee range. Shanks can't get himself into the play soon enough. Shanks may be able to get in for an ultimate. Doesn't get across the wall of his way. Shadow going forward to get in the Ambassador ult. Misses. Ah, shit, has not been great at accuracy on them so far. It is an important kill onto the Varus, and it forces Anyone's Legend out of their jungle. And Anyone's Legend make a slip up. This is a game of all time. Okay, so a kill over to Care. That's important. Any gold onto this Tristana makes a lot of difference. Which is why I've been, you know, they did get that top lane outer turret for Tristana. I don't think mid lane was theirs. I think that was shared between a lot of people. But Care needs to be in side lanes. Needs to be using these 5 grubs to be getting some value. Of course, players like Shanks were very, very, very good in that meta. It was Scout who I typically credit with the innovations around macro of that time. Yeah. And there's some really fun things you can do in terms of macro play. And there are a bunch of games I can talk to you about that. Hope just goes into a really bad position. I don't know why he had to stand up that far. You know, you're a poke Varus, you don't have to put yourself that close to Fog of War. Turns out there is just it's kind of a perfect storm of, oh crap, I've walked into melee range of a Nautilus, basically. Oops. Oh, so close from, so close from Shi. Why was Hope there, man? Hope had an awesome day yesterday. Today's not been nearly as good. Which is a shame. It is a shame. Atakan started up Anyone's Legends. This is Ruinous. Would empower their dragons. Also, FPX get it, would empower their grubs. Trying to walk through Tribrush is a problem. Kyle has ult, and he wants to be a frontline. Keep them away from the Atakan. Shanks comes through, and he gets straight onto Assume. Oh, Shanks. Shanks has been insane in this game so far. Shanks Akali has been utterly absurd. Can get that R2 over the wall. Misses it, but he does hit the E onto Care. Force him to jump away. Anyone's Legend. Mission accomplished. Kyle holding the Tribrush. The most important thing about an Atakan fight. They get the kills. They get the objective. FPX, once again, walk up to a fight that they don't win. They're not cross-mapping. They're not getting good value out of their 5 grubs, which they fought hard for in the early game. I think FPX are feeling the need to fight far too much. Giving over an Atacon can be very powerful, can be a very big loss. It can be. But FPX need to use their macro. They need to use their grubs. Great flank angle from Shanks. This is what happens when you rush towards an area of the map. You walk over wards and you don't cover every angle of attack. Because they rush towards the tri-brush, it gives Shanks an angle into attack here, and he just completely wrecks the backline. The Ziggs has not had a good game. Assume good early laning phase, really struggled after that point. Oof, very nearly got on to Care there. If they want to fight a Tatakan, why do they not go through the river? Because they didn't have the time to. You have to push up a wave to do that. They had to rush towards it. They had no control over the map. Sheer currently 3-0-1. The Ambassador's doing a lot of work. There is over a 9-stack Dark Seal. Akali on the other side. I know it's something that I talk about a lot because it's the meme in the Magi's, and Magi's is by far my favorite item in the world. But when you get to 10 stacks on Magi's, I'm reminded that, you know, he's got a bunch of gold. The stacks of Dark Seal are not counted into your gold. Once you get to 10 stacks, you're about another 700 gold ahead, which is kind of insane. So he's about 1,000 gold ahead, even though it's not shown on the individual matchup at the bottom of the screen. The only way FPX throw the game is Trist. Wait, all AL 5v5s are unbeatable against FPX. The only way FPX throw the game is Trist split push. I really don't agree with that. They have 5 grubs and they have Trist Ziggs. Their split push is very, very good. So I do disagree with that, and I think we've seen plenty of evidence for that over time in the LPL, who's been very, very good at split pushing with Tristana and getting value around the map. So I disagree with that. And as we've seen, the 5v5s from AL have actually been very good. FPX have not been playing well in the 5v5. Thank you very much for the resub, by the way, Darkwall. Good to see you. XDD indeed. What are the win conditions for each team? FPX really wanted to get ahead with their demolition comp. Get the grubs early and force around them. They go really deep onto Shanks, who does double stasis, both ults, flashes out of the hook, and will fly back into the play if he wants to. Oh, Shanks outplays in the 1v3. Teammates come in, and FPX have just had their ankles not just broken, but shattered. Double kill over to the Akali. And the FPX wondering why they tried at all. What the heck happened there, FPX? You don't need to throw both ultimates on at the same time. Layer them over each other. Make sure the stasis doesn't come into that arm guard. Very, very valuable. FPX, I think they're a bit tilted for that one, folks. Flandre's not going to die here either. Oh, Shanks. What a play. The win condition from anyone's legend is because they don't have very much consistent damage. Their win condition is getting Akali enough gold and enough good angles so that she can kill the backline in every important fight. We've seen that Shanks has managed to get a lot of that. Oh my god, that's a good arm guard. But why are you throwing the Sejuani ult and the Nautilus ult at the same time? That to me counts as... It talks to me of panic. Desperation. And I don't think they have a clear idea of what they want to do in this game. Shanks has completely broken them. Completely broken them. Akali is way too relevant now. In every fight, in every 5v5, we've seen the Akali getting onto this poor Ziggs, the Tristana too. On the other side for FPX, what they really want to do is scale up with their double DPS carries. Tristana Ziggs, long range, keep the distance. And the way that they would typically do that is by getting gold from towers, demolishing the map, giving them good macro power play to play around dragons later as well. Shadow taking a surprising amount of damage from the Poppy there. FPX got themselves the 5 grubs. That should have been a win condition for them. Kaz now on the bot side, but now you're doing this now when you're behind the game. Look how quick you take these towers. Great, cool. And if you get enough gold as the Tristana, you can get towards the Lord Dominus Regards, and then maybe the Poppy and the Skarner are actually killable. Maybe you can play much more defensively at that point. Let's play for the Tristana range. Death Cap in for Assume. That's another important point too. Is there much magic resistance on the other side? There's a little, but it's not the most in the world. Does need it, though. Does need a Void Staff at some point. I agree, Vinicius. I do remember. I do agree with that. He says in Onivia's chat, in my opinion, anyone's Legends is so far ahead right now. All FPX had to do was wait, because Varus wouldn't do any damage to Sejuani and Ambessa, particularly in late game. I agree. I agree with that. It's a poke Varus. There is no consistent DPS really. Varus can can do a lot of damage over time, for sure he can do, but it's not the same as having an on-hit or a, you know, more tank-killing ADC. But now you have Varus with, also with a swift, this is a separate point, Varus with feats of strength, swiftness boots, the swift marches, very, very good at walking in for the extra arrow, because you have so much flat movement speed. With the Ghost Blade as well, you are very, very hard to deal with. Get hydrated? I will do, thank you. Where is Anyone's Legends macro? I think they want to group and force fights. I think that Anyone's Legend now basically they don't want FPX on side lane. So they want to group up, death ball a little bit, clear out vision. And the other thing about, you know, where's their macro and whatever. Because they don't have the grubs, they don't want to split pushing themselves. And they have Soul Point. I think Cloud Soul in this game is insane, by the way. They have the lower range composition, trying to close down onto the enemy backline. If Akali goes in with ult, there is no way that a Ziggs or a Tristana are getting out without blowing important cooldowns. Cloud Akali is disgusting in this game. Pops the ult, goes into the Shroud, and gets perfect position to chase you down. Very, very hard to chase away from that. Varus as well. Pops the ult. No way you're closing that champion down. Ooh, Carol dodges out on the Q. Does have his ultimate, pops it immediately. So, remember, watch that Akali. Tarzan gets Buster shotted away. But Akali left alone to kill that. Well, not left alone. Sejuani, rather. Left alone to die. Tarzan, great angle there. Forces the... It was a Satchel, the Buster shot, by the way. Satchel, I missed which punt away it was. FPX. Try an angle towards the dragon. Free soul for Anyone's Legend. Free soul for them. I want to see Shanks go back and get a Magize, by the way. If you get Cloud Soul and you get the Magize for the extra 10% movement speed, oh, you are zooming. Speed running into the back line. Level 18 on that as well. 2 levels ahead of Cat. Clean game from them. First game was less so. I don't think that they enabled their split push very well on the Yorick. Might have been just first game of the day, especially after such a long day yesterday. But still, worth calling out. They had last game yesterday, first game today, so quick turnaround for them. Someone questioning whether Anyone's Legend are that far ahead in Twitch chat. Not on Twitch chat, in Onivia's chat. I think strategically they are. I think the Akali is at a point where it's very hard for the Tristana and the Ziggs to play out their game. So while it might not show in the overall gold, they have the Soul. Akali is very, very fed. 10-stack Dark Seal, has the Zhonyas as well. I think Shanks can pretty much win any fight for Anyone's Legend as long as he gets some damage onto Care or Resume. That being said, 3.5 items for Care. Care is actually getting a lot of gold and, of course, did manage to... Oh, flash away from Shadow. Not the best, that. If the fight becomes about just hitting frontline, I think FPX win now, actually. Again, they're not so far behind, that's the game. That's the way it'll happen, but I just don't see that being very likely for FPX. Yeah, I don't see that being very likely. Hello, Sam. Dankeschön. As we see Jway, yeah, he's got a flash. Won't be able to use it. Goes down very, very easily. Anyone's Legend, much more clean game this time. Shank's incredible game on the Akali to punish FPX. I will say, though, FPX, I feel like they really have misused their early game. They've fallen into this position. They had 5 grubs, didn't really get the chance to use that well. Baron will get started up now. FPX will have their vision cleared by the Void Scuttle. Can they really contest? I mean, they're going to have to bloody try, but they're walking into enemy vision. Again, this is the difficulty of walking into an area of the map where you have not swept out, especially when you have something like that Akali waiting just in the wings. Care spots them now, but is it going to be enough to do anything about the goddamn Baron? No, it's not. Shadow's walking over, but it's going to be done just in time. Kyle uses his HP as a resource, delays the investment of FPX going towards that Baron. Gets the Baron 5 out cleanly.
Wow, that Akali is giga strong. Let's come in to see how things are going, and the answer is...
Not well for FPX.
No, not well for FPX, and
yeah.
I'm sort of looking at some of these breakpoints. This Akali is insanely strong, and I'm going, it's just another FPX 1-2, isn't it? And Shadow, now in danger in the middle.
Oh, great flash and pale. Shanks goes forward, and look how much damage the Varus and the Akali immediately put down. Assume not the easiest time on the Rift for him. 0 and 5 on the Ziggs, struggling to make an impact. Besides the weight in the wallets, he's now become for Anyone's Legend. I don't think this is going to go towards an Elder, folks. The Cloud Soul makes it so easy to chase down. No, they don't have grubs, they have everything else they need to. The Varus Soul over the wall will add even more damage into Dwayne. He's lucky to make it out with his life. The Tremors very nearly pushing him down into the dirt. base is broken for anyone's Legend and FPX. They have not really had much of a chance to give up a fight.
I walk in 5 minutes and anyone's Legend decide they're going to end the game in very short order. Sheer goes forwards and tries to Drake Hound step around, but unfortunately what is a Hound before a Dragon in the form of anyone's Legend? Or I suppose more aptly, a set of very angry pandas. Shanks will execute one more to go 6-0 and 9. What a showing from him. A triple kill to end out the day. And anyone's Legend will make this series an even one and leave us with a decider to go.
Sam walks in, watches the game, comes through, shouts at the Nexus for a bit. Could leave now.
Yeah, no, probably. I'll be here for the second series. It's great.
You know, I was thinking like, oh, do I get annoyed that he steals the Nexus? I don't give a damn. It's just very funny. Anyone's Legend, very cleanly playing through that. Shanks likely to walk away with the MVP. There was a fantastic play early, which you didn't manage to catch. Sam, it was in there. He walked into a side lane. 3 people walk him. He Seekers, the Nautilus ult, and the Sejuani ult, both been thrown in for the same time. It was a mistake from FPX to layer both of them at the same time. So double Seekers, so the stasis onto the double ults. Turns around, teammates come in, walks out with 2 kills. So he's just YOLO, walks out alive.
Oh my god.
That was, yeah. Folks, this is more what we expected from this series. FPX punishing anyone's Legend pretty hard for not using their macro very well in that first game. Actually, weirdly, it's been flipped around this time. They had the split push threat. They were the ones that couldn't enable it. We're now into an even series.
There you go. Cool. How are you feeling about these games, Al?
I was there saying great cast, by the way.
I know. My work here is done.
I think that Kyle still clearly the best support within the region. Every time I watch this guy play, I'm really enjoying it. I think Kyle is one of my favorite players to watch right now. He's so fun to watch. So I'm enjoying that a lot. What else? Yeah, that's one of the big things really. And you know, Belf! Oh my god! Great to see you. Hello to you too. Jesus, Belf is a person I went to university with. Used to be a semi-pro Smite player.
Great caster in Smite too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Great to see you, Belf. Long time no see. It's been a long time. Should catch up sometime. Sam, I know it's a big series. Second, I might dip out of
That's
it just
fine.
because I
I'll
want to. Obviously it's top league, so it's Invictus Gaming.
I'm happy to dip.
So Sam might be casting. Whatever happens there, I might dip out of it just because I want to. I need to actually have some time off.
That's fine. Yeah, you do that tomorrow. That's fine.
I might do that, but
yeah, you got LECs. That's fine.
I have things to do, folks, all the time, and yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, I need to put on some adverts.
That's fine. Give me a heads up when this next goes around, and I will take over happily for you.
Yeah.
I've fueled you with coffee at the very least.
Yeah, you have, and I might go.
I'll back with something resembling a snack for lunch, and we'll call it even.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's needs to go buy a Minecraft-themed birthday present for someone, so I might go join them while they're walking around.
That sounds like hilarious.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go put some adverts now if you're on Twitch, just so we don't get pre-roll adverts with people coming in, because that's not a very. I don't think that's a very good way to welcome people into the channel. So I'm gonna run some adverts now. The highlights will come up soon, and yeah, I'll go rest my voice for just a quick moment. Kyle is consistently great even in losses. I completely agree. I think Kyle's fantastic. Assume had a bad game. Yeah, I will get some rest. Like we're doing an awful lot, and when I've got LEC on the weekend, I'm kind of like constantly a few steps away from burnout. I had a pretty big crash out earlier in the week actually, obviously off stream, but yeah, I need to look after myself. Obviously, everyone being here does make a lot of difference. Even if you're not a regular and just dipping in, it makes a lot of difference to turn up and enjoy the work that we're doing. And obviously, I can't do this without Sam as well. You know, this is kind of like turning slowly into Sam and my channel, really. But that's fine for me. With the LEC stuff too, LEC is very rewarding, right? When I feel like I've done something well, but it is also. I think particularly the desk days. The desk days are very stressful because you have to. I think what people don't realize compared to online broadcast, compared to when you're in studio, particularly LEC, you have such a responsibility to be designing the show and constantly paying attention to everything while thinking about what to do in the break. You have to pick out what's actually important from the game, and that can change from moment to moment. Figure out how you're going to do that on like a production level as well, and then deliver it live on air in front of, you know, tens of thousands of people. And technology commonly breaks while you're doing that. Yeah, Sam, I couldn't do the shit without Sam at all. Sure not. We need more silent streams if it gets too much for you. I don't like doing the silent streams. I mean, if I've got German lessons in the morning, I'll do that. Obviously, I have to. Also, I need to see whether there's any co-streaming options for MSI. I'd really like to be able to co-stream MSI if they are allowing people in, but I don't know who to contact about that. Also, when you're remote, in your instance, the place where you sleep is the place where you work. Yeah, because I don't have a separate room for sure. Yeah. I actually think Skarner was the main reason they won. 2 OP ults. I mean, you know what? I probably didn't focus enough on the Skarner. You're absolutely right. I just kind of got used to that being Skarner. But yeah. And maybe ask the other LEC people when you're there. I was going to ask Jack Spectre, actually, because obviously he's on the co-streaming for LEC. He's a really nice guy, by the way. Jack's lovely. I like him a lot. Are German lessons in the morning working fine for you? Yeah, they are, actually. They are for now. Obviously, it's like, it's very intense, but it's good. It is good. Like, I actually do enjoy learning the language. It feels productive in a non-League of Legends way, which is kind of important for me, because everything I do is related to League of Legends, really. And also, you know, living in a country while not speaking language is kind of meh. That was a great ult. Oh, great ult from Tarzan. Will AL close this match? Likely, yes. They're a very good team, and I think that... I mean, FPX, what comfort picks for Care have they got left? Yone and Ari. Those are the two picks which maybe he can do some damage with. Co-stream MSI with Kadril? Obviously, that's up to Kadril, you know. Like, the thing is, I think Kadril has such a good brand of doing stuff just by himself, and he's very good at that. It's very hard for his audience to kind of, like, necessarily accept the other side of that too, right? But yeah. No, I mean, obviously, Kadril's cool to work with. It was really cool doing the League Awards last year, actually, and presenting the LPL side of that award. That was very cool. Yeah. Shox and Kadril were very, very cool for setting that up, of course. Okay, I'm gonna go have... You're gonna call him? Sure. Hey, look, if Kadril ever wants to do anything, I'm down, obviously. Now, I say that from a selfish reason, because then doing anything with Kadril gives you huge numbers, but Kadril's very cool to work with. I think he's doing a great job at bringing a bunch of regions to international audience. Tarzan did get it. Alright, yeah, fantastic for Tarzan. I thought Shanks was awesome too, but yeah, no, Tarzan, fantastic ult's great. I'll have my people contact his people. Yeah, I'll let chat contact chat. Yeah. This song is... I don't know whether this is a banger or not, but I recognize every time it's on. You sure you want chats interacting, though? Dude, he can have his XDDs, we can have our pilk. You know, everyone's got to have their absolutely deranged chat memes. Is IG versus Top Esports delayed? It will be at this point, yes. Compared to the starting time. It will happen after this game. The thing about LPL now is we will never have 2 games happening at the same time. So yes, IG versus Top Esports will start later than 1 o'clock. So it has to go through another game and then go into that. Okay, gonna do that thing where I go to the toilet or something. And we'll be back with the 3rd game of the series.
手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
You've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it, we got it. Hey, I turn down when you can turn up. We got it, we got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it, we got it. Turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. Take a look at this, take a look at this. Take a look at us, take a look at us. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, you like that? We got it, we got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. Yeah, we got it.
And we're back, we're back, we're back. We had adverts yet? Should have done, right? Okay. Oh, right. Well, I guess FPX get blue side and we see if they get to... see if they get to get a comfort pick or not for Care. I think Care getting a comfort pick is really big. I want to see him on Yone or Ari. Maybe Corki, but I think that one's less important. I think that's really important for this team. I think you really want that to happen. We haven't had Neferi yet either. I wonder if that gets through draft. Jace too. Okay. Come on, get us into game. Surely the dog gets played. Well, I said that for all of, you know, tons of different matches. Wait, it should. It might get banned. I mean, both these junglers are good at it. Oh no, Shadow... No, Shadow did have the 17 kill game actually, didn't he? That was kind of insane. God, I love Fearless Draft. I have to say, I'm getting a little bit tired of... Fearless Draft. Like, I want to see players actually playing their best shit more, and the novelty is starting to wear off. You know, I want to see multiple games of Care Ari, Knight Ari, Bins, Jace, Flandre's Gwen, Kanavi Pantheon, stuff like that. I want to see their best champions, and I think the novelty of Fearless is wearing off on me. But then again, I was always less attached to Fearless anyway, especially in LPL. I thought LPL, we already did weird shit. We didn't have the same drafts back to back. Like, and I know that that's seen as a controversial opinion because everyone loves Fearless. I don't like it as much. I think it's okay, but I don't think it's like the best thing ever. Okay. Okay. One last game. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to turn the camera off, and so I don't have to feel like I have to perform on camera. Back onto stage. All best of 3 be hard Fearless, that would be fun. Well, this is technically hard Fearless. If you mean like Iron Man, where it's the bans also count, oh god, that'd be such a... That's gonna be a crapshoot. That'd be such a crapshoot. Oh god. I think the mental effect of Fearless is better than the mechanical effect. I agree with that, because I think standard draft I actually don't think is a problem. I think it's a problem when teams get into a rut and they only practice the same, you know, 5 champs per role. The best teams in the world never did that, but this forces the lower tier teams to do stuff. I think realistically what should happen is seeding should be done on... I think seeding or like qualification... Well, no qualification. I think like the first rounds when you've got more teams in like the lower echelons, that should be Fearless. But I think for me, international events, I don't want it to be Fearless. Because I don't want to see like world skins mean nothing to players, you know? Oh well, it is what it is. Who do I think will win Game 3? I think anyone's Legend will. I think FPX are running out of comfort picks, and I think they need them quite desperately. I think they were lucky to get away with Game 1. Anyone's Legend schooled them in Game 2. Last game for our first series. Anyone's Legend unexpectedly in a third game. FPX potentially seizing on the opportunity that Anyone's Legend were preparing against BLG heavily just the other day. He played against them yesterday. Of course, going up against BLG, you put a lot of time into prepping against that. Maybe you have less left for FPX. Jace, Victor... FPX? Did you really just say no JVic? I can't believe you. I can't believe you. In this day and age, no Jace Victor. I don't know what to say. Alright, so Vi and Neferi both open. One of them's going to get through, maybe both. And it was like, did they leave up both? And just say, we want one if you take the other? Kind of based? What do you mean kind of based? Get these set. Wow, Kez Ari banned away. We did say that FPX need comfort picks. I agree with that, actually. It means that they can't lock in the Vi, look for the Ari afterwards. So by banning the Ari, you can get yourself something like the Vi with another combination. I guess you don't have Talia or Ari for the Vi combo. I agree, Mecha. I agree. Vi locked in, but what combos have you got left? Again, the primary Vi combos are kind of out. Even Vi Akali's gone, which is one of the other combos for it. Vi Orianna is okay, but not awesome into the Neferi. This is a decent pickup. I mean, Kalista is still open, which is the other lane dominant pick. Man, Kalista going all the way through the series would be insane to me. This is going to be fun and late, isn't it? I mean, when you have Vi and Neferi, they force fights pretty well. Then again, neither team's necessarily snowballed that well. I like Ryze. Ryze is good here. I like Ryze quite a lot here. Gives setup to the Neferi. Getting sheer, nah, that's important. That's a comfort pick for FPX, one of their win conditions. Getting comfort. Karen Ryze, I like that too. Pretty good versus the, but the Ezreal. And we get Shanks Galio. Okay, there you go. That's one of your primary combos. Vi Galio is good. I wouldn't say it's like top tier Vi combo right now. You need some extra CC to lock someone. And by the way, fun thing about the Vi Galio. If you Zhonya's the Vi ult and the Galio ult comes down, the Zhonya's will not save you. It does not keep you in stasis long enough to survive both the Vi ult and the Galio ult. You will get CC'd. Now, it will deny some damage, but it doesn't stop the combo from hitting you. I hope anyone's Legend know what they're doing by not banning Neferi. Well, NIP fell prey to that, didn't they? Shadow on Neferi, big pick for him. Had a 17 kill game on Neferi. That is absurd. Probably the highest kill count Shadow has ever gotten in a single game in his pro career. MF Kalista gone. 2 of the lane dominant picks. What have you even got left? I mean, you've got Xayah. Xayah's okay into these 3 right now. Renekton and Camille banned away in terms of pressure picks for Flandre and also the Camille that can go in with the Galio. What do you have that goes into the Gnar well? I mean, Ezreal Calm is good here. That I don't think there's anything which lanes into that well, and you still have the Vi Galio for engage, so you don't have to worry about that as much. So, what does FPX do here? I mean, the Corki's okay. You can go Corki Rel, maybe? You need a hard engage support. Jin's also not bad either. Yeah, Jin's good in terms of the laning phase. I think Jin, Rel, Corki, Rel both work quite well. I actually think the Jin's better. I think you need a little bit more utility, a little bit more engage. And I think you go for the Rel. I think Rel's good here. You can break Karma shields. Your Jin's carrying your lane. They go for the Leona instead. Bit tankier. Better non-committal engage with the ult. I would have liked the Rel for the shield break, though. Would have been nice. Kyle's Karma yesterday was kind of insane. Yes, it was. Good call out. Good call out. It was insane. Last pick for Flandre topside. Now, Aurora hasn't done that well in pro play this season. It's a target for Neferi to jump onto. Aurora does smash Gnar in lane. Gnar really hates playing against the Aurora. Gets burned down by something like the Liandry's. I will say I don't want to see the Rod of Ages. This also locks anyone's Legend into Galio, who's mainly AP, Aurora, who's mainly AP, Karma, who throws some amount of that back in, and then also the Ezreal as well, which I'd say about 30% of his damage is magic damage from his W, E, and R. So FPX, magic resist shred stacking looking pretty good. Merc treads at a premium hit. I don't mind FPX's composition, you know? I think Shank's on the rise, with the Neferi kind of coming in over the back shoulder as well. Matters quite a lot. Alright. Alright. One last game. Ael's damage is kind of weird. I agree. It's a lot of magic damage. And they don't have that much tank. In fact, they have a Galio, and that's it, actually. Vi definitely doesn't count in this kind of composition. Wow. Let's get back into it, shall we? I'm sure many people are tuning in right now, wondering what's happening with Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. That'll happen after this series ends. So this series will end. We'll have about 20 minutes as they change over things on stage, and we have an interview from the winning team. Oh, we have a Glizzy Neferi. Hell yeah. Someone bring me my hot dog. Fun plus dog. Anyone's Legend, not really expecting to be at 3 games here, but again, 2 best of 3s back to back against different teams definitely it stresses your preparation time. FPX are not a team to be overlooked. I think anyone in Group Ascend has that to them as well. Even Team WE were threatening JDG the other day, a team which we had very low expectations of, but that's the way of the LPL. Group Ascend, very, very fun group to watch. A former Worlds winning organization against a team that only just made their first finals in Anyone's Legend. The Phoenix versus the Panda. Looks like we've got a bit of a pause coming through. Don't know that Phoenix has had paws, so they had claws and talons. Ha ha ha. What a great joke, Alex, you say in chat. You could be saying that right now. I'm manifesting it. Zen mode there, eyes closed. Ho, 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 ho. My puns are great. Did you know there used to be a species of giant red panda? Red pandas are not actually pandas. They're closer to raccoons, weirdly. This is my fill material. Oh, we've got a pause. This is what you're getting. Give us a German pun. No, I don't have many. I don't have any, I'm sorry. Yeah, there was a giant red panda version. They also went extinct, so I'm sorry for getting your hopes up. But that's why I said were. Oh, well. Also, there were, you know Joshua trees, like the Y-shaped trees? They were only pollinated by a now ancient species of mushroom? Plant? Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, they can't be pollinated in the same way anymore. So, you have to do it manually to grow them. Which is why there are so few of them. Compliment for Zareth. Who needs ancient species of red pandas when we have such adorable chat members such as Grumpy Zareth? I feel like that makes up all the difference. Giant red pandas, you're great, but you're no Zareth. Oh, compliment for Amber. Oh, Amber's great. Amber's great. Amber has been very consistent, very lovely person to be around chat as well. You know, I have 3 chats open right now, and I recognize the regulars in each of those chats. It means an awful lot when we... Look, Sam and I, we've done hundreds of games on this channel. And having regulars, and it can be... you know, it's great to build up a community like this. It wouldn't be possible without moderators and the regular faces in chat, whether that is on Anivia now as well or on the YouTube chat. And Amber, particularly in Twitch, for many years now, has done an awful lot of work here. Not just in my community, but in others as well. Amber's been a great member of our community to keep things ticking along and to be a welcoming face, but also someone that keeps order much better than I can as well. It's one of my worst factors, actually. I'm very bad at actually putting down my bloody foot sometimes. Oh. It's been a long week, folks. Yeah, Flandre can yawn. I'm feeling that a bit myself. Hope you don't mind me going off topic a little bit. I sit here every day. Not all day, but for, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, sometimes even 8 hours a day, casting League of Legends for you. I'm a professional League of Legends caster. It's what I do. It's what I enjoy. And I love these teams and these players too. I love tracking their stories. I love telling you more about them. About Flandre and his nickname about being the gun for his time as a Lucian top player. Back in the day when no one else played carry top laners in the LPL. Turn down the volume just a little bit. Well, we are in a pause. Of course, we don't get any update here. That's Shadow's comfort pick? I agree. It is. What's my favorite LPL story? Well, one which comes to mind is Xiaohao, which I saw live happening on stage. Xiaohao in 2023 was on LGD. They lost 7 series back-to-back, but Xiaohao was trying his absolute hardest. They would win game 1 of a series, but never be able to close anything out. They were mathematically eliminated from playoffs, and they finally won a series, and Xiaohao broke down in tears on stage. That was very special to see how much it meant for him, despite it not getting into playoffs. They're already being mathematically eliminated. That was very, very special to see how much it meant for someone to win one goddamn best of 3. After like a 7, 8, 9 game loss streak, series loss streak. That was very, very cool. Back in 2023 summer, I want to say. Or was it in spring? Might have been in spring. There are a lot of cool stories, though. Tarzan making his first finals after missing out for years back in 2023 summer on LNG. Knight versus Yagao. That was one which was told time and time again as the Pingxiang mid lane duo, mid lane rivals rather, who played on the same PC Bang team. And because Yagao was the better mid laner, he forced Knight to play jungle instead back then. And then they come into pro, and they get to play off so many high-level finals as the JDG versus Top Esports team rivalry on LPL final stage. That was insane. Other stories. Tien losing all of his finals was really sad to watch, actually, for people to believe in him again, for him to... Oh, he's lost 6 finals, I think, in a row for Tien. That one hurt quite a lot to watch, actually. The Shy coming back to relevance was very cool as well, with his story with Caedrel, actually. What else? There are a lot of players which have made it through a lot of adversity to be on the LPL stage. A lot of them. And I'm not going to pretend I know all of them. We have hundreds of players which have come through the great halls of the LPL. FPX, the team that's been at the top, has been at the bottom. Any LJL stories I remember? Yes. My favorite LJL story that comes to mind right now is for Apperman, who played at Worlds 2023. Apperman substituted in for DFM, who had Tol2, their top laner. There was a lot of stories about him, sadly, where he was mistreated in DFM, to the point where police got involved by the coaches. Apperman was a Japanese top laner who was the oldest player to ever play in the World Championship. He was 33, I want to say, when he played in Worlds 2023. And he substituted in because DFM needed a native Japanese top laner to replace Tol2, who needed to be emergency substituted. Apperman was always going to struggle, and he did. But he gave an interview after they were eliminated because he has a kid. He's a father. He has a child. And in an interview post-Worlds, he said, look, I know that obviously the numbers don't look great, but I want you to look back at this when you're older and at least know that your father fought with everything he had to, with the opportunity he was given. And that made me bawl. That brought a tear to my eye. We are actually getting to the era now where we have parents playing in the League of Legends events, in World Championships and across the world. That actually brought a tear to my eye. Because I've seen Apperman in 2020. He was on Sengoku Gaming. And that was in 2023. That was because he played for DFM. That was in 2023. Because it was only the Hawks which made it through to 2024. But that was very, very special. By the way, Ebby is also a parent. If you see him playing on the SoftBank Hawks, and you see him last year as well, he has a daughter as well. And the fact that he was over in Europe, like his wife gave him kind of permission, I suppose, to say, yeah, look, this is important to you, you go do this. I love Ebby a lot. Ebby's great. But yeah, the Apperman story means a lot to me. Back in 2020, realistically, he should have won 2020 Spring on Sengoku Gaming. However, they beat DFM in the upper bracket of 2020 Spring, and then COVID hit. And the finals were delayed by about 3 weeks, and they had to move the patch forward. It went from like 10.7 to 10, or like 10.4 to 10.7. It moved 3 patches. DFM adapted better to the patch, and they won in the finals 3-1. Honestly, Apperman should have been an LGL champion. He never got that chance, sadly. But the fact that he managed to make it to Worlds was really something special to me, even though, he didn't perform that well, That's besides the point. And there are some really funny stories. There are some really funny stories from around the place, too. Some of them obviously very emotional. Some of them just funny. How about Rise, Neferi, and Jin? I think that the Neferi gets set up for by Rise and Jin very well. COVID such a wild time? Yeah, it was. It was when I started casting as well. Because, I started casting in 2020 amateur. I've only been a professional caster since 2022. So I've had 3 years of professional, but before that I did thousands of unpaid. I was like this, but doing it for the LGL. And it was into much less viewers, I'll tell you that, folks. Much less viewers. I sat there for years casting Japanese League of Legends. Went over to EU in 2022. And then, yeah, spent some time in the LPL now for a number of years. I've cast over 1,000 LPL games, getting to hear about so many cool players and their stories and what it means to them. Another great story comes from Vietnam, from the VCS. You will have seen GARM Esports, the Gigabyte Marines in the past, of course. They stopped being called that in 2019, but GARM Esports, they have a top laner called Kiaya. Kiaya has been an international staple. But did you know Kiaya couldn't read before he joined GARM Esports? He needed his teammates to teach him what the tooltip said on his champions. He was illiterate before he joined GARM Esports. The reason he is so loyal to GARM is because they literally taught him how to read. And by having such a successful esports career, he carried his family out of poverty. That to me is wild. That is wild to me. We're not on pause yet, 1,000 codes, sadly, no. But Kiaya, such an incredible story. And every time they go international, it means so much to me as well, to see that. There are a bunch of players about that across the place. There are players in Europe, too, who've managed to play themselves, basically, out of very difficult scenarios. Looks like we're back into game now. Took a while. Didn't figure out actually what the issue was there. Hey, onto Rift. Let's hear if the gyros are going to come through now. No worries, Fairytale. No worries. Jayo! 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 I turned the volume up. That's me. It's not one team being louder than the other. It's me. Okay, it's a question in Onivia's chat. Okay, guys, 1,000 grapes. One of them will kill you. For each grape, you get $100,000. How many are you eating? That's great. What the hell? We need a League Stories series. I do a couple. If you go over to, and I know this is an important game. However, if you are interested in the stories about League of Legends, I do a lot of that on my short-term video content. I did a lot of videos on my TikTok, including my favorite story in League, which is about the General's jacket, Samsung White Talon. If you ever have a chance to go read up the story about Dade, the General, that's very important. There's your Karmic getting some damage down at level 1. Wasn't the ult Q. You still have that. Wants to get the W. Wants to get the ult Q onto the wave and onto a champion if he can Kyle. David Seasick. I'm going to eat all of them. Guaranteed death. Perfect. Get him down in 1. FPX loses. I mean, I think anyone's Legends composition pretty hard to play. Oh, Zenith played level 1. I guess there's something there. The big damage from Leona comes around when you hit someone with an ability, and then your AD carry then hits them afterwards. Ooh, good double Q from Kyle. That might change the lane a little bit. They get level 2. A lot of this lane is about how much poke you get down. Thank you, Amber, for linking that. I appreciate it. Oof. Oh, Assume getting hit by both. The Karma Q slow makes the Ezreal Q much easier to hit. Doesn't hit that one, but this is why you pick the Ezreal Karma, and why in Fearless Draft we're seeing more of this coming back. Once you get through your Varus's, Callista out the window, Misfortune, your lane dominant champions start to fall out a little bit, and Ezreal Karma becomes very hard to beat in lane. Yeah, you can also, yeah, so, yeah, I haven't put all of the stories onto my YouTube shorts because some of them are too long. It's only maximum 3 minutes, but, yeah, there are a couple around there. You know, obviously about Ambition being Faker's first kill. You know, one of the things which Ambition brags about is that it doesn't, one day Faker will retire or stop playing or the game will end, and Faker will have had his last kill. However, I will always be his first kill. That is just, there's something cool about that, man. Apparently Flame, his top laner at the time, wished that he played mid lane, so yeah, Ambition could shut up about it, because he would have been the one that was killed first. The things that we love. Lane pressure in bot lane for anyone's Legend. Top lane fairly even right now, actually. Shanks getting dealt a couple of decent trades against him by Care. Rise stepping forward into the Winds of War quite nicely. It was in the Faker documentary as well. Nice. Yeah, I do a lot of Faker story times because he has a lot of stories about him. And honestly, people care about Faker a lot, obviously. Fun plus Phoenix is tanky. They are. I mean, Rise becomes quite tanky. On the other side, anyone's Legend doesn't. Gnar can be a little bit tanky. Hang on a second. Glizzy in the bot lane. Imagine if you had, like, a hot dog-themed rock band cover, which was called Thin Glizzy. That'd be great. It could be The Dogs Are Back in Town. Ha ha. That's so funny, Alex, you say, knowing that it's a fun joke on Thin Lizzy having a song called The Boys Are Back in Town. I saw them live, by the way. My first ever gig I went to with my dad. Thin Lizzy, Deep Purple, and Styx was the first bands I ever saw live. Well, technically the first bands. I saw McFly and Busted as well, but I don't think that really counts. Anyway, that was actually quite a fun gig as well. Whatever, rambling. In theory, had an angle, but hard to go onto the Ezreal Karma. Actually, a good chance they could turn around and kill you too. You need to be very careful with the Ezreal Karma early on. Thank you, chat. I know you definitely weren't coerced into saying it. Up and Kyle, really good lane pressure. Assume's going to pick some stuff up. Boots back for Joy. Hang on, this could be... Hang on, can Kyle actually go for a play here? I think they were thinking about diving, you know. I guess without the Ignite, it's a little harder, because you can't deny the full value of the heal, which of course is pretty powerful. Ooh, Joy using that heal. Or rather, Assume using that heal to get a bit of move speed. Heal for heal. There was a chance with Joy getting those boots. With full HP, he could jump in for a decent trade. Shadow going to the enemy side of the jungle. Looking for a Raptor steal. Ooh, who got that one? Shadow uses the W. Does get out of that. Shadow. Putting some pressure down. Shadow on the Neferi, of course, got a crucial win over NIP to get them to this point, actually. Got them into this situation, but they could get towards the Ascent group. We were worried about them a little bit before that. Yeah, after the Pilky XDD, I don't know what your humor's like, chat. It's, You're sure something else. Right, Shadow walking around the map. No significant advantage gained for him just yet, but you can see how nasty the Neferi is into the Vi. Vi obviously functions well as a champion into most compositions, because even if there's one champion that can deny you an ult onto them, can't be said for everyone else. Neferi can W the Q in the early levels, though. It's really annoying when you're playing around that individual jungle advantage. Ooh, missing it on that Q. IKEA hot dog Neferi. Great skin idea. That being said, we still need Cassante first. Cassante. Wave is against Hope. He's getting minions. He's getting auto-tap by those minions. He's going to lose like another 50, 100 HP from that, actually. Not the best trade ever from Hope. We had some other funny ideas as well. I can't remember what they were. Ooh, shit. Gets himself a good trade here. We know that once the Leandrius gets built up by the Aurora, quite hard for the Gnar to function in that lane. For now, not necessarily the hardest. Ooh, flashing forward for the root, trying to get something out of Rasoom. Great shield upgrade Daybreak from Jway stops the tether being completed. Shadow will get all grubs on top side. Dragon yet to be started from anyone's legend. Trying to think who benefits more from grubs. I don't think it's a clean grubs win game. That being said, we haven't really seen either team use the grubs that well, I suppose, in this series so far. Shanks slams the wave. Ahead in CS, actually. How the hell has Shanks done that? Wow, okay. Or at least even. Very surprised at that. Galio is not meant to be ahead in CS. That's a Chovy. Candy Cane. Yes, that's the Sam thing which he wants. Candy Cane. That's fantastic. Yes. Perfect. What do you think regular jobs would be the funniest for champions to have? You know, like theme park attendant. Someone like that. Who would be the depressed person waiting at Disneyland, waiting to you know, check you into a ride? Welcome to the happiest place on earth. It's got to be a Mumu. Has to be. Or Vex. Could you imagine? That old Morgoth Vex. Oh, damn. Shank's getting jumped on a little bit. I mean, Neferi does good early damage. Not enough lockdown. The thing about Neferi, doesn't do much besides damage. Gets hit by the Vi. Decent trade out. Needs to be a little bit careful here. But won't get the Raptor steal. Really wants to get some early gold. You see Shadow pushing for the individual advantage. Neferi, if she gets ahead, of course, incredibly strong. Often comes through kills, obviously, but if you can get yourself ahead in terms of early jungle camps, very important. Knight put onto mid lane. Jhin coming up. Has that ult as well. That's a good amount of CC, but Kyle body blocking for Galio. He will die, but his mid laner will live. Kyle giving his life for the cause. Hot topic Vex. Yeah. I think the thing is, it feels like, I know it's an American thing, but Morgoth is a dying trend because Mauls are dying. Kyle, good on you for dying there. Saves Shanks, allows him to clear out the wave. More important that the Galio gets the XP and the gold than Kyle keeps his own life. Means that once again, I mean, yes, it is a kill over to Rise. That is a problem. You do not want to be giving gold over to Rise if it's all possible. Battle Academy Vex? Yeah, that'd be cute. Dragon, still yet to be taken. Normally we see that trader grubs and Dragon early on. Not the case here, though. Feels like anyone's legend is sleeping. They played well through bot lane, and of course, Hope's got a decent advantage. One item is where this team really starts to click. Level 6, one item. We'll see whether they fight around the second grubs with that in mind. A minute until that happens. They should be able to get just about the one item. Maybe just after that. Depends if it's delayed a little. Rod of Ages. Oh, that's a good ult coming through. Neferi starts to play as well, but that might be too far. Shadow goes out of the play, and Galio comes to join the party. Shadow does not have enough HP, and that dog has been put down. Anyone's legend pounce. Capitalizing on FPX, going far too deep into the play, and suddenly has 3 kills over. Sheer even teleported, achieves nothing, and Shanks and Kyle turn the play around. Big problem here. Aurora left alone on top side. That will be a plate in top. That matchup of the Gnar versus Aurora becomes increasingly important as you get into the mid game. Early game, yes, it can be a bit of a wash, but for Gnar teleporting, achieving nothing, and losing a wave towards top side, It allows Flandre a little bit of an easier entrance in towards that mid game. It's not going to lead to that much, but it's a problem that you're losing just these bits and pieces here. This is the problem with the Neferi. Uses the W to get the damage out, but immediate shield coming through, gets the W, the ult W as well for the heal. Means that Kyle outplays, survives, and the easy kill that Shadow was looking for is just not possible. The rest of the team dragged into the fight, which they can't win. Sheer had the teleport, just didn't come through in time. Didn't get the reset on the Neferi ult. The W used for the damage instead of disengage. Didn't have a way to outplay after that point. And suddenly AL, that's a gift for them. Reverse Casticus. Kyle being a bro, more evidence for Nymaera to claim that Kyle's the best support in the LPL. I know, David. Kyle is really good at League of Legends. Now, I'm still worried about other LPL supports on a consistent level. Grub's fourth one's going to be taken by FPX. Gonna stop the, well, at least get yourself a might buff. Yeah, Kyle's great. Every time I watch Kyle, I enjoy watching his gameplay. Guy's very, very good. Moving around the map, being active in the early game, good in laning phase, critical for his teamfight CC as well. He's on great form. And it's no surprise. For people that watched him in LCK, we knew he was going to be good coming into the LPL, and now spending a couple of years here, he's really proved that. He's been an excellent player to watch. Whether that was, you know, on, oh, which of the other teams he was on? Was it WE he was on for a while? Anyway. It's really been exciting to watch for a long time. Jue, walking forwards a little bit. Hope around the corner. Hope is strong right now. That Triforce spike at this point with 1,000 gold ahead. Yeah, Hope is feeling great about life, actually. Especially having the cleanse. It's not easy for FPX to lock down the Ezreal. What FPX need to do is find split fights where the Jhin and the Ryze can set up for the Neferi to do a quick reset and a kill. Kaz gonna get a plate up here. Good trade from Shanks. Not gonna be the end of things, but you know, doesn't stop the plate going over. But I'm just really worried that FX aren't going to, because based on what we've seen in the series, I'm worried that FX won't be able to find split skirmishes quickly enough and finish them early enough before anyone's legend managed to call in Ezreal, Galio on top of that, Aurora coming in, who's a very quick response time champion too. Even though they have Realm Warp and they have Jhin being such a long-range champion, I'm worried. I'm worried. Top esports for IG? Of course that's happening after this series. Who have I got? Top esports, clearly. Who do I think is better, Kyle or Carrier? Well, Carrier's pretty damn good right now. And that's what I want to see internationally. It's hard to tell, particularly when it's such a big part of jungle support being a thing. But look, Kyle's fantastic. Trader turrets, first turret went after anyone's legend. They get themselves the first feats of strength there. But it's really hard to tell when you when you're comparing, because I thought that Kanavi was great for top esports, so that Chris was pretty good. But then you come up against Peanut and Delight, and there's a pairing they were much better than Kanavi and Crisp, even though I think that, Kanavi great on an individual level, that just didn't come into the relevance of it. And of course, Delight was just completely mashed Crisp. The fact that Delight and Carrier can both stand off against each other, and Delight mashed Crisp, who was on good form, fell apart internationally, of course, going later into it. That makes me really worried. Kyle, I need to see what he can do against the Korean support jungle duos, right? Lehens with solo. Lehens has been on great form. I think he's been on great form. Completely agree, Mecha. I think that Kyle, when he's in big fights, and it's great, very obvious on something like the on the Karma as well. even when he's got low health, finds ways to impact a fight safely without giving over free kills. He'll stay close enough to get some last value, even if he's been burst out in the first part of it. Flandre walks towards Care. That's the Auroral going forwards. Care does have the Realm Warp. Now, he can't use that very easily, and he's cancelled out by an Assault and Battery. Oh, sorry. They'll sue me for saying that. The cease and desist. I say that because you get it. Cease and desist. No longer the Assault and Battery. Well, whatever. It's my code stream. I can say whatever the hell I want. Flandre and Tarzan take down the Rise on the side lane. Rod of Ages taking over nicely for both of our mid laners. It is the Liandry's for the Aurora. No longer, it's not going to be the shy Rod of Ages build, which I definitely disagreed with. 2 dragons over Dragon's Legend gives them a great late game win condition. Choosing to give over the Herald, even against the 4 Grubs, to say, look, we want to open up the map now. We're not in position to fight top side. We've invested our setup in bot side. Let's not give ourselves reasons to be afraid. And take down the outer turret on the bot side. The map very open now. Mid ADC and jungle are trash? I don't think that's true. Look, the thing is, FPX are a weaker team on paper. The fact that they are here, the fact that they brought it to 3 games, I think is already an achievement. AL, given that they just mashed BLG, should have realistically been a 2-0 in this series. Now, I think their preparation was less good for this series. I think their drafts have been a little bit lackluster. I think they've been hard to play. But Anyone's Legend are our finalists. They've just beaten... They may be our best team in the league. We'll see. And they're playing 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. So it has brought them down to earth a little bit, of course. But having a player like Tarzan, having a top laner like Flandre as well in the form he's on, is obviously very hard to beat for FPX. 1,000 going on 2,000 gold behind for Fun Plus Phoenix right now. They need to find skirmishes with their split. On the split map. They need to find good Realm Warps. They need to find a way to get Shadow back into the game. 1,000 gold down as Neferi is not where you want to be. Now, I do think that Neferi can function from behind the game, but she is so game warping when she's ahead. Shadow needs extra gold. He needs something. Is top esports IG going to be 2-0, 2-1? Well, I think as it stands right now, given that IG have just been mashed by other top teams and how good top esports are, I think IG need to really step up to get a game. I think they do. They've been struggling a little bit. Despite having a close series versus BLG, they were still 2-0 by them. I think top esports are a better team on form right now. Of course, we'll get into that game after this series. Sam will take you through that one. I'm going to take a break and rest my voice. So you'll enjoy me for just this one last game. Whoa. Sometimes I have to change the way that my voice sounds to keep myself interested. 2 items almost up for Hope. Needs the transformation on the Muramana. Really good timestamp, by the way. Typically, you'd expect an Ezreal to get 2 items plus completion around about, 21 minutes typically was the timestamp, especially with boots involved too. It's going to get that about between, I guess, 20 minutes, I guess. Another minute to get out there, and he gets the Muramana, the Mana Mune quicker than he would have otherwise. And I think Hope at this point is going to take over the game. This is the kind of game where Ezreal only needs to dodge out. Well, he can cleanse through the Leona. And that's kind of, look how much damage he's doing. Yeah, this Ezreal is going to take over. Doesn't land the W. Aurora forcing the flash out of Leona. Yeah, FPX do not want to be playing into big group fights. They need to find a way to split apart Anyone's Legend and find picks, but they're not proactively looking for them easy enough, I don't think. Hope gets to walk forwards and feel completely happy about things. I'm really worried about FPX. Good jokester, thank you. Some Dark Seals on the side of Anyone's Legend as well to keep track of those stacks. Shank's going towards the Liandry stack. Well, it's probably the Riftmaker, actually. I was thinking that the Haunted guys always think about that. Oh, Hope, man. Yeah, he's doing a lot here. Reminder that he's so close to that Muramana mark. Yeah, gets it on 20 minutes. Quicker than you normally would get it. Muramana, he's just so strong, man. There you go. Muramana, just before 20 minutes. Very quick. Typically see it 21 minutes plus for the Ezreal, but laning dominance plus some early kill pickups means he got to that quicker. Consistently hitting skills on the wave and auto-attacking when he had the Muramana. If FPX do not find a way to either take fights without Ezreal present or knock him out before the fight really starts to come to fruition, they will lose the fights. Ezreal will kill the entire team. This is why Ezreal is such a powerful pick in the current meta. It's hard to get access onto him, and the most important fights in the game the ones around Atakan, the ones around 3rd and 4th Dragon, are happening in the middle of Ezreal's power spikes in this current meta. Often Ezreal is strong or weak depending on when the fights are happening. If it was a later game meta where we're actually fighting around 3 items, well then it's better to play around Sivir or Zeri. If you're fighting around 1 item, well actually maybe Lucian's better at that point. Especially when it was the Gale Force Lucian patch and stuff like that with the mythic items. Ezreal, as it stands right now, is in such a sweet spot where his late game is good, but also all of his important fights are happening at great moments in the time. Again, the Ezreal's starting to do damage. They're doing damage to Shanks, but that's not the target. Hope needs to be killed, and he's not. It's the wrong target. Jue goes down for free. Hope takes 0 damage, and FPX, you have to question whether they understand what is winning and losing them fights. Herald summon in mid lane. I don't even know if this hits the tower, you know. Shadow's jumping forwards, we'll see. But look at Hope can walk up and get some basic autos. Flandre dunks an ult onto 3 people. And Shanks gets some extra damage on that too. The Herald is used as a getaway vehicle. But the crime is the one of them picking a fight against the wrong targets. Hope is even hit by a W, but he has Cleanse and he has Flash. They're doing this without their Vi. You don't kill the Ezreal. You don't threaten the Ezreal. You don't win the fight. Fun plus Phoenix. They have failed in that mid lane play. And are now against a Mountain Soul point. That's a problem, because those Mountain Souls, of course, and the dragons themselves are going to give them extra resists. Those resists are going to matter even more when there's shields. Think about it this way, right? If you have 100 resists, it means a lot more when you have 2,000 health to 1,000 health. If someone casts a shield on you, which is worth 500, and you have better resists from the map... Oh my god, Hope's just killed him. This Ezreal is set to take over the game. Hope, difficult Jinx game to start out the series. But this one is a bit of a special one, isn't it? Jue, caught out by Tarzan. Well, someone's caught out by who? They are I don't know about that one. Shadow goes in with the ultimate. And the Hound's Pursuit looks like it is going to... Well, actually, I say that. They get themselves the reset. Maybe we talk too soon. The Neferi getting some damage down. And Neferi starts to get some damage from up. But they haven't killed the goddamn Ezreal. He keeps going forwards. And Hope is alive. Care less to said about that, the better for FPX. They kill the Vi, but they don't get the Ezreal. That is your golden opportunity. They get a kill participation from the Neferi, but it's onto the wrong target. And just as we've been saying, ever since that 20-minute mark when the Muramana transformed, FPX must kill Hope, the AD carry. They failed to do so. And he also keeps going forwards and assume he doesn't have summoners. And guess what? He's got no HP bar either. Flandre finds himself a great opening. Another kill to the Ezreal. 502. 2.5 thousand gold ahead of Assume. This Ezreal is God mode. Ooh, that's our replay, isn't it? That was nasty as heck. Look, Sheer gets good value, but it's not onto the Ezreal. He still has Cleanse and Flash. Even if you hit that ult on him, he's likely going to live. I mean, I don't want to make it too oversimplified, but it's pretty obvious, folks. If Ezreal lives, he wins the goddamn team fight. I love it when it's easy like that. A Shojin already? 3 items at 24 minutes? Jesus, man. Now, this is an important thing. Once you hit level 13 and you have Shojin, for those of you that remember the G2 versus BLG Ezreal game, this became very important there. Once you hit Shojin plus your 2 other items, if you hit 2 Qs after your E is down, it's back up. And your Q is on a 1-second cooldown. You have an E if you're accurate every 2 seconds, or just more than that. 2 or 3 seconds. Depends how much space is between your Qs being hit. So now, not only do you need to catch the Ezreal, you need to kill the Ezreal within, I would say, 3 seconds. Or he will jump again, and you do not get to catch him after that point. Not with this composition. Now, I could analyze a bunch of other stuff. We could sit here and talk about, well, you know, the Vi value and disrupting the combo, whatever. Realistically, if you want to understand this game, it's about how much value the Ezreal gets. Teleport away. She will survive in that side lane. This is why Ezreal is so goddamn strong. Ezreal G2 through that game. Now, the thing is, I actually think that once it got to late game, and once you got that Shojin, you had the QSS and the cleanse for Elk in that game, honestly, it was very hard for G2 to win anyway. They were very good at putting Realm Warps on top of Ezreal's head, but I actually think the only reason that game was close is because Elk made a lot of mistakes. Because he, I did a VOD review of that game, by the way. You can look back on my YouTube video channel. You can go watch that through, reminisce about those games, and see what you think about the analysis of that game. I do that for a couple of games. I haven't VOD reviewed as much this year because I've just not had the time, folks, and the energy. But hey, I have a couple out there for posterity. The Fury pick was bait. Well, I think it's easier to say that now because it's behind the game. I think that FPX, if they'd taken some earlier split skirmishes and not gone into 4v4s, I think maybe they could have walked away with stuff a little better. Creative Realm Warp here. A Jhin W onto an approaching target there. I think FPX could have got some earlier gold, but I don't think FPX's macro has been that good. I don't think their choice of fights has been good this series. And I think you can tell that Anyone's Legend have a much clearer idea of how they want to pick fights. Atkan's up and available. Dragon's up in 20. Anyone's Legend have Soul if they take that Dragon. And still the same question is asked from FPX. What are you doing about Ezreal? Through the Galley Wall, through the Karma Shield. You don't have yourself a Serpent's Fang. Yeah, Shadow's going to build that up next, but it's not here for the Soul fight, and that's a problem. That's a huge problem. Once he gets that, we'll be able to deny some of the Mountain Soul shields if they come through, but there's still half the shields there. Flandre on the side. Level 16. Yeah, there's hit from Sheer as well, but I think Flandre being so strong. Yeah, he'll nuke some people in the backline. Level 16 for Shanks as well. He'll get an extra shield from that. And they catch out Cap. Oh, that's a problem. They need their eyes to be strong. He uses his flash. Shang on Tarzan, buddy. You're now alone behind enemy lines. Flashes out of the Leona ult, though. And they have a Galio. And once again, FPX cannot find themselves the right fight. And Hope is free hitting. It's not going to be another kill. But without Shadow having any sort of platform to play around, this is an easy Mountain Soul. Tarzan, fantastic pick in the enemy jungle. I thought it might be a bit risky, but he goes away with it. FPX, what do they do? Shadow's recalling. They will give over a free Mountain Soul to Anyone's Legend, and on top of that, I'll give him a goodie bag of a kill as well. Care on the rise. Sadly not making an impact. Well, if he is, it's into the wallets of Anyone's Legend. Tarzan, what happened here? Oh, spots him walking over, sees the path walking over, hits him with a Q. Yeah, it's pretty much over at that point. Gets the armor shredder ready from the W, even more damage on the ult. Ezreal has to be flashed away from, which means there's no flash available to dodge the Vi Q. Short range hard to do that anyway. Of course, the tenacity of the Merc Treads means that CC chain not easy to land too. So Mountain Soul. Mikhail's on KL. Do you reckon we could do the really bad Superman voice acting? And if the Karma gets something wrong, say, Kal-El, no. Oh, God. All right, Baron's going down. Anyone's Legend. Trying to stop FPX from heading towards that objective. And again, the Ezreal is causing huge issues. Flandre, that is way too much damage. The Leona ult gets nothing done. And Shanks is tanking. Oh my god, the Ezreal ult shreds him in half. Cleft in twain. FPX fall apart around the dragon. Flandre walking forwards again, has so many tank stats. Tarzan goes on his own because he knows he also has way too much support behind him. The E comes through from the Vi, and they won't even need a reset. They go off for the Baron, chase him down at FPX. It was a good game one, catching AL sleeping. But after that, it has been all Anyone's Legend. Coming off of beating BLG, they will have 2-1 series in 2 back-to-back days as the Pandas march their way forwards. Anyone's Legend used to be awesome logo. Now they are just absolute legends from finals and split 1 on great form right here at the top of LPL's Group Ascend. Kyle, no. I'm going to keep that in mind. Well, that's the first series of the day. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Initialise, my brother, to take you through the rest of the series. As, you'll see him a lot on this stream, of course. First game of the day, maybe just waking off the sleep a little bit. Oh. Right, I'm going to go get a hold of Sam, and I'm going to go see if I can take a break. Who do I like for the next series? Well, I think it's pretty hard to argue against Top Esports for the next series, right? They have looked very good, and they are the only team to beat Anyone's Legend in a series so far. Now, granted, Anyone's Legend probably should have won that series. But, yeah. Why do they bow like a sine wave? You need to sync it. Well, I like sine waves. You know, trigonometry. It's nice, you know. I say trigonometry. Technically, it's trig. No, it is trig. Yeah, it is. Fun stuff, that. Right. I'm gonna go see where Sam is, and then I'm probably gonna need to take a break. I need to rest my voice and rest my brain, honestly, a little bit, because it's been a lot of LPL. I hope you appreciate what we are doing for you here. Every day, it is just the two of us doing this unpaid, besides the attention and the subscriptions and the likes and some of the ad revenue that you give us as well, to bring you coverage of the LPL. Sam and I are very familiar with the LPL now. I would consider Sam and I some of the most knowledgeable individuals on Chinese League of Legends at this point. So, while we goof off, hopefully you do get to learn a lot about our teams as well. Okay, I gotta go run some adverts so no one gets hit by that. Right, I'm gonna go turn camera off, see what Sam's doing, and then I'm gonna go take a break for a bit. Sine waves and everything. You know, the most beautiful equation in mathematics is e to the minus I pi, e to the I pi equals -1. That is a lot of constants derived from very, very, very different areas of mathematics and physics, which end up leading to a very, very beautiful simple answer, which means that actually the different areas of mathematics are likely connected and we're on the right stuff. Okay, we're gonna get hold of Sam. We'll put you in his capable hands. Samuel, can I get you to take over the stream now, please? Did you get that? Right, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of my brother. As I'm going to rest my brain and maybe get out for a bit. We shall see. I don't get out that much often. But yeah, but shall do. Well, I'll see if they actually reply. But, you know. Right. You've just got me, folks. I'm going to make sure I've got myself a coffee and I'm ready to go. We'll go from there.
来到我们的赛后采访，我们邀请到的是 AL 的盛枪哥，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AL 的上单盛枪哥。
好的，欢迎你，恭喜你们拿到了3连胜，现在有怎样的一个感受呢
？3连胜感觉还是比较不错的，但后面比赛还是挺紧的，所以希望接下来休息好，然后继续备战接下来比赛。
而且今天可以看到啊，你们的这个 solo 派的是团战选手来出战，使用的是约里克，能不能说说他选择这一个英雄背后的原因，是不是由你亲情推荐呢？
昨天劳战得知自己要上场 solo 以后，然后逮着我跟 Kill 加练到了4点，然后这是他得出的最完美的英雄。
还是非常努力的，为了今天的这个 solo 加练到4点钟。那你觉得他今天这个约里克由你来点评一下，你觉得他要打分的话，10分满分几分？满分10分，你打几分呢？
满分10。
LPL has some pretty good Ezreals. Yes, it does. Hey folks, it is me, Initialise, filling in. Glad to see you all. Hope you're all doing well.
我们今天和昨天都有看到约里克这个英雄，也同样的是焦点的英雄的选择，而且很多的上单选手都在加练这个英雄。你能不能说说目前约里克的版本的强度以及你的理解呢？
我觉得约里克现在的强度，就虽然我现在0-2，但他还是有强度的，就总会赢的，但不知道什么时候赢。但我觉得玩的人应该会越来越多吧。我觉得这英雄有说法。
虽然不是今天，但是可能就会在明天了。在
Marvel Rivals patch, yes.
非常的焦灼，
Patching that in a minute in the background.
比赛的胜利，很想知道你们是怎么样快速的调整，能够拿下这个系列赛的呢？
第一把虽然输了，但我们后续还是以聊接下来 BP 为主嘛，所以就继续整合现在剩下的英雄，所以就。
I think he just said he was drilling Tarzan for the 1v1 until 4. That's hilarious. When he won the 1v1, right? So good for him. IG is doomed. We'll see. I think they're probably coming in second favourites to top, but at the minute, domestically, I just generally assume top will be the best. At the minute.
一般这种英雄都是要经过训练赛的尝试吧，就是。可能你另外4个人的整体阵容是好的，然后这个时候你如果要玩一种非常规的英雄的话，可能就以那一把为样本，如果效果好就会记下来，然后你比赛的时候就提出来，有那个画面就可以用。所以训练的时候如果画面不好，这个英雄就下班了。
还是要排下10年功的。那昨天你掏出了时隔3年上场的这个上单猪。
Here for IGT, yes. Well, Virgin, you should be in good hands then. Should have that coming shortly.
这样的英雄，那又听到教练这么肯定的、坚定的说选拔的时候，你的内心的一个感受是怎样的呢？
我觉得这是一个互相相信的结果吧，就非常好吧。就我能下去选一头猪，然后他比也能够信任我，就赢呗。
最后一个问题，今天在赛前的时候有问到 Hope， 他说你在今天的比赛当中有准备惊喜，那现在来到了赛后采访，能不能揭开一下谜底？这个惊喜到底是什么呢？
惊喜第一把又输了，我的掘墓小惊喜还没赢过，然后剩下的惊喜以后再看，不好透露战术。
好的，那我也期待这样的上单百宝箱在未来的比赛当中给我们带来更多的惊喜。再次感谢盛枪哥来到我们的赛后采访。那我们接下来呢是精彩的 Spotlight。
中路线来了，靠中路，靠！哎，看着
Love me some Bovril or Bistor. I never actually tried Bovril, but drinkable gravy, like gravy is a hot drink, this sounds weird to me.
我只能看放弃，看上，开松一波，没事，米迪慢点，他 ED， 没事，往上，nice 兄弟们，我去推，上方没闪，我在扛，带中，哎我死了，能推吗？nice 兄弟们，nice，
修肯在不好踢吗？得你进来，我可以推上，来他们下路应该有人，
能看我吗？
我们也在，我能看，他们我有点看，他们硬看可以看的，我先到的好像，
都没进呢，
慢点，他还没下，
都没进呢， 看没上，慢点，要看没上，都没技能，
看这里吧，我不动 ，nice， 慢点，我看没上，可以看追妹吗？可以看追妹吗？看到了，可以看追妹吗？有点远，跟不了，他没下，不行吧？没下，到了吗？可以到了吧？5000血，辅助半血，我可以找接弹，我到了，我们到了。
It's basically the same as Bista. I mean, that was my assumption, right? It's just drinkable gravy.
一波，来了，雷子没踢吧，雷子没踢，来，往前走，往前走，看雷子没下 ，AD 没下
，OK， 一波，
Hey, Apple Rock, good to see you. Hey, Alex, it's Good. What's the chance of IG winning this? Not fantastic. Also, Sam, Alex is off for the afternoon, so it's me. Gravy's a beverage, what have I just turned into? So, okay. Just before I split conversations. IG is not favoured this time. I'd give Top Esports something like 70% chance to win. I think TES have had some fumbles, but I still think they're very, very good domestically. And IG have had some interesting series against other top teams recently. See where they come in, and it's IG, right? They always have a chance to win. They've got very good players who can just pop off. But I haven't been that impressed with their mid-games repeatedly now. They've fumbled around sort of like 20-minute objectives quite consistently, and that's really problematic. We'll see what they do. That's not great. Hey, Ruby, good to see you as well. As for the gravy as a beverage, there is a drink called Bovril. And Bovril is basically like the hot drink equivalent of gravy. So it's in the same pantheon as like coffee and tea. It is painfully British, and even then, very few people drink it outside of the north. It's a whole thing. IG being basically IG. Yeah, exactly. Also, hey Sam, good to see you. Sorry. Hey, and I said hey to Ruby already. I hope IG wins. I'm a JGG fan. That would be helpful. That would be helpful. So let's cheer for IG, okay? Hell yeah. Need this so much. Then the Fury pick was bait. I'm assuming that was earlier in the day. Well, there you go. That's Kanavi's pool right now. Playing some pretty wild stuff. Bovril, that sounds even worse than Pilk. Bovril mixed with Pepsi? Ugh. AL is very weak team in the LPL? Nah, they're quite strong. They're quite strong. They may well be going... I mean, remember they hit finals in winter. Oh, I wonder who. Have we run some ads? We have. Excellent news. What's my rank? Oh, God, I'm not actually sure at the minute. Something like... Is it Plat, Flex, something like that? I don't play that much is the honest answer. Alex was rank 1 in Arena. And generally speaking, has peaked around Diamond. Could probably push higher. Hey, J-Bo, good to see you. Star Brucey Pilk. The Pilk happening again. Have we witnessed any Diana Top over here in the LPL? Not yet. Where have you been seeing Diana Top? Where have you been seeing Diana Top?
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是于双，我们邀请到的是 IG 的 Gala 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的下路选手 Gala。
好的，欢迎 Gala。那今天要跟滔博交手了，你觉得在目前这个赛段，滔博下路组合他们有怎么样的一个特点？你们又准备怎么样应对呢？
感觉滔博下路最近选的都是一些前面比较强势的，然后去拿资源的嘛，然后这方面我们就多注意一下。
那面对这一场焦点战，你们队伍赛前的一个心态是怎样的？能跟大家分享一下吗？
因为我们现在是2连跪吧，就希望能终结一下连败。
有什么想要对队友说的话吗？
加油！
希望可以多多加油。我们邀请到的是滔博的 Cream 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
好的，欢迎 Cream。最近队伍的状态也是非常的好，迎来了3连胜。你觉得来到登峰组之后，队伍状态如此的火热，最主要的原因会是什么呢？
我们状态这么火热，最主要原因就是我们感觉配合好些了吧，现在。
磨合的更好了。那今天要跟 IG 的 Rookie 选手正面交锋了。对于今天这一场焦点战
King played it against Genji. It was awful counter pick. It didn't work out. Oh dear. Okay, worth knowing. Diana Top not good. Oh dear. Okay. Thank you for the context. I was watching LPL and playing a bit of solo queue myself. So, yep, that sounds not great. Honest answer? Sounds not great. What do I miss here in the LPL? Anyone's Legend 2-1 to FPX. FPX once again with another 1-2. For all they are 0-4 now. They've basically taken a game of multiple teams. Last time it was played was Flame in Season 3. Holy moly. That long ago? That's the Diana Top for the record, guys. IG will win. Maker will no longer cosplay Vampire. Dr. Pelipper. I appreciate the support there. The thing.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Here we go, baby. Let's lock some people in. Nico closed the door as well, so I'm ready to go. Ooh, very aggressive music, love it. We'll have all the VODs on here, J-Bog, so you'll get that at least.
上单 The Shine， 打野杰杰，中单 Rookie， 下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。
迎 Top Esports。上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助 Chris。 LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第5日的第2场比赛 ，IG 对战滔博即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Oh, anyway, it's going to be cinema. Yes, it is. Starting, yep, just about to get into the 1v1 shortly. Who is the 1v1 for this series, actually? I don't know. Is it the Shy 1v1? He's on camera. Hard choice for this game. I need to choose between the best English cast for LPL hands down versus Cadro having a rage stroke whenever IG does. Stay here. You know you want to. You can always go look at the Cadro clips after. You know they'll be them. Whereas here you can get the full experience. I am in no way biased. The Shy 369 Parade, that'd be a good 1v1. On TS's Cream. Oh, thanks, Galaxy. He's not watching. Oh, he's not watching. There you go. Cadro's not watching. So there you go. You have to stay here then. Alright. Here's where we're at. Oriana Corki. Alongside that Renekton and Rumble. I'm just saying, at what point is Cadro giving chat the opportunity to talk about breakfast cereals? Don't bring that one down. Cadro's watching Los Ratonas. Makes some sense. Makes some sense. It is his team. And in fairness, as an NLC caster, I'm going to encourage that. Good on you, Mark. Oh, yes, Cream. Oh, give me that delicious Kiana gameplay. Are we going to get a Kiana 1v1 matchup? Supreme displays of talent available. Worth noting as well, the ultimate is a knockback, remember. You can knock people back out and into some very scary scenarios. Particularly when you look at things like that Ring of Fire at the end of the day. Oh, that's fun. So, Cream, notorious for being a bit of a Kiana player in solo queue. The Shy will lock in his infamous Jace. We get to play from there. Oh, that's just fun. So, Kiana v Jace is not a matchup I've necessarily seen a lot of in recent weeks. Haven't seen a Kiana in ages? Absolutely. I mean, even in solo queue, she's not exactly common. For all, it's been a long time since she was pro. Alright, buckle in, folks. This one's going to be fun. Get ready to load onto Howling Abyss. The Shy versus Cream. Prepare ourselves for the violence. What skin has Cream gone for? Ah, it's the Prestige version from True Damage. Louis Vuitton drip on point, the Shy. Currently glowing mildly orange. I think that's the Arcane Survivor skins. Everyone's playing that one now. So, Jace will have the range. Cream's going to want to go all in. Theoretically, there's some good angles for Cream to get big ults off. Of course, the range discrepancy is pretty rough, and Kiana notoriously has no sustain in her kit. And so it's very hard for her to deal with this kind of thing. Snowball on the Shy means he can get straight on top of that Kiana, who then won't be able to keep her range. Throws out the edge of Ixtal. It's a bit of a chunk back, but despite all that ability to go jumping off forwards, gets the Ignite down, looking for more of a trade, can try and find some more with the Terror Shape, gets the Empowered Auto. Cream all in for first blood. Wonderful stuff. Kill number 1 of 2 required before the Ring of Fire comes in for that win condition. Now up. The 800 odd gold, clears out the wave and gets out. That's nice. What is Cream coming back with? There's a plate down as well. Is he going to lose the cannon? That's like 200 gold. Oh my days, he loses the cannon. Oh, that's rough. I think Cream's just won that one for Top Esports. See how it plays out. But longsword versus an extra longsword and a pickaxe is a fantastic position for Cream. And the moment the Supreme Display of Talent comes on through, it's going to get very difficult. You get the Ice Terraform off the healing pack, worth noting. Go down the Grass Swamp, gets that invisible space with the Edge of Ixtal empowered by that. Reminder, of course, you can get your double Q off if you QWQ. There we go, it's forwards. It's decent junk, there's a snowball back, but there's a Supreme Display of Talent! It's all a ruse! The Shy's in danger, waiting for cooldowns within that grass area. Try for the last auto, missed it! And the Shy brings it to 1-1. Well, there goes the gold right back in the Shy's favour. I thought Cream had just done that. He had Ignite. Where was the Ignite? That's wild. When is IG versus Top? You're watching it. This is our warm-up. The 1v1 for side select, it's happening pretty much now. He used it on the first kill. Now, I think he was off cooldown after that, wasn't it? Surely it was. Maybe it came up in the middle of the death time, and maybe I got that wrong. Cream's back. Have to wait on that ult. It's a long cooldown. And the Shy now with that Phage. Could be a little bit scary. A lot more even suddenly. Cream had it all in his hands, and then the Shy finds a wonderful limb with the snowball. That Mercury hammer form, cannon being the ranged version, should get that one right. One kill apiece, next one decides it. Both of these players have been very neck and neck. Goes to the skies, Cream goes back into the grass form, knocked out of it, Conqueror's stacked, Cream needs to get towards the healing shrine, gets the ice stun, the empowered shield from the barrier. As those autos coming through, the Shy won't quite find the kill, but will force the reset. Barrier for barrier. Cream still has Ignite, not quite got the Supreme Display of Talent, but will have to back away. Waves coming on, crashing in. And there's no way Cream can stick around. Get some boots. That's about it. The Shy, can you get a plate and back? Probably the plan, isn't it? Can he try and play for the turret? I don't think so. So he's going to look for the reset now. I don't think Cream's going to be back in time to punish this. So this should be a really good back now with that 1,000 gold advantage for the Shy. Yeah, it's a full black cleaver. Oof. Clear out these waves best they can. Trying to keep the Shy shoved up a little bit. Doesn't want to over-shove this wave. At least with enough AD now. Those minions die relatively fast. Black Cleaver versus Part Complete is rough for Cream. It really is. Bit of poke there with the edge of Ixtal. Back with the Eclipse. Important back and gets there. Not losing that cannon. See what the reset is. This is going to be Steel Caps in for the Shy, you have to imagine. Oh, he's gone for the Elixir of Wrath and a Chain Vest. That's great coming into the Ring of Fire in 50 seconds. Hold on to that pot, Shy. Reset now on through. Another wave shove. Needs to back away to safety. Don't think he can quite get interrupted. Can the Shy find it? If he interrupts his back, it's a disaster. Cream's not been able to back. Cream's not been able to back. Doesn't want to waste the Healing Shrine. Takes it anyway. Chunk back, but it's traded out by that Healing Shrine coming on down. The Cream's going to have to stick around. Elixir of Wrath was popped. 20 seconds on the Ring of Fire. Cream can't find that reset he was desperately hoping for. Double Dorans gives you a little bit more HP, a little bit of lifesteal. Level 11 of the Shy, not that big. Can Cream get to level 11 himself? Big spike for that Supreme Display of Talent. Goes on forwards. The grass version of that Edge of Ixtal. You're going to get bits of chunks here and there. Honestly, the HP, the armor, making Cream's life so difficult right now. We'll be chunking all that hard here. Where is that? Kiana hiding around. Looks at the Supreme Display of Talent. Doesn't get it onto the wall! Oh, Cream's just Shy. It's over. That's the Shy winning it. There's no way around, surely. Cream needs to run away. To the skies goes the Shy, looking for another option. Into the grass when we get misses the shock blast. Suddenly it gets a bit more interesting. Hopping away. The auto's not dodgeable in that same way. To the sky again. Needs to find another big grass option. La misses the empowered shock blast, looking for an angle. But we'll just use the autos! And the Shy comes out top in the 1v1s. There's that little Shy smirk. Nice work. Cream, early, fantastic kill. Fumbles the level 6 spike by missing that auto. Not the auto, the Edge of Ixtal, and the Shy gets one back, and suddenly the game flips round. It was a tight 1v1, one of the better ones we've seen. That was fun. Right, let me run some ads quickly, so we don't have them coming in part way through our game one. And we get ready for our first game of this series. I wish there was a way to actually jump to notifications from Discord. Very annoying. Like, I've got like 100 messages in this chat and I can't jump to the notification. It's really annoying. Well, that was not a notification I needed to watch. What that was? I thought that was important. It was not. I'm sending a random meme. Here we go. Pull the volume down a little for all of us back home. As cool as this music is. So. Poppy, Yone, Gwen Rumble. None of these bands, I think, should surprise us. Skarner is up. It's a little bit more mixed in the success. Varus, though. Get rid of that one from Jackie Love. Makes some sense. Was that side select? Was that selection for side? Yes, it was. IG winning it. Get themselves blue side. Ari ban against Rookie, who's been really favouring that of late. Pretty scarily. Get ready for this one. Skarner's up. Callista's up. What else am I missing? The Vi, the Neferi as well, for that matter. Kanavi's Neferi's been pretty terrifying. And honestly, pretty good into the Vi. You can punish her early. You can ignore a lot of her skills. Talia Neferi might be an option. Also denies it from that Vi as a really good pairing. Is this going to be the Neferi now? You'd have to imagine. You could leave it. I'm thinking Shin's out. Just saying, look, we'll manage that one a bit easier. Right. Where's that Shin's out? As we kind of expected. Righty then. There's the MF for Gala. Rel. Leona. Also decent pairings to that. The Nautilus, not bad. Can look for that angle here. Though the Azir is a pretty regular one. Not a great win rate in the LPL into Talia. I think it's gotten better than it was a week or two before. But it was pretty rough for a while. I feel like back in the day, Alliance were just a fraudulent fever dream. It was a bit of an interesting one. That Worlds experience was not a great one for EU. There's the Ezreal locked in for Jackie Love. Could play for range against the MF. There goes that Rel ban, away from the misfortune. Both teams probably wanting an engaged support here. Something to pair up with the Vi, the Shin's out. Start things off. Renekton ban against 369. He's pretty competent on that champion over the years. Ambassador away from the Shy. Great pairing with that Vi. Maker might sprint it down today. He might. Having a rough time of it recently. Nothing super surprising in here right now. Last ban. Is it another top lane one? Are we getting rid of something like that Nautilus? Could end up being something like Nautilus traded for... I was about to say Alistair, but that's banned away. Nautilus now might be a pickup for Crisp. He's been put a lot of time into it. Leona then might end up being the option for JJ. Running a little shy on engaged sports. Braum also up. Rakan, another consideration. Rakan always good with things like Vi. Very easy to join in with the battle dance. And the Leona locked in for top esports. A good pairing with the Ezreal. You proc the Daylight super easy. I don't get the MF bribe for Gala on actual carries. It's a good wombo combo with the Vi. It's good lane dominance. The roaming is good. You don't necessarily need to babysit it. Ults are strong. Aren't that many things that beat it in lane is the honest answer. And a lot of our LPL teams really value lane prio. There's a Scion for the Shy. May not have Casual watching today, but still got a Scion on the game. Braum now a consideration. You're a little shy on those frontliners. Not necessarily best engagement, but you've already got the Vi, you've already got the Scion. Not bad as additional CC. Do you think the Gwen nurse will actually touch her? I don't know. It's if enough. Yeah, or if it's enough, she's pretty strong. I think it'll make her better. So, there's our team comps. 369 going towards the Aatrox into the Scion. Can bully out the Scion. Be a pretty good lane for that Aatrox. The front to back is there from both teams. Should be winning top side for top esports. Better pressure for IG towards the bot side. I think those mid games, those objective fights are going to be where a lot of this is decided. Eyes on JJ on that Vi to see how he pulls the trigger. Eyes on the mid jungle. Full top esports to see exactly how that Xin Zhao and Taliyah can get lanes rolling. They'll want to do just that. Let's get ready to lock on and lock into the rift. Here we go. Prepare yourselves, folks. The volume goes up. And we get ready. For this first game. That is a mighty IG roar. Top esports doing their best to respond, but you can hear whose fans are hearing. Nameplates off. Whose comp do I prefer? Oh, it's quite hard. I think they're both relatively even. As you can see, it's statistically pretty similar. Both teams want to play in very similar ways. I think I somewhat agree with the slightly better later for top esports, just purely because the Ezreal and the Taliyah range makes things a bit trickier. 369 will be a little bit harder to manage in a side lane. But I think a lot of this is going to be determined around those objective fights. Just inevitably at this point. Nothing super crazy about this early game. Any weird runes? No, not really. Yeah, the Shy's gone for Grasp. Can't see it under his Soul Furnace stack. Slightly annoying with the way the LPL overlay works. Hello, not the best. Good to see. Okay, chunk onto Crisp. Not too much more. Not the best, probably best not to, if that's okay. I think for people who have not watched the LCK games, best not to give those ones away. Obviously, we heard about the Diana top being not so great, and I think people can probably guess how it all went. But we'll let people view the games themselves. At least leave it till tomorrow, so people can go figure out what's going on. I don't know why a 0MF is considered low damage, not gonna lie. It's not. But sometimes it needs a bit of better setup, right? MF later on into games can get into this weird position where her range isn't fantastic. She's not that mobile unless she has strut up. So she needs a big ultimate, and that can be hard to guarantee unless you've got really big lockdown. You've got the Vice, that's a lot easier. We've seen a lot of MF angles where she just doesn't get the big ults off later on, and it gets a bit tricky. But you have still got the Azir, and that's decent damage, don't get me wrong. But the mobility, the consistency of the Ezreal and Talia can be a bit trickier to manage. It's the honest answer. Even the Aatrox, right, and the Shin's out, you've just got a little bit more consistent damage, a bit more mobility, so you can throw down the ult Scarlet, stand still and hit no one, or someone for 8. Of course, things like the strut, things like Bloodthirst and stuff help with the MF, don't get me wrong, it's not like she is low damage, it's not always, as I said, the most consistent. Cream and Rookie trading out there. Nothing super surprising there in terms of the runes. Cream with the phase rush, but often is that way on the Talia. No one really spotted out. Well, Gala's gone for this lane swap a little earlier. We'd probably set up around these grubs spawning in about 20 seconds. Ezreal and Talia versus Braumsire in front line. Any front to back is a disaster. Aatrox and Xin Zhao help there. And Talia with the Liandry's build isn't actually as bad a tank killer as you think. The Shy can be a bit of an X factor here, but he's not going to have a great time into this Aatrox. And you have got enough damage here, I think, to manage it. I agree, if it becomes about just the Ezreal and Talia, there is that. The other side of that, though, is how on earth are you going to touch this Ezreal and Talia on a regular basis? The Vi helps, and the Vi should be a good starting point, but it means Kanavi, not joke, Kanavi GG. I'm so used to Kanavi being on the Vi. Needs to find a good angle then pretty consistently. Not that it's undoable, right? Don't want to give that impression over. If we can go towards a Liandry's build here, a little bit more HP to work with. When you are into things like the Xin Zhao and the Leona and the Aatrox, bit of safety, bit of burn can be pretty good. Especially when maybe the Nash's Tooth is going to be a bit riskier in a game like this. At least first. No one's... We have had that trade of first set of grubs for Dragonfly. I said no one's traded objectives and then was entirely wrong. IG with that early dragon. Sion yells, "Cowards!" and screams towards the turret. Alternatively, if the Aatrox gets ahead, Braum and Sion kind of become meat bags for him. Yeah, that's kind of... Caravan, that's kind of my worry. And the Xin Sao's not bad in that regard, and then I suspect we'll see a Liandry's from Taliyah, probably second. So then you got burned there, and then Ezreal hits 3 items, and he's not as bad in the tanks as he once was. And you know, exactly, if it was just Ezreal and Taliyah, then you get a bit more worried. But it isn't. You've also got the Xin Sao and the Aatrox. So you have got tools there. It does make it a really interesting game, because it'll be very dependent on who gold ends up on as to how the game ends up shaping out. Which is quite unusual in some ways. In terms of seeing it all plays. Rookie. Hit by the wind becomes lightning, and the threaded volleys continue to go on through. Seismic shove forces the flash. JJ goes on forward, but just before the Unraveled Earth, but now can't escape because he's stuck on top of it. JJ desperately low. Nearly alive. Flash on forwards could be used by Cream, doesn't burn it. And JJ gets out alive, but both the mid and jungle down those flashes. Seismic shove across the Unraveled Earth. Tries to get on top of Rookie, who goes down. There is no defense even with that stand behind me. Braum knocked up. Mako trying to run away, but will not be able to do much more. They get that kill. Cream out of mana, but the damage is done. Flash is burned. TES hold their own, and they get first blood onto Cream. Nice play in the mid lane from them. And that's just great. It's just great. One of these days I'll have enough that one as Rookie ends up in a really tricky position there. Tried to outplay it with the Christopher, didn't quite do it. JJ on top side. Looking at 369. That's World Ender and Flash. There's the ult available for the Shy. Gonna go looking for him. World Ender used. Flash away. Drags JJ under the turret. The decimating smash will come on through into the Glacial Prison. Not Glacial Prison, Glacial Fissure. The turret of the True Shot Barrage gets one. Now the Shy is low and 369 survives. Great ult from Jackie Love. And the dive goes really wrong. Flashed under tower and JJ suffers for it. Oops. Bot side. Gala ults the wave. And that's about the end of that. Oh no, the Shy is now in danger. Solar Flare to prevent him backing. 369's already back, having teleported. Won't do too much more. The Shy still has that TP, but is going to be delayed. Actually forced to back way, way, way away. Jackie Love in danger, but has the Arcane Shift out to safety. The MF ult didn't kill the cannon. Oh, no. I was wondering, why are we showing the MF ulting this? It's like, didn't kill the cannon. I should have known. It's the LPL observers. Well, 6 scrubs looking like they will be top esports. 369 claims another plate. Now up 600 gold. And we got 40 seconds until that second dragon spawns. Kanavi will reset. We'll see whether they want to play for it. Rookie gets this wave shoved as Cream goes, yeah, I need to leave. And does so. Rides the wall, baby. Rookie at least gets a second plate. Let's have a look at this replay. So 369, World Ender. Flashes away, just the Shy comes on in, and as the cease and desist is already targeted. So gets dragged under turret. JJ tries to get out of there, hold the aggro for as long as he can, but that True Shot Barrage clips all 3. Honestly, 369, a little unlucky not to have another Q up to keep Sion stuck under that turret. Might have died to the zombie after, but damage is done well. Gala can carry. Did I use the Keck W correct? Or the Kappa rather correct? Yes, you did. Well done. Good emote usage. Over towards the dragon we go, and it is top esports who will be there first. That would be feats of strength nearly confirmed for them. Get that 3 objective markers, and there we go. Wind becomes lightning into a smite, secures it. Mako going to try and zone off top esports from an easy return to that lane. Tagged with the Winter's Bite. Chris body blocking anything more. JJ is around. Won't pull the trigger there. And is able to claim most of the wave is Jackie. .369, trading up with the Shy. Hits that Q3. The Darkin Blade. I love how the LPL observers zoom in on misplays. Yeah, they do. It's great. It's great. They're savages. A lot of them. Particularly on missed cannons. Generally speaking, if you're not sure why there's a replay or a little picture-in-picture, it's because someone missed a cannon. LPLs have mastered the art of a silent haterism, very much so. There's a lot you can do with a camera angle. Gold lead, just about top esports. I say just about, it's 1,000 gold. Significant at this point in the game. 40 seconds, 20 seconds rather, left on plate timers. Rookie forced to flash from that solar flare, and Cream would like to get this plate before it dies, or before that timer goes. Seismic shove not burned, and there is that plate secured. Nice little pickup for top esports. Size step on the seismic shove. Good work from Rookie. Overcomes the rest of IG to defend. And no one really pulls the trigger as yet. We've got a couple minutes really until our next big objective spawning. Herald in about 2 minutes. Dragon in 3. So it really is about playing for lane pressure. Probably playing for first turret. With the next aim of the game if people can find an angle. The Shy hit with the Infernal Chains. 369 takes 3 turret shots to do so, though. Delays the Shy's recall a little bit, though. Might allow for another wave to be shoved in by 369, who's enjoying this Black Cleaver spike quite a lot. Resets himself. Gets a tunnel. Gets to walk back to lane. Herald in a minute. Ult away from danger. Now, 369. Maybe slightly under threat. Safe enough under the turret. Does Adakan boost Voidlings as well? Yes, he does. Only if, of course, you get the Voracious version. But yes, he does. Carl cash up. There we go. Misfortune gets that one. That's nice. And in fairness, Carl had a decent point in this game. The Bloodthirst are done. Jackie Love forced to flash as the Make It Rain landed. Trying to get some poke down ahead of this Herald and gets punished for it. Nice work from IG. Slightly overeager there from Jackie Love, not going to lie. Still, he's the Ezreal, so a little safer. But now, much easier target for JJ on this Vi to punish. But Kanavi will head on forwards. Rookie's here first, though. Weaver's Wall going to split him off a little. Now going to get the start of the pull back. Gets that damage onto Mako. 369 looking to get onto Rookie, who's forced to slide away. Gets the soldiers out, though. Kanavi flashing for the knockup. Dies in trade. They get 2, though. Rookie in danger. Trying to get out to safety. Seismic shove. Sorry, Emperor's Divide onto 369 as the Shy is pulled back on the other side. Jackie will hop out of the bullet time. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end for top esports. And a teleport to that top lane. Well, that is already first turret for top esports in mid lane. Sorry, bot lane. They'll get another top. They've got feet to strength. Herald stays up. No one wants to stick around and overplay for that one. Let's have a look at that one again. Starts just after Jackie's had his flashbone, and Kanavi and Chris say, I think we can have this. IG think they're there first, but Cream has the Weaver's Wall to cheat that priority. Pull back onto Mako, flashes out to safety, but only for a second or two. Dracula forces him to go the other way. Gala's body blocking for him, but it's giving 369 a lot of free time. Gives the rest of top esports a lot of time as Gala had to flash away. Onto the Dragon we go. Kanavi picks up on him. JJ dies on the contest. Fumbles that one. Maker will say stand behind Brown because Brown needs to get away to safety. The heart is not the strongest muscle if it has a heart attack, as I will stop with the Braum impression. Top esports very much in control of this game now. Second Dragon, 6 scrubs. 2 of the turrets. And kills going wherever you care to look. Invictus Gaming looking a little dizzy here in this game. Every fight has been read very well. They just get the kills on that one. It's a bit of a rough contest. I get why they're thinking about looking for it, but there's no Azir there, there's no Sion there, and you're in a 4v3. It's rough, it's rough, it's rough. Now Jackie at 301, Cream at 203. This Aatrox 30 CS at 1,500 gold ahead. Oh my days, this Aatrox is the world ender. Now more Braum impressions, that was hilarious. Let's see what we can do. I need a Lowy in a game with Braum, because Braum's interactions with Alawi in Ruined King are some of my favorite things in the game ever. Also with Misfortune, actually. It's because it's Misfortune's like, you know what should I name this new ship we're going to sail on? It's like, the Charming Lady. And then Misfortune's like, Braum, you lady killer. And it's like, Braum gets incredibly flustered. It's wonderful. Basically, Braum is an unintentional flirt. And as a result, he gets teased by MF and Alawi relentlessly. And it's very, very entertaining in a gentle kind of way. Also, Alawi tries to get Braum into bed, and Braum has seasickness, so instead of going to bed, he throws up. And fumbles it by virtue of his stomach failing him. But there you go. Braum's got the Riz, guys, that's all I'm saying. Canonically within League of Legends. Like it's very funny. Easy game? Kind of is a little bit in the minute, isn't it? I'd like to say otherwise. He's just like me, for real, for real. The power of a mustache and a kind soul. Because JJ having a bit of a washed. I don't think that's fair. I think actually JJ has been really good. He's had a rough couple series. I'll give him that. I don't think JJ has been his best the last 2 series. But I don't think that's entirely fair. I think Mako's been a lot more hit and miss. I'll give you that one. But I think JJ has genuinely been one of our more consistent junglers. The last week withstanding. The last week withstanding. Knavi gets knocked up. Glacial Prison comes on down. Smite comes on through. And the wind is going to become lightning. And Mako just can't stay safe. IG! What's going on with the comms? Braum's clearing wards by his own red buff. And the response time is just way too slow from IG. The problem is, no one else really wants to be clearing wards at this point. JJ's clearing camps on the other side. Trying to give some safety towards Rookie to get a bit of a push on. And the Weaver's Wall punish is pretty rough at this point. One of the things that Talia gets to do, right, is if you do get vision, your ability to just jump on people in the jungle is very, very high. So, 15 seconds on Dragon. Let's lock in, folks. Here we go. Gala gets the Make It Rain down. Top esports in the river first. JJ gets jumped on, but flashes away to safety. In comes the shine. Flash from Jackie Love to get over the train. And at least Gigi tries to try his 369 TP in. The world is ending. But that Empress Divine, phenomenal for Rookie. Crisp goes down. They've lost the jungler as well. Kanavi out for the count. 369 can't finish anyone off. And IG get value. Gorgeous stuff from Rookie and Gala to survive. And despite Jackie's initial heroics, he goes down as well, and that'll be a denial of soul point. IG with a great fight. Unfortunately for them, Atakan on the other side of the rift. Still able to turn it into that as well. Let's have a look at the replay, because the fight ended up very, very split. I thought 369 flank angle was going to be fantastic, but Rookie Shuffle gets everybody who's piled on top of him and gives them the space to survive. Jackie, despite that flash on over, gets jumped on himself. Can't outplay any further. A lot of shutdowns coming through. They get a turret. They bring the gold back to only 1,500 gold different. So, starts off with what looks like JJ overplaying. The Zenith Blade lands, but he flashes out before any additional follow can come on through. Jackie outplays initially, but then he's caught in a 1v2. Tries to jump away, but flash for the Soul Furnace pot gets Jackie in a lot of trouble as the Decimating Smash comes on through, just dies. On the other side of that play, that Emperor's Divide is excellent. Gala's still in an okay spot with the Bloodthirster, and 369 tries to run on out to safety, and the damage is done. Great play from Rookie. Nice punish from the Shy, who, despite having his initial engage dodged by a good flash from Jackie, his follow-up flash to get that Soul Furnace pop, which is a lot of damage on time with 840 stacks. It's just too much for Jackie to hold on to. The problem is the mid-tier one still falls, and they burned a lot to make that last play happen. Turret still standing, can't finish it off. Mako chunked, but no one else falls. Oh, they will still lose, but not before throwing and coming back at least 2 times. That's IG. We've seen their ability to just team fight out of nowhere. They're really good players. But some of the comms have been problematic, and we know from interviews with the players that there's been disagreements with how they want to play out the game. It's led to some issues with comms and placements and rotations. When they are on the same page, you can see why people still love this team. Great punish on the top esports. Again, top esports still in command. They don't get soul point. They aren't snowballing this to inevitable victory now. IG hold on with more than just their fingertips, and that's important for them here. To clarify, top esports still very much in control. You still got this Giga Strong Aatrox. You still got a Talia, very, very fair. The Ezreal's at 2 items. Jackie in danger here. Gonna get cease and desisted. There's the Brawn passive on him, and Jackie will just die. Turnaround, though, as they try to find a play. Crisp about to get charged onto with the unstoppable onslaught. Mako, half HP, but it's now a 5v4. Atakan is there, and they have no AD carry. This is a fight that IG could look to take. Kanavi still here, though, with that ability to steal. Hard to keep a Shinto out of the pit. Weaver's Wall denies a bit of time. 20 seconds on Jackie respawning. He's not going to get hit anytime soon. Mako now in danger. Bullet time onto 2, but into the backside goes Crisp to interrupt it. 369 has popped the wall in, but Crisp is now in danger. Atakan secured! JJ gets it, and that sets up the fight beautifully for IG. They've got those withdrawals to work with, and Baron's alive, and they've just killed the jungler. 80 carries not on the rift. I think they could just turn to the big purple worm. Shove from Cream, trying to deny something here. True Shot Barrage is blocked by the door going up from Braum, and IG are right back in this game. They have a gold lead. It's only 100 gold, but of course, they're here to play. And the damage is a bit rough there. That's a very funny Scion sound. They don't have the same effects on him, so he just sounds like a sort of slightly codgery old dude charging on in. So Weavers will tries to buy time, doesn't quite work, and then top esports think they can pull the trigger. Even the 5v4, they try to jump on a Mako, but he gets away. The bullet time zone's out on the other side, and JJ gets to finish off the Atacon. It is a flip, but it's a one flip by IG. They kill off the Leona, so Crisp is already down. Mako gets Kanavi, and now you've lost your support, you've lost your jungler. Baron's there for the taking. And IG, 2 really good team fights in a row, earns them everything they needed in this game. So many structures up for the taking as well. Leads them to a significant goal lead at this point in the game. And look for that tier 2 bot. Continue to extend this gold lead. Gala now in particular, 3 items, 2.5k ahead. Very, very strong. 369 can look to try and trade with the 6 grubs for that tier 2. That'll be soul point for IG as an additional prize to this Baron. Still a minute and a half to go. Can reset and look to shove out some additional waves. 369 will Umbral dash out to safety. Pops the World Ender as well in case that additional people would be coming over on the rotation. JJ was looking, but 369 with that additional move speed going to be a little bit too hard to catch up to. IG's fights have been pretty good, but man, it feels like nobody's calling sometimes. A little bit of that. Oh, hang on. Shove on to Mako. He's going to fall, surely. JJ coming over. Rookie's around. But there's nothing really up to get for that. You've killed off Mako, great. To what end? It's just a kill, nothing more. There is no Baron, there is no Dragon. There's no towers to get either. So Mako kind of okay with his death. It's annoying, not the end of the world. Well, we'll head on over towards a little bit more of a slower paced moment. Victus Gaming, Soul Point now, 3 minutes until Soul. It's a decent Baron from IG. But Top Esports trading back some turrets. A little less clean than I think they were hoping for. Interesting. JJ's spites have been unreal. Yeah, he's had some really good contests. His Lee Sin still on the Baron pit the other week was wild. Wild. Oh, hey, we're good to see you. IG keeps recovering when behind. That or TS is flunking. A little bit of both. Also, IG are a good team, so that's helping, right? Jackie's going to be very annoyed about how he got caught up a couple times, actually. He's been very aggressive looking to position for poke. He's been punished multiple times by getting caught by Braum keys, which is really not acceptable. I think his 2 deaths have been a bit problematic, honestly. 369, for all he's got this massive individual lead, he's not really found a teamfight angle with this Aatrox yet. And the Shy, definitely not bouncing this game, hasn't died. And is behind goal. And there comes the Weaver's Wall, trying to split people off. IG now caught split out. The Shy on the other side, looking to re-engage. Full contact, League of Legends to the backside. That bullet time over the wall from Gala as well is phenomenal. Invictus Gaming punish the attempt from Top Esports, who are just out of time and out of damage there. The Shy keeps too busy. Gala flash into the bullet time, breaks the ankles of Cream in 369. You wondered why Gala was playing the MF. He's been having games like this on the champion. Picture perfect. Oh, I hope we get the replay there. Baron's just spawned. Gala and Rookie going to two-man it. Overcomes the rest of the squads. It was looking so good for Top Esports. And 3 awful team fights in a row. And Invictus Gaming will likely be winning this first game. Let's have a look at this one again. They see Gala and think, we can pick this. Seismic shove just wide. At this point they go, I think we can still pull the trigger. Cream looks at the Weaver's Wall angle. And it's going to be trying to make this a thick wall. But Gala flashes just in time to get to the other side of the Weaver's Wall and then gets to bullet time. Mako survives, so there is no reset for 369. Ocean Soul now available with the Baron. IG in a great position this game. Gala down the flash, though, could be problematic. Keep your eyes on Gala. Does he survive this play? Another Weaver's Wall. Splits the fight. The Shy now caught on the other side, but it's body blocked by the Shy. Knock up onto Cream, who's bounced into a grave. That knock up comes swiftly back down to earth like a wounded angel. He's fallen into grave times. Jackie trying to play out with a Rookie, who flashes on forwards and sends his minions forth to claim the life of the Piltover Explorer. It is Ace. It is Ocean Soul. It will surely be game for Invictus Gaming. A rough early game. So rough, we thought when it was Top Esports to lose. And lose they have. MF will end 6-0-7. 4.3k ahead on this Misfortune, who has been banking in. The Pirate Queen will help lead Invictus Gaming to a Game 1 victory. Top Esports. There will be some stern words from the coaches there about the mid-game. Make no mistake about it. How on earth do they throw a lead like that? 6 grubs, 2 dragons, 3k, all the towers you could be asking for? Sure, 500 gold to Misfortune. Shouldn't have meant that much. Great team fights from IG in the mid-game, who didn't throw it there for once. Was Top leading? Yes, they were, Stiff Socks. Pretty significantly, honestly. IG looked lost. And then they got to team fight. 3 times in a row. And Top Esports pulled the trigger and didn't pull it right. Who gets MVP here? Probably Gala. Probably? I think Rookie and the Shy had some weird moments. The Shy was also quite good on that Scion, though. Fell behind a lot, but some of those team fights were very clutch from that Scion. I'm not sure, actually, now I think about it. Get hydrated? Hell yes, I should do that. Also, I do a little bit of the spiel, don't I, at some point? Hi guys, I'm not Initialise. I'm sorry, not Initialise. I am not Nymaera. I am Initialise. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast the LPL here pretty much every damn day of the week. Always good to have you all in here and watching. Appreciate all the support you've been giving us. It really, really matters. And thanks obviously over to Twitch, to Alex's YouTube, and of course over to Anivia's YouTube as well. I appreciate it, guys. Gala with a excellent MF game. Look at that damage. Damn, son. Shy also doing pretty good work there on Son. Slightly disappointing for 369 not to be able to convert that lead. I'm not going to lie to you all. Love your cast, by the way. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And for those of you who have that ability, consider following various channels, following me. I'm at Initialise Cast. I'm in the title. I'm on YouTube and Twitch. Always means a lot if you guys come and say hello. If you've got that ability to drop a Prime sub on Twitch, or a regular sub if you've got that capacity, can mean a huge deal to us as well in our ability to keep doing what we're doing on a regular basis. So, always much love for that one. I honestly thought after this True Shot Barrage and the 2 early kills that this was going to look like a bit of a top esports game, and so, well, that's that whole thing, isn't it? It's Nymaera without a wig. Stick on beard as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. So yeah, if you can see good clips, share them, join us in the Discords, those kind of things. Just help build this community in the ways you can. It makes a huge, huge deal. Pistol. Nymaera Ultimate Skin. Yeah, that's the correct phrasing. I'm the Prestige variant.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest.
Hey! Brengus, thank you for the sub. Also, that little soundbite, fun fact, was my Christmas present to Alex. I managed to get Laura Post, who is the voice actor for Ari, to sign a picture of Ari and do, while it was on stream, get her to basically call Alex the best Ari in the world. So he's got that soundbite as the sub sounds, which is pretty cool. I'm Initialized Cast is what someone who wants to trick us into thinking he's Initialized would say. It's true. It's true. Maybe I'm not Initialized. Maybe I'm an imposter. Are you the guy who sounded like Vedius that first week of LEC? Quite possibly. I think I filled in for a weekend, first week of playoffs. Me and Vedius very much share an accent. As does Alex. We have the generic English accent part 1. Yes, I casted with Vedi as well for the additional memes. So quite possible. Nymaera also occasionally gets confused with Vedi. Also has quite similar tone of voice. We share very similar accents, basically. Which is and then basically because this is Europe, where there's a lot of second language English speakers, can be a little bit harder to pick our voices apart for people who are not native English speakers, because we share we share an accent, basically. Whereas most of the other British speakers on the LEC have quite different accents. There's 3 of us, if you count me as a substitute, I guess, 2.5 of us, who share similar accents, so it could be a little harder for us to pass. Tricast with you 3 would be quite entertaining. There's Gala with the MVP, 607. Good stuff from him. Good stuff from him. Also, I forgot to drop the volume down again. Apologies for that one, guys. Okay, I'm going to run some ads, because we need to, so we don't get pre-rolls in game. And 2, I'm going to get myself a refill on some water and some tea, and I'm good to go. Welcome back.
I saw that IG did some team fighting.
They did.
Great game from Gala.
Yeah, he had a very good Misfortune game. You good?
Yeah, yes.
Right. I should turn the camera off and go get myself a cup of tea. How have I done this? Oh, I see. Got the headphone cable caught in Alex's chair.
业的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
中路这个版本，我觉得就是要看阵容选后期大核或者是前期打节奏的。这场对战 IG 有更多要注意的是他们中野联动方面，感觉他们中野联动方面联动的挺好的。卢克一直算是一个打得非常顶尖的选手吧，然后对上他的话，就多注意一下他那些玩得好的狐狸那种英雄。第二赛段目标就是希望自己打得比之前好吧，然后就是会好好训练去实现这个目标的。
目前为止来说，我们这种状态肯定并不是很好。然后，可能是因为我们就是刚输了几场，然后也时间比较短嘛，就比赛时间就过几天就开始打，所以好像没有完全的调整过来了吧。但是也是，输了几场嘛，还是有后面很多场比赛，我是相信我们可以调整回来，然后就赶紧回去慢慢就是通过复盘就改进一下问题，然后希望我自己也不要太迷路，就每步情况该做好自己的事情就可以了。
Hello folks, sorry on my slightly delayed return there. Most of the way through draft. Top Esports get themselves the Neferi for Kanavi. Lockdown in the form of this Rakan and this Ryze. We've seen a lot of Ryze and Neferi as kind of quite a fast brawling pair. And you've got a lot of target access this game. On the other side, IG looking to try and respond with JJ back on that Pantheon. You've got the Ornn. A lot of people who can respond to a Neferi engage really well. A lot of outplay ability as well. The mobility on the Ahri, on the Kai'Sa. The Poppy to deny some of those dashes. Can make it quite hard then for that Neferi to secure the first kill. Of course, you will at a point. All the mobility in the world won't stop an R button pressing and following you. See whether those global response tools in the Ornn ult, in the Pantheon R, can manage the Realm Warps and the Neferi engages. IG recovered from a very questionable early game. Did come out with the victory. Top Esports though, wanting to right the wrongs and convert an early game into something a little bit more positive here. Our first stand attenders, our winter split champions, have some wrongs to right, I think, in the eyes of the fans, and a stumble in game one bring a lot of eyes towards them. Onto the riff we go. And the crowds will have some volume to them, I'm sure. Wait for it. Whew. Well. Even got a spattering of additional Gyos there. Top Esports with a kind of spike in about 20 minutes, but it feels like just in general, statistically, giving a little bit of an edge there to Invictus Gaming. I kind of see it. A lot of good tools to set up the Kai'Sa and the Ahri between the Poppy, the Pantheon, the Ornn. You can pounce, and the follow-up between that Ahri and that Kai'Sa will be pretty scary. See what Kanavi can do on that lethal-looking Neferi. He's been very good on that champion. And there's some LGD champs again. We get those. Last chance to get your votes in as well, if you're in the Twitch chat. Not too much here in the early game, is there? Both junglers pathing in opposite directions. Neferi, having done red buff a little later, can look for a bit of a play here. I think stayed off vision. As they hopped across the wall, they might have done. JJ could be in a lot of danger here. Needs to be very wary at half HP. Smites needs to run away. That does leave, however, having smoked that dog. And he doesn't have Smite to play around this blue buff, Kanavi. With that ability to smite, potentially run away. Everyone kind of come over and start contesting. So Kanavi goes, don't know about this one. Feathers come out. 3v4, but the smite advantage for Kanavi means they can potentially just turn that into a very safe steal on the blue buff. Jump onto Kanavi, gets shunted into the wall. Jackie low. Gala and the rest of IG coming to play forward, so Jackie gonna have to flash up for the W. Last auto! Gets it. Gala excuse the go. Kanavi will get that. Call of the pack to buy some time. Darkin daggers bring down Gala. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Someone has blown everywhere you care to look. Reminder, that blue buff's still up. And Kanavi will likely be able to pick this one up. Because he's the one with the smite. A bit more HP to work with. Okay, nice charge into the wall there from the Shy. 369. Pull back a bit. There's the damage. And poor old Jackie gets jumped on. Just about to finish him off, but then they can't quite finish off Kanavi as well. And Crisp, great knockup, turns that around. It's Crisp that picks up the kill. It's a bit annoying. But here you are. Still get the blue buff still. JJ going to be forced to cede a camp or two there. Stolen away. Kanavi's blue buff in trade though, so at least gets something back on the map. Oh, hang on. TP's coming. This is going to get messy. Jump forwards with the shield vault. Turning around now to JJ will Aegis Assault Wave. Flash for the grand entrance. And JJ, having stepped in, might now be punished for his temerity stepping in there. Comet Spin means nothing. And Top Esports go, cool. Well, that's just a kill for us then. So, where are we at now in this game? Grubs have just spawned. Kanavi's going to be heading towards them nice and early. JJ will look to trade those out with the Dragon. Dragon secured. Interesting start to the game. They needed to get Kanavi rolling, and they've done so. This Neferi is going to be one of the linchpin parts of this game. I feel like Top Esports Draft quite reliant on their skirmishing, really, looking to use the mobility and speed of the Rakan, the Neferi, and the Realm Warps and stuff to try and play that around. Things I feel like IG's comp is a little bit more coherent, I guess. Not that Top Esports is bad per se, but it's not exactly all on one theme. And best not picked, interesting. Yeah, we've seen a lot of people let that one through. Jackie took a bit of a turret shot there. And one thing I will say is Top Esports do have lane prio between the Jace and this Zyra Khan into the Kai'Sa and the melee support. It's given a lot of license for Kanavi to be very aggressive in the plays. Another good W forwards. If IG can get to the mid game, fine, with this Kai'Sa and this Ornn. Basically post turret plates falling, they're going to feel a lot better. The Pantheon helps a bit. But Kanavi's going to come on over and steal some camps. Be as obnoxious as he can be. And Jay just kind of has to deal with it. Rower build on both sides of the rift. Is this the Nivea channel owner casting? No, it is not. This is Initialise on Nymaera's channel. We've collaborated with the Nivea in order to bring you some live games of League of Legends, but Anivia is just partnering up with us. I'll wave hello briefly. Hello guys, it's me. I am Initialise. I'm the one casting. Anivia, is out there somewhere, might be in chat. But no, we're also live on Alex's, namely Nymaera's YouTube, and also on his Twitch chat. To clarify your question, Charlie. Jackalove so aggressive, why? Can get ganked though, yeah, maybe. Got the shove. Reset's coming. Look, I think he was resetting anyway. It's not the end of the world. Of course, Kai'Sa getting that early kill is Gala's Kai'Sa too, right? This is arguably the most legendary Kai'Sa in the world. A pretty good game to set himself up. Good lead for Top Esports early, but that was true last game as well, and they fumbled it really hard in the mid game. And I do think IG spike a lot harder in the mid game this time around. 369 with the Cull, plus the Phage, looking to go towards the Black Cleaver and cash in on the early lane prior by saying, look, I've got a free lane, I can go for this Cull and just stack for mid game. Eclipsed up for Kanavi, that's a big deal. Not the case for JJ, who is a ways off getting what will likely be that Sundered Sky first item. Shao tries to go that way, gets punished for it. Here comes the Grand Starfall, looking to punish. Flash is not going to keep 369 alive. Shield Vault comes on in, but here comes everybody else. Knockups flying everywhere you look. Hound's Pursuit will reset. Both solo laners from the mid lane also turning up JJ in danger as they have that reset, and it's a second kill onto that doggo in the jungle. 3-0-1 now for Kanavi. This Nefiri once again well and truly fed. And that means more items, more gold, more ability to keep going. Creep then, potentially now in danger. Has got the flash. Will Mako look to go on for his charm. Goes wide, but Rookie burned the ults. Bit unfortunate for him. Mako was pulling away there as well. A bit unfortunate, but that means Rookie not able to get any value here. Kanavi onto the grubs. That will now be 6 grubs. Pretty much uncontestable by Invictus Gaming. Well, initially, looked like a decent enough pick on a 369, but Kanavi managed to immune the knockup, gets a reset on the Hound's Pursuit. Rookie tries to buy some time, but just doesn't have anywhere near anything resembling damage right now, whereas Kanavi certainly does. And JJ not having that item completion meant there was always going to be a discrepancy there. And this Nefiri is now an issue. Like, you've got tools to make Nefiri's life hard this game, but if she gets fed, it becomes a lot harder to get value out of those. Well, Shy goes through a volcanic rupture, won't find all that much. Towards the dragon we go. JJ going to try and get this one to be second dragon for Invictus Gaming. Kanavi can look to get on over there. Throws the dogs up, and Mako is blocking any easy attempt to get in there with that steadfast presence. Second dragon secured by Invictus Gaming. They are down, however, 3,000 gold. Pretty significant. 369 now in danger. As in comes the Grand Starfall, looking to come and get the punish. In they go. Reminder, there is still no flash up for that Jace, who flashes. Sorry, just gets knocked into the wall by the heroic. Wait. There's the heroic charge and into the Keeper's Verdict to knock Kanavi out. Nice work from Invictus Gaming. Get the kill, get out. Do not pass go, do not pick up a return kill. Nice work from IG. Get the dragon in the kill. IG early game is always so questionable. Yes, it is, isn't it? Just what an assassin needs. Early kills, basically. The snowball's on. Can he turn it into an avalanche? And they Call of the Forge God into Grand Starfall. That combo works. In comes the Keeper's Verdict, and Lollipoppy says no. Knocks him out and away. Shy jumped on. It's 369 now with the Black Cleaver. It does hurt a little bit more. The Shy sort of just searing charges away. I think TES didn't want to cross map. They wanted to try and punish the play like they did the same time topside. They had Kanavi there with really, really strong. Couldn't quite do it that time because the Poppy made a significant amount of difference. This would be feats of strength for top esports. They can claim that turret. They've got 4 members here. They really want to look for this. Got 6 grubs too. So damage is done. Kanavi's dogs will secure the kill on the turret and get them feats of strength. Top esports. Good position this game again. 3k up. Soul on the line though for IG in 3 minutes. Soul on the line. Soul point on the line for IG in a few minutes. Might allow them a bit of a turning point. A lot of this gold in mid lane and in jungle. Pretty much all of it. Cream getting a lot of those plates. Getting a fair amount of farm. Involved in a couple kills. Set him up very well for success here on this rise. TP's in. Oh, we're playing this very aggressively. Jackknife has to flash away, but in comes the ult. Knocked up. Will not get chance to use his Featherstorm. Rookie now looking for an angle. Has found the Spirit Rush on in. Kanavi in danger, but the quickness comes on through. Call of the Forge got there, though. 369 to the skies. A shine right to the charge, and it will not do so. 369, guys. The charge will fall with the step fast presence means that Kanavi can't get the resets. Gala gets another. Cream on the menu. It's dessert at the end of the play. Brings down JJ, but everyone else falls. Top esports lose 4, and Invictus Gaming are just better in these team fights. Gala out of nowhere, suddenly 4-1-1. Oh my days, I hope we see a replay, because there was a teleport angle from the gods, and Jackie Love, even with the flash, did not get to press R and gets obliterated. Let's have a look. So it's Mako on a flank angle. Teleport comes on through, and Jackie shoved back with the heroic charge. Doesn't ult. So the point blank Keeper's Verdict annihilates him. It gives Rookie a reset on his ult. Another charge to work with. JJ flashing on forward to force an early W from Kanavi means he gets knocked up immediately by the Call of the Forge God. The Shy tries to get the charge into the wall to get the additional one. Won't quite, but still survives, and Kanavi dies. Huge deal. At least Cream gets 1 back. But it is a paltry prize for what is a massive win for Invictus Gaming. Their mid-game fights are just greater than top esports right now. At least they get another turret. But IG traded on that bot side already. Top esports will head on over towards the Herald. With the 6 grabs, that's a good start. 30 seconds on soul point for IG, and you know they want to play around that. Trying to zone top esports out from an easy access towards this mid turret. W flying from the skies now. 4-1-1. The fight begins. Hound's Pursuit is blocked. Can't get the volley through as the Keeper's Verdict's on in. So ult down, I believe, from Kanavi there. TP back. Head back on over. Dragon spawning. They want to play this. Cream doesn't quite have that second item. Herald immediately dropped mid lane, and the Shy is the one left to deal with it. I think this turret charge should just be a free turret kill. Done. Forces IG out of the river, but the Shy looking for a Call of Forge God. Is Featherstorm this time. Mako knocks one away. That's the Jace out of the play, but ults are being traded left, right, and center. Jackie no ult, but the Shy no ult either, as Mako similarly burns that ultimate. Reset coming on through from a couple people. Mako has to leave, and I think IG just have to give up this dragon. No real way into the river anymore, having lost that mid-tier 1. Teleport back though, they want to play it. Mako stuck around. How about the fight after? Little too little, little too late, but that's a Grand Starfall. They really want this play. Where's Rookie? Realm Warp out. Everyone's out to safety. But with Realm Warp to the other side, it'll leave this mid-tier 1 open for IG to take, I imagine. Resets now coming on through for IG. Kanavi and Crisp were around. Will Kanavi spot out the recalls? Mako cancels his recall. Hang on, how aggressively do they want to play this? They just got Rookie over the angle as well. They see this happening. Red buff taken. They know now. Kanavi finds them with the sweeper. Good W. Keeps him safe. Call of the pack. Turns into Spidey senses. Still, soul point denied from Invictus Gaming. Gala at 4-1-1 is a significant issue for top esports. However, the Neferi, very strong. The Jace, despite being 0-3, pretty strong as well. At least the ornaments are going to start coming on through, and IG in touching distance is a big deal charm. Doesn't lead to all that much, as the damage not really there for this build on the Ahri as yet. 5 stacks of the Dark Seal. Not quite at the Liandry's, that'll help. So the Roa fully stacked well, that will also help. Kai'Sa, you could probably get a Hurricane here, I would imagine, with this build. A lot of damage and not a lot of armor builders. Pretty much a full squishy comp from top esports, all looking at it here. The Rise will end up a bit bruisery. Same with 369 and to an extent the Neferi, but none of them are exactly what you call armor builders, are they? Gala is so strong for this game. Out and out the gold leader. And on his Kai'Sa. The Prince of Pentas. Could do a lot of work here this game. It's another voracious Atakan. Slow enough early game. We led to that. 369 with a lot of level experience from side laning so much. No one's starting up that Atakan though. Minute and a half. Just about. Till soul point again for IG. See where they want to play around it this time. They kind of lost out on lane prior due to that Herald use the last time. Gala might just be the best ADC in the LPL. He's certainly been there before. I think his winter was highly underwhelming. It's not what I was expecting from that player. This split, been much, much better. And things with things like Kai'Sa coming back into prominence, you have to start looking at this player again. He started off with a fantastic Misfortune game today. In a great position to round that out with a second MVP if he does well on this Kai'Sa again. Single-handedly holding the gold lead close. $50 seconds on this dragon. Fighting for the Scuttle Crab. Kanavi sat on a control ward in that mid lane bush. Looking to see whether we can catch someone being silly. Gala going to be donated the Scuttle Crab. Does that earn him a Hurricane? That'd be a big break point. Rookie's got TP. Has a Phantom Dancer. I should have known. Bit more ability to deal with these divers and duels. Very strong now. 75% crit. All that extra movement speed and kite ability now with that PD completed is good news. Rookie TP's back in. Liandry's completed. Arm guard though for Cream and a couple Dirks in inventory for 369 and Kanavi's going to make sure they hurt if they can land some of their poke as well. Everyone's armed and dangerous here. The Arsenal's out and available. That bush is very scary. Fast side alteration burn. Puts in a ward. Kanavi looking to get across the back of the pit. Gets into the pit. We'll make it a smite fight. Trading it out. Secured by Kanavi. Smite secure. Flash off over JJ. But immediately jumps on the edge of self-ice to drive the golden forward. God comes across. Knock away! Crisp down. JJ into the backside, stays alive. They kill off Kanavi because they knocked it away. Realm Warp interrupted. A triple to that Kai'Sa, make it the quadra kill. And if they can find Jackie Love, you know they'd find the Penta. Can't quite find the charm. Jackie in that 1 versus 5 has to hold on to the mid lane. There is 30 seconds on the Baron. They can turn to pick up the GAs and then pick up the Baron. It's just the same idea as last game. They lose that objective but get 8 kills onto Gala all in all. Upgraded PD courtesy of the ornaments. They get even more for this beautiful Christmas tree they're building. An Anakan and a Baron on top. Beautiful looking. Dragon initially secured by Kanavi on the steal. It's a flip. And Kanavi secures it. The fight after gets interesting. Now watch this one out. JJ's going to burn the flash jump onto Cream, but buys a lot of time with that Aegis Assault. Knock away on Jackie Love into the kill on Crisp. Makes this a 3 versus 5 without your AD carry. The Realm Warp's interrupted, leaves the rest of top esports out to dry. We're left at the bottom of a canyon in the form of Jackie Love's diff in the bot lane. Mainly because, well, Jackie Love's Gala's diff in the bot lane. Mainly because Jackie Love wasn't there. Another great ult from Mako. Baron now on the table. They've got Atacon buffs to work with. The gold, dead even. But for the moment, 1 minute and 41 with an extra life makes this Baron a tricky option for top esports. TP's fly. Half HP on the Baron. Kanavi looking for a flank angle. Stole the last objective. Would need to do so again. They're going to flip it. They know he's there. Can Mako keep him out? That has to be the play. They get the charm on the rookie, who ults away. Trying to place one out. Pit, Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Sorry, Baron down to 2,000 HP. Get the objective name right. Looking for the call of Forge. Got flash. 3C down, flash down to safety, the Shine danger. Gala to the backside. Looks at the angle. Withdrawal burned. GJ now in danger. Withdrawal on him. They get the turns around and they will kill off Chris, but that's not that much value. 3C down, trying to buy some time with a knock away again by Mako. Rookie in danger. Looking to kill off Jackie Love. All of these withdrawals to no avail. Mako's going to be run down. They're back on the rift. Kill onto Chris, but make this still a 4 versus 5 that they can run back at the Baron. But the Atacon buffs don't earn IG a one-team fight. That's for sure. Can they look at Baron again? 6 seconds on Chris. No, they can't. They try to use it to pull a trigger and it doesn't work. Get a lot of flashes. Critically, some ones on the likes of Jackie. Let's have a look again, because they tried to play for the fight. Rookie can't quite get as much of an angle as he wants because the quickness matches the charm on Rookie. Call the Forge Roll comes on in. Flash for the knockup into 369, who flashes just in time to avoid the knockup. Gala goes looking on in and is immediately popped. He's so much of the gold that is a big deal. Killing off Crisp is nice, but Jackie low but not punishable by Rookie, who doesn't want to burn the flash to kill off Jackie Love. So he dies too. At least they don't lose the stacks. Rookie's got 10 of them. It's a pretty big deal. The arm guard is popped on Cream. Back to the Baron we go. A lot of tools burn. Important to note, most ults though back up. Keep your eyes on the fact that Cream has no flash though. Arm guard, no flash on Jackie. IG did not burn flashes with the exception of the Shies in that last play. So they've got some big ones to play with. Mako, Gala, Rookie. JJ is coming up fairly shortly too. Can make this a very difficult contest for top esports if the wrong person is caught out of position. Jackie Love's ult back up and available. Here we go again. Return to the scene of the crime. Slightly better armed in terms of some of those summoner spells, but no withdrawals to blow him with this time. Charm lands on the Crisp. He's got enough for shield to stay alive with the Guardian. Scuttle Crab taken. The vision control right now for IG in this river is pretty monumental. Sweep out that last wall. Call of the Forge God going to come on true. Trying to blow up Jackie Love's ult. Does so. But that means there's a charm afterwards. Cleanse. Charge to the wall. Can't quite get in the feather pull. They'll bring down Mako. Turning it around. Jackie survived for once. The engage not quite clean enough. The cleanse, the ult enough. And they're down a member. Mako can't get the stun into the wall and the follow-up not quite there. Gala not feeling comfortable enough to jump on in. Has got a GA to his name now, but has half HP. Clutch from Jackie. Mako going to be kicking himself. He couldn't quite find that wall stun. Hang on. Big turnaround onto the Shai's now in danger. Just go down! And a Sunny an additional member. 3v5. Baron's up. IG can turn for it. Sorry, Top Esports can turn for it. What am I talking about? The other team. Quite important then. Here we go. Grand Starfall looking to play it out. Top Esports, the multi-man look to steal it. Into the backside, Crisp in danger. Jackie in danger. They will get the Baron, but they lose the AD carry. Over comes Mako. Gala has his GA pop. Rookie looking up to get out to safety. But where does Gala go? Has a barrier and a flash and nowhere else. He's dead. They killed off Jackie Love, but they lose additional members trying to go for the contest. Rookie will survive at least. Wait. 369 will find him. Ults away. Uses the Wolves to body block. Shock Blast hits. Won't kill. Needs to ult away to safety. 369 can't secure it even with the Ghost Blade speed up. Mako now body blocking. Orb of Deception lands onto 369. Shock Blast blocked. But Dragon's up and they can't get anywhere near it. While Cream and Kanavi shove up for that tier 2 top. Couple bad fights in a row now for IG. It's got Top Esports back in control. 5,000 gold is now their lead. Jackie Love proving harder and harder to pick off again now. Still very, very strong is this Kai'Sa. But the GA being popped is a big deal. Not going towards any penetration either. Defensive options. Will likely be a bloodthirster here, I would imagine. Which is why I was half expecting it. Serpent's Fang from this Neferi, or this Jace. They've gone towards the edge of night, has Kanavi. Trying to deal with some of the people knocking him out. Charm. A real follow-up, though. Shai's teleported in. Keeper's Verdict wound up. Sentence. Abstained. Call of the Forge God now burned. Jackie Love up into the air. Knock away. Kanavi will W, but that means Jackie's not here again! They can start to dive on forwards. Mako likely low. Will surely go down. Cream surviving. The bleed is enough to kill off at least that support, but they've killed off Cream and Trade Crisp in danger. Knock him into the backside. Kanavi goes diving on in. Rookie trying to find an angle. Where is Gala? Dead is where he is. Knock up on 2, but there's just not enough damage. Rookie has to leave. And the Shai now jumped on Top Esports. As Rookie jumped on Darkin Daggers. Bring down a double. The pack is too much. 6-2, that's game. We're going to game 3. That's the end of it. Top Esports hold the line. IG look like they were right back in it, but they can't get value out of the Atakan. They fumble around the Baron. And Gala alone not enough. Jackie Love starts out those late game finds a lot cleaner than the mid game ones. Bring us to a decider. Hello, dudes. I'm Initialise. Whew, let me do the spiel. We're getting 6 games. Kanavi, another excellent Neferi game. You just can't give it to this guy, can you? Not 2 head throws is new. Yeah, well, that was because Discord died last night. In fact, I'm going to have to leave shortly because I've got NLC call time. So this next game's going to be an interesting one. I'll do what I can, but I might have to leave you Castellus for some of it. Purely because I've got NLC call time in Very short order. Games don't start till 6, but they want us in the call and stuff early on. So I'll be at least be in there. I'll have to dip in and out a little bit while they do tech checks and stuff with me. Work is work, exactly that. And I am paid to do NLC. Therefore, it takes the priority. It's the way it always works, the way it always will, unfortunately. But speaking of being paid, if you want to pay us to do this, consider subscribing on the Twitch. Nymaera's not here right now. But I am. You can help us out by dropping things like the Prime subs, by dropping regular subs on the Twitch, following, liking, commenting on the YouTubes, doing the similar kind of things over on Twitch as well. If you see cool clips of what we're doing, post them on social media, join our Discord, get involved, guys, because the community is very fractured right now. LPL English and Dream. Some work from Hysterics, of course, well, and I will dominate, occasionally Cadral, all that kind of thing. I'm the sussy older brother, a little bit of that, it's true. And here we are. Only a little, it's true. Oh, well, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to wait to run those pre-rolls, but I might just have to go get my PC set up for that one. Jace just too OP. A little bit. I think the Jace was the issue here. I think Kanavi ended up being way too ahead. And unfortunately, Rookie didn't manage to find the assassinations I think they were hoping for. 3 failed attempts to kill Jackie Love in the mid game really cost them. If they killed Jackie, this might be different. It's tricky, tricky, tricky. So this play, fantastic. Exactly what you're after. Chris had a really good game. I'm not going to shut up about it unless he gets MVP. Yeah, he did do pretty well, didn't he? I think it's going to be Kanavi who gets it, though. That Neferi proved really nasty. Not sure about that flash screen. Should get a fun draft in game 3? Might well do. This was really frustrating. Chris, great knockup. But basically here, they don't get Jackie. Gala goes looking, doesn't find anything on that angle, and immediately dies. Absolutely eviscerated. And in the end, it just proves like the skirmishing power from this IG comp. For all it was a little bit, I don't want to say like entirely off theme, but not like, it's not like a Vicomp where everything is aligned doing the same thing. It was quite a little bit more finesse in terms of order gate value out of your champions. I mean, where does Gala go there? Just dies. Got off Jackie Love that time, but that's about it. This is the one where I thought, like, okay, this is doable. Jackie gets the ult down, knocked away. Crisp. Actually, obscenely good knock up there. Obscenely good knock up. We're not on pause. This is just the end of the game. Game 2 went the way of Top Esports. So we're waiting on a deciding Game 3. Nice engages from Crisp. His Rakan is very clean, to be fair, him and missing. What was Rookie doing in that fight too? Like, wasn't great for him, that one. Unfortunate stuff. I'm sure Alex will have his own words about that one. Here's the MVP. There's Nefiri. Plus 4k. 100% KP. And 10 MVPs. Kanavi again, this guy. Sheesh. Jackalow seems to be the worst condition. Oh, he's very hit and miss at the minute. Kanavi, on the other hand, anything but. What a game from him. Right, I need to go get myself logged in for call time. So I shall run some ads. And leave you with the glorious highlights of Kanavi popping off.
Hello everyone, I'm back for Game 3 now. I'm gonna run back from food. Game 3 between Top Esports and IG. I need to watch the highlights of this, don't I? Oh, Kanavi got Nefiri. Oh god, why are we giving him Nefiri, man? This guy is, oh man. This guy is probably, I mean, what the hell? This guy is the best Nefiri in the LPL. Maybe in the world, but hard to tell, right? I think that LPL Nefiris look very good, but that's also due to, you know, different factors within the region. Because I'm a bit out of breath, I have to sprint back. Completely agree, Minari roll. LPL is kind of unstoppable with Nefiri. No one crisp vote? Right, I need to go back and watch the highlights then, I guess. Right, let's have a look. What happened in this one, eh? Okay, so they had Nefiri with Rise, which seems to be the combo which a lot of people work with. Oh, did Sam change the volume? No, he didn't. Tend to drop the volume just a little bit, just to make sure that things are a bit more chill on the breaks. Pantheon, Ari, Ornn. I mean, it's not a bad comp from IG. Got plenty of damage, good engage, good amount to disengage. Kanavi got early kills. Oh, they killed JJ like really early on, right? Okay, so they can't try to go around river. But on that first split, I thought IG was just going to fail. Guess they found their comfort zone. They definitely look much better. I thought it might take a while for them to come online, but yeah. Why the hell did they buy into that topside fight? Oh man, yeah, Kanavi just took off, didn't he? Well, he won't get the Nefiri again, though. You're so mean to me. That's true. You do spend channel points to quite frequently, actually, to make me roast you. Can't exactly blame me for that. Jackie will carry game 3. Well, we'll see what champions are in and out. Don't have the misfortune. Is Ezreal available? Oh, Ari went for the Rod of Ages build as well. I don't know. I don't think you need Rod of Ages in this game. I think you need to do more damage, don't you? Really want to get a roast? Have you? Did you spend the points? Alright, roast for 1,000 kites. Oh, did I do the prediction earlier? Oh, yeah, someone else did it. Cool.
이제 스킬 교환이라든지 그런 거에 대해 올바른 길만 선택했으면 좋겠다는 생각을 하고 있고, 개인 스스로는 팀적인 목표는 뭔가 움직임이 자연스러운 팀이 되는 게 중요할 것 같아요.
It's gonna be Jackie Draven, I feel it. Let me think for a second, 1,000 guys.
算是比较不错的吧。IG 整个队的进攻，我觉得打的都就是打得比较好。我们对上他们的话，我觉得在一些小规模团战上，我们需要有更好的操作和发挥。然后我们最近的练习方式也是比较就是都去往打野配合，然后打野也会，就是他也会指挥我们去做一些他需要配合的事情嘛。我觉得这个方向蛮好的。IG 下组的话，就是有
Make fun of anything but my choice of my favorite players will not hear anything against them.
非常强，然后现在状态也比较好。我觉得对上他们的话
Well, you know, I think it's funny that you did name yourself 1,000 kites, because even if you had like 1,001 kites, it's not changing the fact that they wouldn't be able to fly your... no. God damn it. I had a line. No, I didn't. My brain has been...
就是队友说，就是我们需要就是再努力一点，然后配合得更好一点，才能走得更远。
Because even if you had 1,001 kites, it wouldn't make you any less unemployed. It wouldn't be able to fly you into work. I say this assuming stuff, I don't even know whether you have a job or not. It's not gonna fly you into the job. I sat there and like, I just couldn't find a clean angle. You're a student? What? It's not gonna fly you into a job then, is it? I should have checked the message history. I should check the message history more. Anyway, right, I'll be doing game 3 with you folks. Yeah, you are, obviously you're unemployed then. Damn, I can't believe you're using those 1,000 kites to fly yourself directly into student debt. That's very brave of you. Okay, so, obviously, Game 3 of Fearless between top 2 teams. This is the kind of stuff which we want Fearless for. Okay, Sam's left a tea in there. Is that mine? No, I had another drink. Did we run ads? Yes, we did. That's fine. Hey, how's it good to you? Where are my employed students at? Well, I didn't have a job when I was in uni, actually. I was too busy trying to survive, you know? Draven or Zeri? Well, I wonder whether something like a Lulu lane could come out. Last game of the day, folks. I'm back. Oopsies, I did that thing where I clicked the screen. Dangerous stuff, that, clicking screens. Victor's Gaming, top esports. What's left on the table? Some of the top laners are around. No Vi for an Ambessa, if you did want to pick that in. Kalista gone. MF gone. Ezreal gone. Man, there's a lot of AD carries gone. AD carries and supports tend to be the hardest hit when it comes to this point in the draft. Rumble gone 2. What's the priority now? Any obvious jungle lock-ins? Could go for the Skarner. Skarner, Maokai, Sejuani. I think if JJ is more likely to play any of the above, really, but Skarner gets locked in very easily first. One of the tankiest champions on the patch. Kanavi, yeah, I think you can maybe go for... Is Yone available? Is Yone available? No, it's banned first for IG. Hard to check all of the bad champion bans and the game bans from previous games in Fearless. I think Sejuani is not a bad idea, though. You don't have to lock it now. Could lock it on 3. I like the Victor. Victor's typically quite good into Skarner as well, because Skarner hits the first target, the front line, gets stuck in a grab field, gets hit by the Chaos Storm, and then can really struggle to outplay around that. Renekton locked in, taken away from the Shy, given to the 369, who is very impactful on the champion. Lucian Nami return. Hey, I'll believe it when I see it. Ooh. Rookie potentially thinking about heading over towards Silas. Wait, we're gonna get the Nidalee top lane from the Shy again? He was really good on it the last time he played it. And we get, in Game 3, between Invictus Gaming and Top Esports, very likely the Shy Nidalee top lane. He's played it once this split and got an MVP out of it. Insane performance from him. Now, the Shy's had a lot of criticism for his games recently. Maybe he can regain some of his confidence and form on this pick. 369 on the Renekton, not going to have a happy time versus the Nidalee. I think Kanavi needs to go towards the Sejuani now. You need to hyper gank this. Well, I say that. Is the Sejuani Renekton actually going to be enough to kill a Nidalee when she's ahead of a game? I think you have to do it now. I think you have to go for the Sejuani. What else would you pick in, right? It's good engage. Combos up well with the Renekton. I think if you don't have the Sejuani, I think the Renekton is just put out for the Crows, or in this case the Cougars. Rookie on the Orianna, one of his most famous champions of all time. He's always very famous about how he would use that Q like a wrecking ball, just continually step forward with it, ever since Season 4. When this man really stepped into the sunlight, revolutionized parts of the world with his playing career. Top Esports, strong top side. We'll say Orianna Victor, competitive lane. Nidalee can absolutely demolish the Renekton in a 1v1. Tristana banned away, thinking about these bot lane picks. We have seen a fair bit of Tristana make its way into the bot lane once a lot of laning champions have gone the strong laning champions. Traven, well, someone predicted it for Jackalove. Ain't there anymore. Should have locked it earlier if they wanted it. Corki banned away too. What's left? What is left? No Zyra Khan, no Ezreal, no MF, no Kai'Sa. I mean, are we getting towards the point where we do get some of the weird stuff, like Twitch? Stuff that you wouldn't normally see. Jackalove likes to play for lane dominance. Top Esports like to play for bot lane dominance. There's not many options for that. The Ashe would have been one of the last ones. 4 AD carries in the second round, 2 in the first, and then of course another 4 from beyond that point. 10 AD carries down. Alright. Jhin for Jackalove. That's probably the strongest remaining bot lane pick. Gala is incredibly good at both of these champions. You have to lane against the Jhin. That can be a problem. Hovering over both of them. Jinx, Luli. You would lack engage, but you would not lack damage. We saw one Jinx earlier. Not work out particularly well because it was dove onto so much. And there we go. Gala Jinx. It's not the Aphelios. I kind of miss seeing that champion. What's the play then? Melee support for Mako. Alistair is available, one of the last few. Nautilus, I suppose, would be the lock-in for Crisp if this goes through. That or Rel. One of the two. There are a couple of melee supports left, actually. think this one's an easy lock-in. You needed a bit more engage. You do lose a little bit of the ability to enchanter your Jinx. However, Orianna shields, move speed, and then of course the Primal Surge from Nidalee does give them the extra attack speed as well, so you have some options there to buff up your Jinx if they get fed, or it comes into a situation where Jinx needs to be killing those tanks. Nautilus locked in. We were thinking it was either going to be that or the Rel. Go towards the hooky boy. And there are our drafts. I think top esports have very, very good ability to start fights early on and get skirmishes. Sejuani ult, Sejuani Renekton, Jhin W, Nautilus. Long range Victor E's kind of comboing onto that as well. On the other side, better front line, I think. With the Skarner and the Alistar. Yes, Sejuani's good, but I think the Renektons, the Nautilus do fall off, and I think they have some nasty, nasty lane pressure. Orianna good into both these matchups. And then, of course, the Nidalee, potent into the Renekton. I will say, I think IG's comp, less coherent. Harder to start a fight than the other side. Top esports, very quick to start a fight and pounce on. IG need to make sure they are not caught out in rotation, not caught out before they are ready to take a fight. IG, they have lost to all of our top teams they have faced so far. Doesn't mean they haven't given it a good fight, but they just want a win on the board, I would imagine. Lost to BLG. Lost to anyone's legend. Now against top esports, what we assume to be one of our other top 3, 4, 5 teams up there. They put the Shy into a position where he can pressure through lane, potentially show himself another player of the game performance on this Nidalee top lane. He is the only person in the world playing right now. Top esports, Invictus Gaming, our 6th game of the day. Let's lead it off into something special, shall we? Getting questions in chat already. Who has the better draft? Well, I think on paper I'd give it to top esports. The paper can be so thin at points. Alright, let's hear the crowd one last time. Holy. Oh, Jesus. And there are some good points in chat already saying, well, you know, top esports, better team fight, but they lose lanes. I think that's completely relevant to say. It's why I don't think. Some extra Gyro was big thrown out there. The Shy not being able to stop the recall. That W start for the traps in the brush, and also being able to leap at them too. Has gone for the grass, not gone for something like the Conqueror. But no, I do agree with the comments in chat. Looks like IG have better lanes. I mean, the Orianna and the Victor, they both go for the Comet. That one's a bit more skill shot reliant. The Nidalee does very much perma-push top lane. However, if you're against a Renekton Sejuani, if you misstep, you will get punished. The Shy didn't get a recall, and he's starting from a lower HP. We'll say, though, I doubt the Renekton can really take fights. That's a hook on level 1 and an ignite. Immediately cleansed away. Mako gets a headbutt onto Chris. Chris drops into a brush. We'll drop the aggro as well. Important level 1 hook, but Mako serving a lot more damage to come through. Sometimes you see the pull start from Alistar. I think it makes a lot more sense to go towards the headbutt now. However, knowing that there's no pulverize, Chris can freely hook into him. Much easier to trade against the headbutt than the pulverize, which keeps you stunned in place and extra auto attack comes down. It's the only thing which Alistar can really do at the level 1. Oh, another hook! Chris, great accuracy! Gala, Gala, Gala. Getting hit very early on. Jinx always a hard champion to play against the Nautilus. Rookie, so good in lane as the Orianna. Gets the QW. Maybe we spoke a little too soon. Historically, what a great player this guy has been on the champion. Cream, though. Yeah. Has a Mulan montage waiting for him. They've made a mage out of him. Was the Silas Yone. Melee assassin player. Give him an Akali as well. He has become a mage player on top esports. OMG. He tried his time on that. Ooh, Kanavi spotted. And no gank comes through. However, will be contesting on the blue buff. Now I thought that would be a lot easier because Cream should have been there on higher HP. Did take a tower shot, and I wonder if that changes plans. No flash for Rookie. Cream could still go in it. He is actually cancelling his recall. Rookie will get a full recall. Teleport back in. 1 Amp Tone or a Dark Seal. Or, yeah, you get Dark Seal. Good stuff. You get that stacking going. Cream gets to back on a little bit more CS. See what build he goes towards, actually. I really hope it's not the Rod of Ages build. I think he needs to be higher damage. I want to see him. He shouldn't have to go for the Rod of Ages build. Spear very nearly finding its way around the minion there. Angelina Jolie would have been proud. Curve the bullet. Completely unrealistic, by the way. You can't curve bullets like that. Very fun, though. Gala gets lane pressure. Gets the lane push hit. Rotation very early up to the top side, because what top esports want to do is rotate after the debuff for the lane swaps has gone down. Rotate the Renekton away from the Nidalee. We have seen when you pick like a hyper lane counter, you know, something like this Renekton into a Nidalee, into the Nidalee into the Renekton, or Quinn or something like that. You just have to sit and grin and bear it for a couple of levels, and then you swap afterwards once the restrictions fall off, and it allows you to recoup some of your early losses. Renekton gets a free wave on bot side. They'll get double lane push. Ooh, Kanavi gets an angle into mid lane. Okay, not going to lead to that much. This Mega could have done something funky, like flash Jim double into tower. Unlikely to kill though. Full HP Silverjuani. Not exactly known for being squishy. Scroll up in chat. Been calling top esports 2-1 even though they were down in game 1. I'm happy for you. Good prediction. The problem is, it's really hard to predict it for the right reasons, isn't it? I think IG, clear to see. Them against top teams, very, very good team fighters. However, against the other top teams, lacking a little bit of awareness of the map and lacking the foresight to tell which lane should be going where. You know, top esports, their swaps here, very valuable. Can IG get something out of this? Seeing Gala not particularly work well in the early lane, but they are helping. At least they get the Nidalee versus the Renekton for a little bit longer by swapping this. Grub spawning soon. Dragon up, of course, as well for a trade. For IG to pull off a win, Gala has to pop off like crazy. Well, I think he has the support there. Strong double frontline of the Skarner and the Alistar. Movement speed available from Orianna using W. And then the extra attack speed if the Primal Surge comes through from the Nidalee. It's not like how you traditionally think of it. Yeah, this is the trading that happens. You land a spear and then Renekton just can't play. It's half the HP, man. Gonna get another Grasp proc maybe? No, not quite at the end of it. But it's not a traditional enchanter play around the Jinx, but it is half an enchanter in each solo lane. And that can be incredibly important. You know, if Riki gets an initial combo, then puts the shield onto Gala, allows him to get a W move speed as well, that can be your half enchanter. Both solo laners contributing to the whole there. Yep. Slovaki, it is Nidalee top lane. Chris maybe angling for a hook. Doesn't want to land onto the Alistar, but it might help anyway. And here comes Sejuani Mako. Ooh, Jejep trying to help. Tries to headbutt back off Kanavi, but it's not enough. Kanavi commits to the flash. Does actually take a tower shot forward as well. Kanavi has gone too far. Jejep, fantastic counter gank to even the score. Kanavi misjudging things. Captain Jack out of the W. Summoning the spirit of the old Jinnag Green Wind God. This caster is IG biased. I don't think about that. What was I saying earlier? I feel like you've missed half of the cast if that's the case. If you look at what just happened top lane, I think you'll see some worries there. I think, perhaps examine your own anxiety there, potentially. It's a harsh game between both teams. Both sets of fans will definitely wanting different things to happen in this early game. IG, if they don't get early leads, things do get spooky. Top esports, force fights, much easier than Invictus Gaming. The Jhin W. The ultimate from Sejuani from range. Renekton with the Sejuani as well. Nautilus, of course, being the king of starting fights for free. IG cannot make missteps on the map. And in fact, actually, Sasori, if you were listening earlier, we were talking about how well top esports were doing with swapping lanes around, opening up opportunities on the map. That doesn't sound particularly IG favored to me. Right here, it didn't look like it at the start either. Kanavi did go too far. Kanavi thought he might need to use that W to get out of the plate. Sadly stepped on the trap as well. Kanavi went down very easily there. Oh, big fight on top side. JJ count up again. Fantastic triple pulverize. Agala is threatening a reset. That's one. Jackalope goes down. Shockwave comes through and IG pick up a quick brace on the top side. A kill towards their mid laner and towards their AD carry will absolutely set things off to the right track. Top esports giving a lot of gold over that they can't afford to do. Chris trapped alone on this top side, and it won't just be the 2, it's going to be the 3. JJ does a drive-by into the wall. And it's another kill over towards Rookie. 2-0. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Got that after his first back. And suddenly, the conversation changes, doesn't it? Top Esports should be able to force fights well. Should be able to pick off IG. Well, you can't do it in 3v3s like that. You need to be finding out plays and bursting someone first. Mako, great combo from him. Triple pulverize to keep them into the play. What happened here? JJ, couldn't quite get the wall stunt. Crisp, I think, maybe flinched a little there. Used that hook, and the ult hits. The ult hits onto Jaculov. Triple pulve afterwards. The ult splash damage from Gala, even at short range, makes a lot of difference. Gets excited. Shockwave after quick, clean kills. IG have been waiting for a chance to really hold their own. Not hold their own, but, you know, get one over on one of the other top teams. We know that IG can be up there. They're 1 and 2 right now, but I think that's not indicative of the teams that they're playing against. Top Esports, of course, on the other side, the only team to beat anyone's legend in a series so far. Both these teams, lofty aspirations, current LPL champions, a super team formed out of old gods in IG, looking to see if they can live up to the moniker of super team. Many people would disagree with that because they think these players aren't on good enough form. The Shy did great work in the individual trades, hasn't led up to the biggest individual advantage, and 369 does have the Dominus available. Has a Q for healing too. Wave clear quickly out. The Shy can actually potentially kill it, by the way. He needs to be very careful, and there's the Dominus, because this is the problem. 369 has empowered abilities. Is it going to be enough? The Conqueror fully stacked, but he knows he doesn't have enough more left in the tank there. Jinxel going down. Is it on target? It's getting close. Blocked by Kanavi. Shields his top laner. Rookie back into mid lane. Has his ultimate again. Going towards the Rod of Ages on the Orianna this time. I mind that less. Rod of Ages and Seraphs makes you very hard to kill. Well, you're going to do less damage. And that does worry me. I think Seraphs would have been enough. Make her clearing wards. 2k gold lead for IG out of the early game. We said they won it. Hang on a second. The Shy's chasing me down. Gets the movement speed and bushes. If he hits that spear, 369's in trouble. A lot of trouble. Kanavi going towards top side. Grubs a spawn. IG have 3. Top Esports have none. They'd like to deny a couple from IG. Of course, with the Nidalee. Oh, Renekton's having to proxy farm to not play against the Nidalee. That's clever from 369. Gone for the Tiamat. Gives him more wave clear. The Shy teleporting in. 369 doesn't have his teleport. That's a bad ultimate from Kanavi. However, Gala is caught. We said Top Esports can force fights more easy. Kanavi needs to make it out alive, though. The Shy on the flank will likely get one and does with the Sheen proc. Crisp getting hit now by Gala, and he'll get himself a reset. Top Esports, they force a fight, but they can't finish it off. The Shy continuing to chase down. Has movement speed in this build, especially when he gets the mark on someone. IG, 6-1 in the kills. And I think Top Esports didn't dot their I's and cross their T's. They had no teleport on the Renekton. He wanted to proxy farm. I wonder if Top Esports should have left well alone those grubs. 369 taking a quick trade. Rookie has the ultimate. Not afraid to use that Clockwork Mind up passive. JJ will claim even more grubs. This is fantastic for the Nidalee, who will be hitting towers very easily. With the Sheen procs and everything else. Grab field stops a few auto attacks coming through. 6 grub. Oh, Kanavi gets the last one. That's important. No 6 scrubs. And suddenly 369 is forcing the fight as well. Rookie has a Catalyst, has a Rod of Ages, but it's not enough HP. A kill and grubs. Top Esports find something. IG overstaying around the grubs. And a hook lands over the wall, but it won't lead to anything else. Cream will push in the top side wave. What's happening with the rest of the lanes? 369 spotting out JJ. He's up 300 gold now because that kill onto Rookie. IG need to respect the snap engage potential of Top Esports. Didn't feel like they did that right there. Much better from 369. The first fight, they don't have the Renekton. It's a 5v4. The Kanavi ult misses. Sejuani goes off. And Mako gets a good disengage onto Jaculov, who kind of walks into melee range of the Alistair trying to get an auto onto Gala. Chris ends up flashing. To stop the Jinx ult. Kanavi was never living there anyway. Tricky. Gala one item. Everyone, all of it. Hang on a second. The Shy caught out. Tries to put down a ward. Does so. Has the flash, but is it going to be enough? I don't know about that. We'll see. Jaculov doesn't finish the kill, though, and leaves Kanavi to do a little bit of dirty work. Kanavi uses his ult, snipes him over the wall. The Shy runs into 4 top esports members and cannot survive. 369 doesn't have Dominus, likely to fall on the other side now. Jejek can slam him into the wall, as can Mako. Trying to clear out the wave at least. And he does so, actually. 369 flashes out. Doesn't have the Dominus, remember. Mako, with his ultimate, will tank things up, make it a little bit of a slow demise, and will at least clear the wave. First turret will go to top esports. Stop IG getting themselves that full feats of strength. Gala, great damage there. Uses his ult to Jaculov. Next objective for IG would get them the feats of strength. Top esports have 2 more, well, 3 more they need to get. So it's very likely going over to IG regardless, but still. Tower over to top esports. This is the kind of game you slow down. You watch the map movements again. I think the Shy making a big mistake there. Sometimes he does. Trying to play beyond his safe boundaries on the quote-unquote weak side of the map. He is strong. He's very good in a 1v1, but there were so many members on his side of the map, and all of his were going towards a bot side dive, that he had no right to be where he was. Nidalee can ward out very well with a W. That's what she was trying to do, I think, and also the trinket too. If you do manage to sneak that in there, you get a lot more safety to play around, but it was greedy here. 20 seconds now until Dragon. IG have the 5 grubs. They've taken the first Dragon as well, very much winning in the objective battle. They can afford to give this one up, and honestly, I would suggest they do so. You really want Nidalee to get as much hit on towers as possible. Kanavi potentially comboed up. Has that passive, has the aftershock though. Does he have a flash? No, he doesn't. There's a shockwave available from Rookie, and there's a impale available, and onto the traps. Kanavi goes too far. His teammates are not there to help him. The Shy, knowing that there's no fight available now, will just continually go towards topside. The Shy has the stride breaker. It's 369 rather, but the Shy is losing the fight. Doesn't have the flash, and 369 gets himself a solo kill onto the Nidalee. The stride breaker completion so important, and the Shy on his Nidalee top lane, not able to win the duel. That is a bad litmus test for IG. Oh, what a mixed game we have now. 2 dragons, 5 grubs to IG. However, the Nidalee has not used those 5 grubs very well. The stride breaker cull completed on both top laners, keeps the even gold there. I think 369 is threatening IG to be a more useful top laner than the Nidalee, which needs an obscene lane lead to work. JJ was praising the Shy's Nidalee in an interview earlier this week, saying that he has to learn from the Shy how to play the champion. We saw some of those mechanics in lane were very good, but right there just misjudges the duel. What happens? Level 10 to level 11. Ah, just jumps into the level 11 to level 10 power spike. Yeah, that'll do it. 369 gets his Conqueror stacked up. The Shy takes the last plant knowing he's lost the duel. Gets the 3 bloody petals at least. Now back up into that lane. It's not the Nidalee there anymore though. It's the Orianna. What's happening in the rest of the map? Nidalee versus Victor on the bottom side of the map. 4 kills on Orianna, by the way. Jesus Christ, that is a strong Orianna. Seraphs and Rod of Ages. That's the old school build, isn't it? For the likes of your Ryze, the likes of your Cassidins, Cassiopeia. JJ, drive by through mid lane. Not able to find that much. Kanari's the one that's carrying them, but he's having a bad game. Well, that was kind of the case for bits of last split. Well, they were more consistent there, but I think Kanavi has been exceptionally good regionally this year. We're going to talk about first time when it comes to that. Top esports, can they find themselves one of those snap engages? Behind significant amounts of gold. The Jinx and the Orianna being that far ahead is a problem. Top esports need to find a way to shut them down, and also at some point stop the dragon stacking. It's an infernal rift. You're also against long range carries. Yes, you have long range yourself, but the Orianna and the Jinx landing basic skill shots can be a big problem with that infernal soul. Not to mention the Nidalee too in a side lane. Well, not that side laning is that important when you get to soul. At that point, you're grouping up all the time on you. Either way, point stands. Long range with the infernal soul helps an awful lot, doesn't it? 2 minutes until Atacon. Ruinous variety. IG would very much like to get their hands on that with all of their neutral objectives stocked up already and able to be boosted. Just like I'm boosted. I'm so boosted. Seraph's completed for Rookie. Rookie is so hard to kill now. Comparative to what he should be. Still obviously a target that Top Esports will be going towards. But Merc treads Rod of Ages Seraphs. Now ain't that a combo to get through. Bit of a doozy. Kanavi tries to clear out a ward. Might be able to do so. This does mean, however, Orianna doesn't have a Liandry's. Is much lower damage at this point. And you could be. You want that Liandry's versus Nautilus, Renekton, Sejuani. All beef balls. A lot of HP to get value out of that. Mako hit with a W. This time Kanavi moving a little bit more closely with his teammates. Sejuani not strong when she's alone. Needs someone else to come with her. That's me, Ruby. I definitely called the IG boosted. Yeah. Okay, Cream. Also no Leandry's just yet. Herald goes into mid lane. That's an ult onto Alistair, but they still have ultimate. That's very tanky, and the Renekton, even though they have Dominus, is not ignited. No healing to come through, and IG pick off a clean kill. Jinx misses the ult, but with the Herald pushed in and a kill taken, they will very much take that. The Renekton not able to be the front line which Top Esports wanted. Pushing into the mid lane. 5 grubs. Dragon spawning in a minute. Invictus Gaming playing the objective game out well. And Top Esports, a poor approach to that fight. We know that Top Esports are a good team fighting team. That was not a good team fight itself. Minute until Dragon. IG opened up the midsection of the map. Go back to the replay of this. Of course, Dragon will be set up in during this replay, so don't be afraid to see a fight after this. I don't like that Sejuani ultimate. There's no follow-up. It's not onto an important member. It's onto an Alistair with ult. It's a bad choice of engage from Kanavi and 369. And there's no real follow-up. Going in a single directional fight versus a Shockwave also likely to be your demise, especially when there's a resetting Jinx behind it already at 2 items. 30 seconds till Dragon now. What's the play from Top Esports? This is the kind of point in the game where you have enough, got 1,000 gold lead on the Skarner as well. Alistair doesn't have ult for the next fight. Perhaps Top Esports feel like without the Alistair ult, they can take an easier fight. But you're a constant threat of being reset on by the Jinx. Of a great Shockwave. Top Esports need to open up a second angle. They tried to do that with the Renekton the last time. They don't have a flank ward now, though. 369. How will he approach this? Do you give it up? I don't think they can they? Giving up Soul Point? Bends them over the barrel later on. Jeje going forwards. Gets a wall stun. Not able to get much after that point. And now he's potentially stuck in the play. But he is very, very tanky. Impaled flashed away from. Grab field. Stops that and there's a hook onto Rookie, but the Shockwave catches Cream. That makes things a little bit more interesting. Mako pops the ult. 369 1v1ing the Shy. Rookie trying to get some damage forward and the Jhin ults not able to do that much. Oh, that was scary for a second though. Swing and a miss. The Shy walks into the Renekton, the Sejuani, and he has gone too far. The hook lands onto Mako, and just as it was meant to be disengaging, it burns down again. Reset for Gala, though. Does that change anything? Tries to walk forward again. All things said and done, 2 for 1. Support for support, but the extra top laner going down. Top Esports, they want to keep going after this point. Gala's reset has run off, and the Renekton Sejuani is getting big value. Big value. Dragon, I think it's been won by Top Esports. IG really did not want the Shy to die in the way that he did there. Teleport back in. Orianna's coming back. No ultimate available. And of course, lower damage right now. Teleport coming in from Renekton. Dragon comes down. Remember, there is still a Renekton Sejuani. IG do not want to be giving those free permafrosts. Over to Top Esports. Behind in gold to Top Esports still. But a reality check for IG. That the snap engage, the ability to pick someone around the side of the fight, just like the Shy was picked off there by Kanavi and 369, is a very real threat. What happens here? Jeje gets the wall stun, but there's no follow-up. Everyone's out of range. Jeje, W'd from the Jhin. Doesn't get the good impale. And then the fight gets a bit split. Shock lands onto Cream, but this is the bonus having the Rod of Ages build. You see, the big thing is actually the 369 combo off to the side. Stops the Shy from really appreciating anything else. Now we get back into live. Top Esports trying to get some good damage. Now Shockwave on to Chris. Now he doesn't have that much to play around. There's a teleport coming in from the Shy. He has flash, but he might have to use it. No, he feels like he can stay in a little longer. Where's the rest of the damage? 369 not coming to the play. Kanavi doesn't have a tower to go back towards either. Will he be able to disengage from that spear? Mako runs to punt him into the wall. He does get the pulverize. Jinx ult gets the damage needed to finish off the kill. Now 369. Slowed, but not killed. Top Esports
lose their jungler, lose their support, and IG, they pick apart top esports this time. They have the gold lead, and they'll have themselves an Atakan as well. Creeping more into the future, the reality check around the Dragon, reminding them how carefully they have to play around certain pieces, and this time they pick off top esports before they can get everyone on this, all the pieces on the board. Those plants, and a lot of value. An extra 25% buff towards the grubs, towards the dragons as well. Chemtech Soul, of course, quite important with that. It's one of the few ways you get tenacity in the game. Even a single Chemtech Dragon, which gives you 6% tenacity, will now be giving you, 7.5% tenacity. Heal and Shield Power 2 will apply to Orianna, will apply to Skarner, to Alistar passive, Triumphant Roar, and of course the Nidalee as well. That can be unexpected at points. You have to factor that in. 369 misses a cannon minion. Shame. For shame, I tell you. So, IG. Gold lead. No soul point. Baron up in 40 seconds. XP lead in mid lane. Rod of Age is evening that out. Of course, in terms of the actual levels, but... Rookie. Half a level over Cream to level 16 first. Bot lane. Now, that's a problem. Level in support feels less important until you get to level 11, and suddenly Alistar is much, much, much more tanky. Carlo level 14. Likes having the extra stats. Of course, the W into mid-game, as it's now maxed out, is absolutely disgusting. I saw Carlo smiling. The Iceman smiled? Are you kidding me? Damn. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Baron spawned. Buffs now give their ability to the entire team. Scuttle Crabs now give you vision of the surrounding area. Indeed, that's what happened there, I believe. IG know there's no wards on Baron for that moment. Top esports easy comeback, just pick everyone off. They absolutely can do. That being said, we're at the point in the game now where it's easier to group. You instantly wave clear anything you touch, really, especially as the Orianna, the Victor. That means we're more likely to see 5v5s, and I think in 5v5s, IG are likely to win that. Skarner, ungodly tanky. Yes, Sejuani can be too, but I think I favor the Skarner and the Alistar in that. Nidalee can struggle to have that same value. It's even in gold now. Sundered Sky and the Triforce, that first auto attack you get on target is nasty. Gives you more staying power too. Leandries for both mid laners means they are much more of a damage threat now. No Lord Dominus regards for either one just yet. Jackie Love at least skipping the fire cannon, which I think is correct. I think he's likely hitting the front line unless it's with a W. You're not auto-attacking either with the fire cannon, the Orianna, and the Jinx. I think you need to go for the straight damage, which is what he's done. And of course, IG have the much easier fallback. You kill one target, you reset with the Jinx. It's a 3-item Jinx. And she carries the fight for you. How do top esports figure their way out of this one? Feels like that is the question. They are not the team in the lead. They have to do the problem solving themselves. IG are the ones which are more likely to win these fights. Shockwave threatened. Jackulov has to flash away from that. His old mid laner he won worlds with. Sending him a love tap with the Orianna ball. Commander oh my god, Jackulov's got to be so scared now. He's got to be so careful. No flash on Jackulov. So much damage came in from Rookie that. Using the Fog of War. Rookie, arguably the best player at using Fog of War in the LPL. Dragon. Getting finished. It won't be Soul, but it's Soul Point. No fight really looked at by top esports. W lands. Baron's still available, of course. Cream tries to get some value with his... Oh, flash forward from makeup. That's our engage. Cream dodges out of the shockwave, but the impale comes back. Rookie can finish off the kill, but he's kept into the Chaos Storm, and Cream is just alive a little longer. Is that enough? Gala is dodging out on the hook. Kanavi tries to go further and will get the kill. Is that enough? Rookie is still around for damage. The Shy is still around for damage, and Cream and Jackulov have hit the ground. 369 to Kanavi. The Renekton and Sejuani cannot carry from this position. IG will win the team fight in 4-for-2 fashion. Maybe they can even chase down Kanavi to add another one onto the plate. JJ goes through the wall. Top esports. They could not find their way in that team fight. The Renekton and Sejuani gets value, but it is not nearly enough. Kanavi can't carry with damage. Will choose to die to the tower. Give himself a reset. IG, go back out onto the map, and Rookie will take an inner tower. JackeyLove missing that flash from the earlier sequence in mid lane. What the heck happened here? Shy jumped onto 369. JackeyLove misses out on the Impale. What the heck happens to him? I think he just gets 1v1 by the Shy. Ah, that'll be it. First is his mid laner taking his flash, and then it's his top laner from IG. Instantly evaporating him. The Shy, great job diving into the backline. It is very hard to play team fight Nidalee. In live, we have the Baron started up. We might have to see that. Again, is Kanavi still dead? Yes, he is, because death was delayed. There is no smite steal here. 369, does he want to go up to this? I think they have to leave it. Baron taken. Reset coming in from Gala, of course, from taking the neutral objective. JJ potentially able to find himself an engage, but no. Bradfield is enough. And IG move back out onto the map. Such an important series, again. I think for momentum. And I think for self-belief. IG have lost to Anyone's Legend and BLG this week. Rough series of games. Hard schedule. 2-0'd by BLG. 3 games versus AL. That was a fun series. Hell of a fun series. Actually, both of them were. I'm sure many people are tuning in to see Invictus Gaming. One of the most exciting teams for name brand value. For nostalgia. And of course, for the way that Invictus Gaming, regardless of the players on the roster, are such an exciting team-fighting team. If they can beat top teams, gives you a little bit more hope for them. Shows that it's not just a fool's hope, not just nostalgia, not just all those other things that we mentioned. Cream on top side. Judge doesn't have flash, wants to go for the Impale, hits the slow. And Cream has been absolutely turned into mush. IG will take themselves that top side turret. JackeyLove uses an ult for something onto the Shy. Doesn't look like at least that much. The 369. Dominus is also running. That's a failed play. IG playing well. Playing fairly disciplined as it stands right now. Picking off kills where they can. Not giving up freebies. Not at this point in the game anyway. What happened here? Yeah, it was Renekton going forwards onto the Nidalee. Trying to get themselves a W in. But they couldn't get the kill. That tenacity from the Chemtech Dragon very much helping them. Inhibitor goes down. Cream's still not up and available. You still have the shields from Orianna and the heals from the Nidalee. Definitely helps you walk forwards, and that's an excited Jinx because she gets that from the tower. The Nautilus that goes on to Orianna, but it doesn't lead to anything. It doesn't lead to anything. The wave is dying, but not slowly enough. Not quickly enough. The Nex is now bare, and I don't think there's anything left. JackeyLove shockwaved into oblivion, and the Shy will kill his former teammate. Invictus Gaming have played 3 series versus our top teams recently, and now they will get themselves their first win versus one of them. Top Esports eat their first loss. Invictus Gaming win the series 2-1. Rookie and the Shy taking turns to make sure JackeyLove couldn't teamfight towards the end of it. I walked in today thinking that IG had to prove themselves worthy of beating one of our top teams from what we've seen on current form. They couldn't do that versus Billy Gaming or Anyone's Legend. But against Top Esports, they find themselves much more synchronized on the Rift, if not in their post-game bows. Look at those smiles. Even Gala, a smirk on the face. The Iceman himself. Great series from him today. Cream caught out some critical moments. IG felt like a much cleaner team fighting unit in this game. Won't promise to be able to speak towards all of the other games in the series, but okay. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining me today. Sam's busy, so we won't be raiding onto his stream. If you enjoyed this, please drop a follow or like, subscribe, whether it is here or on the Onivia channel as well. Whether you disagree with people in chat, whether you're supporting different teams, it is good that you are here supporting the LPL because we don't have an official broadcast anymore. It was shut down heading into this year. So whether you were watching myself or Sam on this channel or on Onivia, or the LPL English fan broadcast over at LPL English, or Hysterics, or many other co-streamers like I Will Dominate, Yamato, so many of these other people that do the region. This is important because we no longer have a central hub for supporting these teams, seeing teams like IG, which are so exciting to come back, and of course Top Esports as well, our recent champions. If you're watching these streams, it makes an awful lot of difference to us. If you have any room to drop comments, likes, subscribes, anything like that, obviously it means the same. It means a lot to us, as I'm sure it means a lot to other people covering the region as well. Yeah, I'm actually going to get off I'm going to head off pretty quickly today, folks. But if you enjoyed yourselves over on YouTube, thank you so much. Our journey today will end. If you're on YouTube, we'll find someone to raid you over to. Thank you so much for joining by.